Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome. We certainly enjoy having a full house, especially a full house of our future leaders and artists and mayors and all manner of community participants. This is the City of Homestead Council presentation agenda. And for the record, I have to say it's now 5 o'clock, and today is Wednesday, April 19th, 2023. Oh, is Rob Collins here yet? Mr. Collins, are you here? Come on down. Mr. Collins is coming down. Every year, the City of Homestead recognizes Fair Housing Month, and this is certainly relevant this year and in the last few years as the housing market has certainly gone crazy and is really unattainable or very difficult to attain by so many people. The city wants to stop and remember and recognize the federal laws and our state laws and our local laws that are in place with respect to fair housing for all. And today we are presenting this proclamation to Project Hope, Housing Opportunities Project for Excellence, Inc. Mr. Collins is here with us, and whereas our proclamation today is whereas April marks the 55th anniversary of the passage of the Fair Housing Act, which enunciates a national policy of fair housing for all who live in the United States. The Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination based on race, color, creed, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, and national origin, and encourages fair housing opportunities for all citizens. The City of Homestead, the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, concerned citizens in the housing industry are all working together to realize the dream of fair and affordable housing for all residents. The City of Homestead is committed to highlight the Fair Housing Law, the Civil Rights Act of 1968, by continuing to address the discrimination in our community, to support programs that will educate the public about the right to equal housing opportunities, and to plan partnership efforts with other organizations to help assure every American of their right to fair housing. Now, therefore, I, Stephen Lossner, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Homestead, joined by my city council colleagues, hereby proclaim April 2023 as Fair Housing Month. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Lossner. Thank you very much to the Council of the City of Homestead. Yes, we at Hope Incorporated, we're a nonprofit that fights discrimination in housing in Miami-Dade and Broward counties. We go out and we tell people about their rights, and then if somebody thinks that they are facing discrimination, they can call us. I'm a lawyer. We help them out. Everything we do is free. So if you ever need to reach us, you can certainly, the City of Homestead has been a very good partner in recent years, and you can just Google housing discrimination Miami and Hope will come up. But definitely, if you think you are facing discrimination, don't tolerate it. And again, thanks very much to the City of Homestead for recognizing April as Fair Housing Month.
Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. So May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and what better way to raise awareness than through art? Whether you're creating it or admiring it, art is known to reduce stress, anxiety, and improve your mood. Art was an escape for us during the pandemic, and it continues to be an outlet for difficult to define feelings, as well as those definable for that matter as well. But art therapy is not going anywhere. From preschoolers to soldiers returning home, We need these additional expressive forms to present our whole selves. So thank you to all of the artists that answered this important call and for sharing your gifts and your stories with us. If all of the artists could come stand up here with me, please. Go ahead and bring your artwork. Y para ustedes que hablan español, si quieren, por favor. Hola. So this Artist in the Spotlight, we have many of our community artists as well as Les Jardines. So, para ustedes que no hablan inglés, estaba diciendo que mayo es el mes de salud mental. Y el goal de este evento es para animar la comunidad para encontrar una pasión nueva. So, muchas gracias a todos los artistas que vinieron. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are our next Artist in the Spotlight artists. Our gallery night will be May 12th at the Seminole Theater at 6 p.m. So please help share the flyer. We will have it on our social media because the goal of this Artist in the Spotlight as well as this year's Art Walk is just to encourage the community to find a new passion. If everybody wants to hold up their art pieces, please, little ones, you can come up to the front. Thank you. All right, let's hear it one more time for all of these amazing artists. Qué bonito todo. So I'm going to ask Ms. Sorrentino to share a few words, and if anybody else would like to say a little bit about how art has helped you or share any of your stories regarding your journey, we would love to hear from you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Susan Sorrentino. This piece is called Emotionally Bound. And what it's about, it's from a series that I did called Till Death Do You Part. And it's about spousal abuse. And I just want to tell you that mental illness doesn't affect just the person. It affects the family, and it affects the community. And so art as an expression is very important. So thank you very much.
Anybody else want to say anything? Yep. Okay.
On behalf of Le Jardin Community Center, I'm Abudelia Martinez. I'm the CFO, CEO of Le Jardin. And a lot of our families are here. The children, our staff, they have been working really hard, studying and learning about different techniques, about different artists. And so today they're happy to showcase. And thank you, Jennifer Bailey, Councilwoman, for featuring our children and families. I want to thank also Mayor Losner and the council members.
Thank you, thank you. All right, let's hear it one more time for all of these amazing artists. And we hope to see you May 12th at 6 o'clock at the Seminole Theater. Muchas gracias a todos. Oh, one more, guys, one more picture.
You want to do it? Oh, okay. Councilwoman Avila, are you ready? Councilwoman Avila, are you ready for your presentation?
I'm live. Whoever's gonna talk a little bit about what happened. Good evening, everybody. I am Erica Avila, and I am going to be doing a quick presentation for an individual that came to the rescue in a serious accident that occurred in our Waterstone community in District 5, of which I'm the current council member for. And so I also have up here with me members of our police department who can give a little bit of detail as to who came to aid at that incident. And the individual that brought this to my attention, Mr. Victor Valladares, he is not here today. He is a CDD board member, and he wanted to make sure that this individual was recognized. Mr. Alan Caldwell, if you want to come up with your family, we want to recognize you. Don't be shy, come on up. And you're a resident of Waterstone, a resident here in the city of Homestead. Thank you for coming up. We like to take a moment and recognize individuals for doing extraordinary things. And we do have a certificate here. But before I present the certificate, I want to invite Mr. Owens here to talk about what happened.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for everyone for coming out today for our presentation ceremonies. Captain Owens with the Homestead Police Department. I'll just give you a little brief synopsis of what occurred on the date in question. It was actually handled by FHP because the accident actually occurred on the turnpike. It was just just south of the 288th Street exit northbound. The driver of the vehicle lost control, crashed through the fence, and went into the lake located on the west side of Waterstone Community. Mr. Caldwell observed the accident and selflessly jumped into the water to save the individual's life. So, yeah, yeah. So,
Thank you for that. And I want you to have a moment to express kind of what was going through your mind and what made you decide to be a hero in that moment.
To be quite honest with you, being a hero is just kind of something that comes natural to me. I'm a retired veteran, so at the moment, seeing someone in distress, whole training just kicked in, and I know that time was the essence, so I had to jump in and save a life.
I just want to say congratulations. We appreciate that, because who knows what would have happened to that individual if you weren't there and wasn't paying attention, because any individual wouldn't have taken the action you took. So thank you. And I'm sure he thanks you as well. He's not here, but I'm sure he thanks you.
Thank you very much. And so I am going to present you with the Hero Award presented to Mr. Alan Caldwell with great honor and appreciation for your courageous act of selflessness on January 25th, 2023, on behalf of the City of Homestead, presented this day. Thank you. And Myra, I want you to come up and accept this certificate of appreciation on behalf of the Waterstone community and Victor Valladares. Thank you for your service and thank you for being a hero that day. All right, everybody.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here. This is always the best part of the council meetings when we get to see all of the parents, we get to see all of the kids in the audience. Everybody's looking great with a bunch of smiles. Today we're going to recognize Somerset City Arts. It's an amazing school. My son, JC, goes to that school. The principal there, Ms. Suarez, is doing an amazing job. We did not have a hard time picking schools when we were deciding to put my son in elementary school. I want to give a big shout out to Miss Cruz, who is my son's teacher, because my son's education level is through the roof. Sometimes he comes home and I'm like, man, this guy is a little man with such a great vocabulary. So I want to thank Somerset City Arts for what they're doing. And today we're going to recognize their cheerleaders and also their dancers. And Somerset City Arts is a school that has a comprehensive curriculum that specializes in visual arts, music, dance, and theater. And being Dominican and Cuban, my son, didn't dance very much at the beginning, and all of a sudden, after going to the school, he's coming back with some merengue and salsa in his blood, so he's doing very well. So we're going to see a little presentation now from the cheerleaders and the dancers right after. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. What an amazing group of young girls, young ladies. Thank you so much. That was amazing. They are all so cute. Now, we are going to have another little number from the Somerset dance team. So the Somerset dance team, please make your way up.
I've been staring at the edge of the water long as I can remember, never really knowing why. I wish I could be the perfect daughter, but I come back to the water no matter how hard I try. Every turn I take, every trail I track, every path I make, every road leads back to the place I know where I cannot go, where I long to be. See the line where the sky meets the sea, it calls me, and no one knows how far it goes. If the wind in my sail on the sea stays behind me, one day I'll know. If I go, there's just no telling how far I'll go. I know everybody on this island seems so happy on this island. Everything is by design. I know everybody on this island has a role on this island, so maybe I can roll with mine. I can lead with pride, I can make us strong. I'll be satisfied if I play along, but the voice inside sings a different song. What is wrong with me? See the light as it shines from the sea, it's blinding, but no one knows how deep it goes. And it seems like it's calling out to me, so come find me and let me know what's beyond that line. Will I cross that line? The line with the sky is the sea, it calls me, and no one knows how far it goes. If the wind in my sail on the sea stays behind me, one day I'll know how far I'll go.
Wow, what another great, great performance by Somerset City Arts Dance Team. Thank you guys. You guys were amazing. So I do want to recognize the one that makes this all possible, Ms. Suarez, the principal of Somerset City Arts. If she could please come up and be recognized, along with the coaches of the cheerleading team, Nicole Lorenzo, Michelle Jones, and Hannah Barely. Also, the one that helps with the dance coach is Isanet Marquez. Is Isanet Marquez here as well? Awesome. I really want to thank you guys for the work that you put in with our children. It shows that the work is not easy, but the effort that you guys put in is truly appreciated. We are so proud and honored to have you because we don't have to envy any other city. We've got great, great leadership in schools here in Homestead, and we truly praise you. Thank you so much for what you do. So if you could help me also give the awards and the certificates to the cheerleaders and the dancers. And I also want my colleagues to come and join me up here so that we could all do this together as one united team in appreciation of Somerset City Arts. So if you guys move down this way. Ms. Suarez is teaching a class. Is there anything that you wanted to say about the work that gets put into what you guys do?
They can tell you. How about one of them tell you, the girls? Because I don't think they realized how much work they were going to have to put in this season.
And how do you balance your homework and the cheerleading at the same time?
Well, when I get back from cheer, I take a little break and I chill on the couch and I'm like, maybe I should do my homework because always like my dad says, homework first, then play.
Thank you, Abigail. You can take your seat. We'll call you up in a minute. So now we're going to call the names of the cheerleading squad, and Abigail's already got her medal. So if you could stand right over there, Abigail, right there. I'm going to call them by name. So the first one is Juliet Cortez, Ava Detres, Esme Falls, Grace Famada, Angeli Fernandez, Abigail Fundora is already up here, Maribel Garcia, Mesa Garza, Elena Gonzalez, Zoe Greer, Camila Hutchinson, Sasha Hartking, Isabela Molina, Haley Mumper, Madeline Rivera, Gabriela Rodriguez, Ariana Rosado, Stephanie Santos, Josephine Shelton, Amy Sierra, Amara Velasquez, and Satana Yi. Callie Lemp. So right before we bring up the dancers, we are going to take a quick picture with the cheerleaders. So come on in, we can take a picture. Or if they move up and we'll get right behind you guys. If everybody moves up a little bit, then we'll squeeze right in behind you. Thank you. Excellent job. We are so proud of you. So proud. Let's give them one more round of applause. Now we're going to recognize the dancers. So the first on the list is Kim Adbrego, Amelia Aguirre, Cora Coltree, Anioa Garcia, Celia Gibbs, Melanie Hernandez, Ashley Hernandez, Madison Couture, Colette Couture, Ellie Lara, Sofia Matos, Danielle Oliva, Emma Ortiz, Gaida Pineiro, Giada Pineiro, Gianni Pineiro, Alexa Rodriguez, Lily Rodriguez, Valentina Rosa, Liana Sanchez, Jalen Thompson, and Emilia Valencia. So now we're going to set up for the picture again, along with the coaches. Coaches. Take one step forward. The kids. This way. There you go. There you go. Coaches, if you would join us up here, please. Hannah, Ms. Jones. Nicole. Nicole. Isa Neref. Okay, so let's squeeze in here. Thank you. Congratulations. Please give a big, big thank you to Principal Suarez for us, please. Thank you. Congratulations, Abigail.
Again, thank you all and congratulations. The words escape us. We can give you certificates and medals, but we just love you being here. As Vice Mayor said, this is our favorite part of the council meeting. And that concludes our presentations tonight. We have about 22 minutes or so before we start the meeting, so feel free to hang around for a few minutes, take all the pictures you want, and enjoy your City Hall. Thank you all. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead City Council meeting to order. For the record, today is Wednesday, April 19th, 2023, and it is now 6 p.m. Our invocation tonight will be given by my pastor, Pastor Howard Harden of the First Baptist Church of Homestead, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilman Fletcher. We all rise, please. Pastor Harden.
Let us pray. Our Lord and God, it is with grateful hearts that we pause to give you thanks for the many good gifts you bestow upon us, including life and love, freedom, and the ability to govern ourselves. We thank you for this great city and everything that it means to every person here. We also remember the words that Jesus spoke, "If anyone would be great among you, let him be your servant." We give you thanks for these servants that are represented here tonight, and for those who serve our city in any and every way, whether they be first responders or teachers, community leaders or volunteers. You see and know every sacrifice they make, even when we do not. As we face the business that's before us tonight, we call upon you because your wisdom is perfect. You know what is best for us. And therefore we ask that you would give us the grace to listen as well as speak. Help us to put aside egos and personal ambitions and to work together for what is in the best interest of this great community. In Christ's name I pray these things. Amen.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Ross,
Here.
Councilwoman Faircloth Saggers,
Present.
Councilman Fletcher,
Here.
Councilwoman Avila,
Here.
Councilwoman Bailey,
Here.
Vice Mayor Guzman, Mayor Lawson.
Here. Thank you, and again, welcome, everyone. Before we go into the public comment section of our agenda, by a show of hands, could I have an indication of who is here to address any issues regarding the Homestead Youth Baseball issues? A show of hands. Is anyone here to discuss any of the baseball issues? All right. Very good then. All right, we have a few folks who registered in advance to speak. First, we have Yogini Modi. Yogi, are you here? Hi, there you are. Welcome. Sure, come on down.
So, first of all, I'm Yogini Modi, and I came here.
Sure. We're going to give you a portable mic.
Thank you for the opportunity, respected mayor and council members. I am Yogini Modi. I'm a pilot, flight instructor, and entrepreneur. I own a flight school and a FBO in a Homestead General Airport. When I came to airport, there were barely 12 airplanes in the entire airport. This was 2010, I started my business. And now the airport is with almost 75 airplanes, and business revenue has increased for the entire airport in 3 times. What I'm here for today is we are hosting Air Race Classic 2023 Terminus. This is all-woman air race starting from Grand Fork, North Dakota, as depicted in the map, and it is terminating in Homestead. There are total 44 teams are registered, and 108 women pilots are participating. And I, being a woman pilot and member of 99th International Association of Women Pilots, I had decided to host this race one day, and June 23rd is going to be the day. We will have a air race visiting Homestead, and air race has never been in Miami area. This is first time the air race is coming, and last year it was in a Lakeland, but first time in Miami. 44 different teams and 19 collegiate teams participating in these air races. So it is a big avenue for the Homestead publicity of Homestead's publicity. We also have teams participating all over US level, as well as some international participants also join the air race, because such event doesn't happen in any other country. So for this event, Florida Gold Coast chapter of 99 is supporting us. Another non-profit organization is South Florida Vintage Warbird Preservation Society, EAA, AOPA, National Air Traffic Control Association. And this race is going to bring roughly $100,000 worth of business minimum to the Homestead, city of Homestead. It is a 3-day event. On 24th, we are inviting local youth of Homestead at Homestead Airport for the STEM activity and introduction to aviation. Various participants have been invited, like American Airlines, FAA, EAA, National Traffic Air Control Association, 99s, Girl Scout, Boy Scout, and other aviation organizations like Greater Miami Aviation Association. So all these people are going to place their booth, and they're going to educate the youth of Homestead about the avenues in aviation. We are also going to have a static display of certain airplanes, and if time permitting, we may be able to arrange some paid discovery flights for the interested parties. So for such event, we request certain resources from the city. But before I go to request, I will hand over to Myra Bugby. Myra is racer herself. She is a retired ex-governor of the Southeast section of 99s. She will share her experience with the air races as a racer. And then Will Shaw, who is the chair of the host committee, he is going to let you know what we are expecting from the city.
Hi, good evening. My name is Myra Bugby, and as Yogi said, she asked me to talk tonight about the value of being a racer in the Air Race Classic. You may or may not know, but in 2023, only 7% of the pilots are women. And in the next 10 years or so, we're going to need over 200,000 pilots. And one of the missions of the 99s, the International Organization of Women Pilots, and the Air Race Classic, is to provide opportunities and inspiration for females to develop flying skills, leadership skills, and interests in careers or hobbies in aviation. And the Air Race can certainly help develop those skills and interests. I was fortunate enough to race in 2 air races, 2012 and 2014. And the air races were truly 2 of the highlights of my life. The Air Race Classic is a race of all women. I think there was one boy in it when one of the racers was pregnant with a son a long time ago. It starts and stops in different locations every year, but there are standard variables. The race is about 2,500 miles. There are 9 stops, including the beginning and the terminus. And it's VFR only, which means you have to be able to see the ground. You can't fly through the clouds and storms and all of that. It only occurs during the daylight, and it's 4 days. The winner might not be the first person to land at the terminus. Each airplane is handicapped against itself. Every single thing that can be is unloaded from the airplane, and then the pilot and a handicapped pilot go up to 6,000 feet density altitude. They fly a big square, and they average the speed on all 4 legs of the square. And the goal is to beat your time in your airplane. As racers, we embark on a challenge that very few people ever get to undertake. We learn to get along with our partner, with whom we spend 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for about 2 weeks, because you have to get there and get back, so it's not just 4 days. We learn to make critical decisions, whether, when to eat, when to sleep, what time to get up. And you think that's funny, but there are some partners that don't do that very well. And so it's great to have a partner that's on the same kind of schedule. Many en route decisions. We were absolutely in awe of this beautiful country as we crossed the country and saw windmills, red barns, rivers, fields, baseball diamonds, and many more. We learned a lot about geography, time zones. Sometimes in one day we crossed 3 time zones. Participating in this race encouraged me to get my instrument rating, and I won the Amelia Earhart Scholarship to make that possible, and much, much more. Through the air race and the 99s, I've made some of the best friends that I ever could have wanted. These ladies encouraged me, and I was able to fly my own plane and land in all 48 contiguous states. And along the way, met with other 99s and air racers who provided a bed or dinner or just or maintenance, helped with maintenance on the airplane. So participating in this race sparks the imagination of young people to consider a career that they may never have dreamed of. A career that opens many possibilities to them. And I am very passionate about mentoring. I mentor a lot of young ladies to get scholarships for flying. I just finished working with a young lady who was working on her Gold Award for the Girl Scouts, and it has to do with reincorporating aviation into the Girl Scouts. They've taken it away, but the Boy Scouts are still able to do it and fly and earn their aviation patch, but now we're working on getting that back in for the Girl Scouts. I've also developed a Let's Fly Now program, which provides free first flights, focusing on women of flying age, so 14 to 100. We also are happy to fly men and older youth. We had an event at Homestead General last Saturday, and I don't know if any of you were there, but we flew 50 passengers, and you see smiles ear to ear. So when I finished all of these races, I left with a great deal of confidence, improved flying skills, leadership skills, decision-making skills. I felt like I had accomplished something really huge. And when the racers come here, there will be over 100 racers, plus volunteers, plus a dozen board members from the Air Race Classic, plus families and friends. They'll be purchasing food, lodging, etc. in your community. And we do hope that you'll find some ways to help support us at the terminus, and feel free to ask any questions. I actually brought a book that I put together after one of my races, if you'd like to look at that. So thank you.
Well, absolutely, thank you. This is exciting. I remember when the actual races, where they pylon raced P-51s at Homestead Airport in 1979, and thousands of people came here for that.
Mr. Mayor, I'm William Shaw. I'm the host of the Terminus for the 2023 Air Race Classic. So the air races in Reno, this is their last year. So they're looking for a new home. And with this race, then maybe we can convince them to make this the new home race for the Reno, the national air races. The Homestead is a wonderful venue. This is a wonderful city. Let me say a little bit and give my little 3-minute presentation. First of all, thank you for letting us speak tonight, the mayor, the vice mayor, and the rest of the councilmen, and the general public here. Aviation is my passion. I joined the Air Force at 17, and I have 35 years of federal service related to aviation. I am currently with the FAA at the Miami office, and aviation and Homestead. Nothing could go better together than those two things. That this is a great venue. I want to share my passion of aviation with the city of Homestead. I want to share the city of Homestead with my aviation sisters and brethren. That this is a great place. I was the one that brought the race here. That I've been a part of the race for the past 15 years in different functions, volunteering. And then as you see, it's from North Dakota to wonderful, warm South Florida. So we're going to bring the racers here, they're going to see, and then they're going to stay, because it's such a great place. We do need assistance. We do need help. We're looking to the city for financial and in-kind contributions to make this a really showcase and a significant event for the city and for our racers. If, like Myra said, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take any questions afterwards. And thank you for your time.
Well, if there's a way that, and I know that our City Council Tourism Committee, chaired by the Vice Mayor, is already aware of this, and I think, working with it, and certainly, the promotional part, but, I'm excited about being able to again put Homestead's name out there across the entire country
And
as
world.
and the world for the finish line of this very noteworthy and special race.
So this race actually dates back to the 20s and 30s. It started as the Powder Puff Derby,
Mhm.
and then its current format has been since 1977.
Right.
And it, like Yogini had said, that this is the first time that it's been this far south in Florida. And so I'm really excited to have it here and for us to share our passion.
Oh, where I would kind of like to see this go is that if you all could get with the city manager in the next days and kind of give he and his staff an idea of potential financial commitment and what we can do otherwise. Certainly we want to be a big part of welcoming these teams to Homestead.
Yeah,
We want them to
they
want
have
to
the
come back.
dancers and the cheerleaders.
Want to come back
Awesome.
next year so that at our next public meeting, we can get some input for the manager as to what our financial ability is versus your ask, so that we can approve that and move that forward and perhaps help obtain sponsors, significant sponsors, fairly local sponsors for that event. And again, even though the airport's not in Homestead, its name is Homestead General Airport. And hopefully one day.
And this is the city that we're going to showcase.
And 3 years ago, we passed a resolution co-designating it as Curtis Pitts Field. It's been hung up in the county bureaucracy. Maybe we can move that forward in time for the event. But council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. I want to let everyone know that Homestead Executive Jet Center has my full support. I was impressed when you guys came and presented at the tourism committee meeting, and I think there is so much potential that could come not only through the race, but after the race. This is going to give awareness to people interested in getting their pilot's license. We just heard the great story from the young lady that came up and said that she's passionate about aviation as well. And I'd like that epicenter to be in Homestead. I don't want people to have to drive up to, near the airport to go get educated on aviation. If we could have an aviation hub down here in Homestead, that's what I would like to fully support, in addition to the race and the eyeballs that it's going to bring to Homestead. If people aren't aware, there were, I believe, over 120,000 people that came to the air show. I think roughly around those numbers, maybe even 140. So there was a ton of people that came to the air show. This is just an extension of continuing that passion for aviation and what we want to give back to that.
To your point, for every pilot there are 10 jobs or 10 careers that go in supporting that pilot. So if you don't want to become a pilot, there's still a place for you in aviation. And to offer that opportunity, to our young people today, Homestead would be a great epicenter, like the Vice Mayor said, for them.
Yeah, so you've got my full support. Thank you.
Certainly, Homestead has a rich history of aviation. You know that if you know our community. It always has been. Probably in the 50s and 60s, there were more Cubs here per capita than anywhere else in the country. Legend holds it that Delta Airlines started at a little crop dusting field that we now know as Homestead Air Reserve Base. So, this is not a Johnny-come-lately. This is just an extension of that rich history and connection that we do have, so that if you can get with staff and the manager can bring back, so that we can be a part of this to make it happen not only this year, but just to plant that seed of growth, not only for the event, but the amenities that flow from that all year long. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes, real quickly again, absolutely ecstatic to support this type of event in Homestead. It would be really interesting to see what the overall monetary commitment needs to be, because I believe we can reach out to, corporate entities for sponsorships, as well as our commissioners and the county as well. I think we need to, fully put our support behind this in order to make this event happen. And the Reno Air Show just really gets me excited, thinking that we might be able to do something like that down here. So.
We have competitions, but I don't think that there are any competitions for the city of Homestead.
Okay. I love that optimism. Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you, Mayor. This is very exciting. I look forward to seeing how we can collaborate. As an Air Force spouse myself, I know how important pilots are for our community and for our military. And as a Girl Scout mom and co-leader, I see how important this is. So I'll be sure to make sure that our Girl Scouts, at least in our troop, come to this event. I already found the patch that will go with it. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for bringing this to us. And I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, my fellow hosts as well.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you
I
all.
believe one of the racers that are going to race this year will be speaking later.
Okay, good. All right, thank you all. All right, the next person who clocked in and signed up to speak is Wilfredo Rosa. Wilfredo, are you here? Is Wilfredo Rosa here? All right. Mr. Powell, I know you signed up to talk about what looks like the Lennar project. Did you want to hold your comments until the presentation?
Thank you for moving the meetings up to the beginning. I can stay up for this meeting. I can't for the ones at the end. So I thank you for doing that. I proposed that from day one, 2009 with Mr. Bateman. Well, Homestead Police. You look at their cruisers, it says committed to community service. That's beautiful. Okay, every day I go over east on Maury and I head over to the west side to go to the post office, you name it. Okay, I'm on East Maury and I'm going west and I hit 12th Street. Happens to be a car in front of me and a police cruiser on my tail behind me. We're all stopped. One car turns in front of us. We all start to move. Here comes a guy, never slowed down. Red car. So we stopped the second time. We go through, we get to 6th. Same situation. The guy stopped, I'm behind him, the cruiser's on my butt. Okay? Car goes through on our right. The guy in front of me goes ahead. Car comes up on my right. Come on through. I go through. Guess what? I got a police cruiser behind me with lights flashing. I'm pulled over, and I open my passenger side door or window, and an officer comes up and he goes, "You know what you just did? I gave you one rolling stop, and I'm not going to give you a second one." Wait a minute. So he leaves. I give him my license. He leaves. He sits in the cruiser. He comes back, throws a ticket on my seat, and I say, "Wait a minute, where's your body cam?" No answer. I said, "By the way, what happened? Why didn't you pull over the car that never stopped in front of us at 12th Street?" No answer. Okay? So I looked at what is rolling stop? It's an impossible thing. Okay? And there's no rule of thumb says how long. The good rule of thumb is 3 seconds, right? Okay. I've got stuff what stopping is. That's ridiculous. So I get the ticket, and I said to the officer, 80 years I've never had a speeding ticket, and you're going to give me a ticket. No, thank you. Hello, how you doing? Have a good day. Well, when I get to look at the ticket, it says East Bowery Drive, 6th Avenue, traveling west, ran the stop sign violation right of way from stop sign. I don't know if that's a rolling stop, but I contested it. I wish I could have gone to court because I've never been there. I would have loved to face the officer. I had a lot of questions, and they canceled it. I do love our policemen. We need some training.
Is there anyone else wishing to make a public comment? All right, I will close the public comment portion of the agenda. We're now in the portion of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, tabs 1 through 7? Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Right, well, let us finish this, we'll come back. Okay. All right, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilman Roth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila. Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Lawson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, I apologize, I didn't catch the folks over here who were signaling they wanted to make public comment. So I will invite them, I'll reopen the public comments and invite them to the podium.
No speaking English.
Welcome.
Se llama traducir. Yo quiero saber si algún oficial de que trabaja aquí pueden ir a mi casa a tirar fotografías y amenazar a mi esposa. Porque yo compré una casa aquí en el 161, en el 161 de la 20 Street, y desde el día de ese mes pasado no tiene la vida hecho una basura.
So he would like to know if there is an officer that may be able to go to his house to take pictures because his wife has been making ¿qué le está haciendo a la casa?
No, que van a mi casa, me han tirado fotografías a la casa y a mi esposa la han amenazado y diciendo, tú vas a ver lo que va a pasar.
So other people actually from the community have been going to his house and threatening him, saying that they're taking pictures and letting him know that he will be subject to the justice for something in
Me
particular.
han hecho sacar el ID que teníamos nosotros, tuvimos que sacarlo, porque uno de ellos fue ahí a mi casa y nos amenazaron con la policía. Fueron a la policía el día 13. A mi casa iban todos los días, a las 10 de la noche, a cualquier hora.
So then he had an RV in his house, and then these people were going at his house late at night, and were threatening him and telling him that he will get arrested and bringing the police officers to his house late at night time. We're talking about midnight, around that time frame.
So could you explain that there are officers here, that they can, if you can help him communicate that?
Aquí están los oficiales, si desea hablar con ellos, ellos le estarían ayudando para poder resolver su problema.
Ali.
Mira, el señor, otro señor que fue a mi casa, a las 10 de la noche,
He's explaining to them everything that is happening and the person that went actually to his house.
Okay, so, thank you. All right, thank you.
You're
First.
very
Thank you. All right. Is there anything further? Yes, sir. Okay, so before you start, at the beginning of the public comments, I asked for a show of hands as to anyone who wanted to be here to speak with respect to Homestead Youth Baseball. Are you here regarding baseball? Is there anyone else? Anyone else in the audience that intends to speak about Homestead Youth Baseball? Okay, these will be our last speakers. I will be closing the public comments after these speakers. You need a translator? No.
Yeah, I'm translating for him. He
Well,
wants
wait, we have a formal council translator now. So you could, she's on the way back down.
He wants to pass this out into you?
Buenas tardes.
Hello, welcome.
Quiero tratar de ser lo más breve posible, pero eso es, quiero demostrar, por ejemplo, aquí ha venido el señor Carlos García, que es el del que se está hablando en realidad.
He
no
wants
del
to
parque.
show that Carlos Garcia, he has come in here.
La primera vez dijo que él nunca ha retirado a niños porque no han pagado o porque no han dado el dinero. Ahí está una
The
de las
first
pruebas
time-
de que él sí exige el dinero. Hasta no para jugar la liga, que es lo que le compete a él,
The
sino
first
para
time-
pisar el campo.
The first time he came by and he was saying that Carlos Garcia didn't take kids out from the league because of money.
Ok, la primera mentira que dice, aquí.
But that has been a lie.
Ok. Segundo, después vino en la segunda oportunidad diciendo que lo habían agredido verbalmente.
In the second opportunity, he said that the parents had been threatening him. They had been threatening him.
No voy a decir si es verdad o si es mentira, ¿verdad?
He's not
porque
gonna say if it is true or not
yo no estaba ahí.
because he wasn't there.
Pero él sí me nombró que yo fui uno de los que le dije eso cuando yo no estaba.
But the person said that he was one of the persons that actually made the comment when he actually wasn't present in that moment.
Segunda mentira. Se creó, entre paréntesis, se creó una comisión para investigar lo del parque.
So they made a commission into investigating what was going on at the park.
Si ya con todos los años de quejas, me imagino que era suficiente.
So after all these years, they thought that it was going to be sufficient.
Pero bueno, ok, se hizo unas supuestas elecciones para un board
So they made an election for a board for the park,
que tristemente fueron un fraude.
but sadly, it was a fraud.
Es como que si ustedes vienen contra mí,
It was like if you guys would come in against him,
yo pongo las reglas,
he puts the rules,
yo pongo a las personas que van a estar escrutinando los votos, comentando las reglas, pero no dejó que estuviera de la otra parte para que, tú sabes, se viera que todo fuera transparente.
and then you will put somebody there from your side to make it out to be like if it was honest.
Y lo peor de todo,
And the worst part is,
como siempre, que hay un ente que es el juez,
and at the end of the day, there's somebody there that is the judge,
que debería ser la gente de parques y recreaciones,
that actually should be the people from the park.
pero es el abogado defensor de ellos.
But at the end of the day, it's the defensor from their end.
Yendo al punto con todo esto,
But at the end,
estamos viendo que es una persona que por sí sola hablan sus actos, lo que hace es mentir.
so they are seeing that this person is just lying to them.
Y viene y les miente a ustedes en su propia cara.
And then also that person is coming and lying to you, to your
Se
face.
podrán imaginar lo que nos queda de la comunidad.
So you can imagine how the community is feeling right
La
now
impotencia.
and how they are feeling.
Después del board han seguido las represalias con los equipos que no los han dejado jugar.
And then after they made the board, still the teams, they are not being able to play.
Esto está quebrando fuertemente a los niños.
And this is affecting very hard to the kids.
Y por último, y me van a disculpar lo que voy a decir,
And lastly, and I want to apologize before saying what I'm gonna
pero yo me hago una pregunta.
say, but I'm asking myself a
Todo el
question.
mundo me dice que yo vengo aquí a perder el tiempo.
Everybody is telling me that I'm coming here to lose my time.
Ahora me pregunto, ¿será verdad que estoy vendiendo a perder mi tiempo?
And he's asking himself, is this true that he's coming here
Estamos,
to lose
¿en
his
dónde
time?
estamos? ¿En una ciudad de tercer mundo? ¿En un país de primer mundo?
Are we in a third world country?
O sea, necesitamos, o sea, es algo delicado que pasa con niños. Tenemos que ir a, no sé, a padre y familia,
All
¿será?
right, so let me, Mr. Manager, I know that you've been on top of this and privy to a lot of emails back and forth and allegations. Can you help put this to rest for us, or at least weigh in on some of what we've heard tonight?
Absolutely, Mayor. And I take issue with one of the comments the gentleman made, saying that staff was there to give the appearance of fairness. Okay? And nothing could be farther from the truth. Okay? Staff was, number one, there to ensure that we had a proper election. Okay? To ensure that the people voting in the election were actual parents of the children in the league, ensuring that the people that were nominated to sit on the board were actual, once again, coaches or parents in the league by getting their driver's license and ensuring that they're City of Homestead residents. Now, there was constant bickering and harassment from the beginning of the whole process. We even had a parent trying to slip in an individual that had nothing to do with the league, bringing him in and saying, literally, this is a coach in the league, so I'm going to nominate him on the board. And that gentleman became a coach registered online at 2 o'clock that afternoon. So, is Mr. Garcia perfect? No, there's a lot of issues. Staff is dealing with him and he's correcting his issues. okay? But there's the other side of this coin. So now a valid, duly elected board has been put in, voted by the parents of the league. More democratic than that you cannot have. And not only that, the votes were overwhelming. The 4 board members that got elected received over 75% of the votes. So we could keep going back and forth that somebody's a liar, or somebody's doing this, or somebody's doing that. Once again, the city has taken action. We interviewed all the coaches. The majority of the coaches in the league are happy with the league as is. Period. We did anonymous surveys of the parents. We emailed them individually. Each family had 1 vote. Mr. Garcia received an 8 out of 10 in the survey, once again, with the parents being happy with the league. Okay? So, obviously, once again, there's 2 sides here. The city has done its due diligence. A new board has been seated. If he has an issue or a concern, he can go to the board.
And I would add, as far as I understand, that you and our Parks Director are still monitoring all of these issues and are in contact with the board and perhaps even attending meetings. Is that correct?
In fact, Mayor, I have a meeting with the board myself tomorrow.
These are my apologies.
Primero, el survey,
First,
la encuesta,
the survey that they made,
no se le enviaron a todo el mundo.
that they didn't send it to everybody.
De hecho, yo tengo 3 años en la liga y a mí no me la enviaron.
He has 3 years in the league and he didn't receive the survey.
En el board, cuando mucho, habían 26 familias.
In the board, there was just 26 families that were there.
Y hubieron un total de 39 votos.
And there were in total 39 votes.
30 que fueron a favor de ellos.
And 30 was in favor to the other person.
O sea, magia.
So, like magic.
Y eso se ve cuando tú no permites que una parte de la oposición, vamos a llamarlo, esté monitoreando también que se haga todo transparente.
And that happens when the other side were not looking at what was going on.
O sea, el que no quiera ver las cosas, el que no ve las cosas es porque no las quiere ver.
The person that doesn't want to see the things that are happening is because they don't want to see it.
La verdad que, o sea, lo más preocupante, no sé, es lo que vengo diciendo, que a este señor, no sé si serán verdad los rumores, que hay amiguismos, pero vienen con una complicidad de defenderlo.
What worries him is that he feels that everybody's defending the person.
A los niños
and
de los
nobody's
Raptors que los sacaron de la liga o se retiraron los padres, no los dejan jugar.
The kids that were in the other league, they're not letting them play now.
Y tienen que pagar.
And they need to pay.
Pero ahorita
Señor,
que
yo te quería decir que nosotros, obviamente, a todos los que vienen acá, no están perdiendo el tiempo, porque nosotros sí necesitamos saber exactamente lo que está pasando, pero obviamente cuando son esos dos lados, es como que un lado quiere que nosotros vayamos al juicio, a las cortes, y nosotros estamos haciendo todo lo posible con nuestra staff para que pongan las cosas en orden, para que las cosas se hagan justamente, pero parece que nunca van a llegar a un acuerdo y estamos tratando de hacer todo lo posible para llegar a un acuerdo para que sea justo para ambos lados.
Okay. Y lo entiendo.
And he understands that.
Pero cada vez que venimos,
But every time that he comes here,
nos atacan a nuestros
they
hijos.
feel attacked and
No.
they feel that their kids are being attacked.
No, they don't attack everybody because it's on both sides. And what we have tried to do and put in place, lo que hemos tratado de hacer es que el staff de nosotros haga la encuesta que deja que ustedes, entre ustedes, llegan a un acuerdo, porque eso sería lo más justo, like un mediator, not an arbitrator, a mediator, para que lleguen a un acuerdo.
Entiendo.
He understands that.
Pero te estoy diciendo que a no todos les llegaron el survey. Ellos están haciendo, mira, fíjate que es complicado para mí que ver que ellos están manipulando las cosas. Porque si no le están llegando a hacer el survey de los todos, si tú viste que hay menos personas de las que estuvieron en los votos, los que salieron en los votos, que no permitieron que nadie estuviera ahí, o sea,
He will
como digo,
understand
el
that
que
if
no lo quiera
everybody
ver,
will have vote, but not everybody was sent the survey for them to vote. So that's
Okay,
why-
but understand, the survey was not the ballot. There was a separate notice for the election of the board.
Mayor, if I can, regarding the survey to the parents, the city sent out the survey. The survey was sent to one parent of each child on the team. Now, if you had multiple children on a team, on multiple teams or the same team, you got one, okay? And once again, we sent that out, and Parks spoke to each head coach of each team to obtain the roster of the players. Okay? So if the gentleman did not receive an email for a vote, he can, I'll be more than happy to get his email and cross-check, but it was overwhelming. Okay? Once again, the election, a notice was sent out by the league. We have a copy of it. Now, the parents that showed up. Now, once again, not each parent voted, each family voted. So a family can have 10 kids in the league, it didn't matter, you had one vote. So more fair than that, we cannot have done it. Now, we could keep going back and forth here all night long.
Which we're not.
Okay? But the city's done its due diligence. There's a new board in place. In all leagues, you have an issue with the league, go talk to the board members, and that's where that gets resolved. Not here at this council chamber.
Thank you, sir. All right. The gentleman you translated for earlier,
He would like
okay, we have another, okay. Are you familiar with the follow-up that he has?
Yes, so he actually would like to say the name of the person that has been attacking him.
Okay, thank you.
Yo no dije que eran los oficiales. Yo dije, de aquí adelante, el señor vive en la esquina de mi casa. Y él fue que pasó por mi propiedad y tiró fotografía. Y mi esposa le hizo así con la mano que iba a tener problemas.
So what he's saying is that you passed by his house and you took pictures of the front of his property, and then le dijo a su esposa,
Le hizo así con la mano, va a haber problemas.
and then that he told him that to his wife that there was gonna be problems.
Yo no tengo culpa de ser hispano.
That he doesn't have
Yo no
any-
tengo culpa de ser hispano. Y vivo donde compro la propiedad.
So he's saying that he doesn't have any fault of being Hispanic, and that he lives where he bought his property.
He doesn't,
That he lives where he bought his property.
Así mismo lo hizo a mi hija el viernes. Por la cerca. Es de la allá, mi hija en la propiedad de nosotros.
And that the same thing
La que
happened
se
to
va
his
a la Gabriel.
child last week, where you told him about for him to leave his son.
okay, and you might remind him that it is criminal to file a false police report.
Él dice que tiene-
And we're going to end this conversation right here. We're not going to put politics ahead of city business.
que es algo criminal culpar a alguien de algo que no hizo.
Que no hizo.
Llenar un falso reporte
Ok.
a la policía.
Él hizo a mi esposa, brincó la acera en el carro. Mi esposa dijo, ¿qué pasa? Y él tiró fotografía. Para mi propiedad.
Yes, he was mentioning about that you took the pictures from his property and that did happen.
Thank you.
Okay.
I believe that Ms. Brown wanted to speak.
Greetings to all. My name is Julia Brown, and I am a lifelong resident of the city of Homestead area. I am a professional pilot with 1,200 hours of flight experience, an FAA licensed commercial airplane, multi-engine, and single-engine pilot. In addition to that, I have instrument ratings, I'm a commercial glider pilot, and I'm also a glider flight instructor. Additionally, I am pursuing my associate degree with Miami-Dade College in professional pilot technologies. I am asking for the City of Homestead to sponsor me in the Air Race Classic 2023. The first all-women pilots race was held in 1929 and was known as the Women's Air Derby. One of the more notable pilots of the air race was Amelia Earhart. In 1947, the Women's Air Derby was renamed the Powder Puff Derby. Then in 1977, the Powder Puff Derby was reformed into the Air Race Classic and has been conducted since then. Since very few air races happen around the world, some foreign pilots also participate. The 2023 ARC will commence from Grand Forks, North Dakota, will pass through 10 states, covering over 2,684 miles. It will terminate at Miami Homestead General Aviation Airport. The race route is designed to test the pilot's skills and endurance over different terrains, long distances, and in various weather conditions. The race will be flown with single-engine piston airplanes ranging from a Cessna 152 to a Cirrus 22 GT. I will be flying the race in my Grumman Tiger. I have more than 450 hours flight time in this airplane. Why do I want to participate in this cross-country race? I want to participate because flying means freedom to me, and I want to be an example for every girl that we have the ability. The sky is the beginning. I hope to fly with the City of Homestead sponsorship and be an ambassador for the city at each location I land, making our city famous in 10 different states as far north as North Dakota. I'll be piloting my airplane, but I have to raise money for expenses and training. I humbly request the city to sponsor any amount for my venture, and in return, I will extend the goodwill of the City of Homestead, Florida, and will be a good representative. I'll proudly fly with city logos displayed on my airplane and social media. I appreciate your time and consideration. I will fly my best and hope to bring positive attention to our city. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Look forward to greeting you when you land back at Homestead. All right, I am now going to fully, and Mr. Kraft, you didn't wave when I asked for anybody else earlier. We're already an hour into this meeting. You get a lot of leeway most of the time. You did not signal earlier. I missed theirs. You did not. No, I'm sorry. You know my phone number. We can talk tomorrow. Now, all right. Is this regarding baseball? Were you here earlier?
I was here, but I came a little late. My apologies.
2 minutes. We'll set the 2-minute
Okay.
timer.
Thank you, everyone, for allowing us to speak and being here. I really just came. We have a petition. We have over 100 signatures asking the city to help us take back the park and resolve all the issues with Carlos. I have it here. I will give it to the clerk. I know I wasn't really going to talk about the board and all that because I didn't want to, but since it's been brought up, the board consists of 4 members. One of them didn't pass the background check, so now it's 3 members plus Carlos. They're all from one team, and that team is a team that the other side, we are this side, they are this side. So any issues that are coming up, we can't talk to them because it's all one team. I have things in here that you could go ahead, you guys could all read. That team also, that board, chose not to play Lionheart anymore, which is the team that most of our kids are in. So the board already started a little bouncy because they already chose not to play games. They've already chose to close us down. And since they're in full control, because it's 3 from the same team, which to the meeting, the board meeting, something that Mr. Jerry didn't mention, is that only 4 teams showed up out of maybe 12 teams, only 4. 3 of them being the side of Carlos and the rest that they don't even want to deal with it. That's how they got all those points, but all the board members are from one team, and that team is the main retaliation that we're having right now with the retaliation problem. So I did want to bring that up to your attention as well. I have here the petition that's been signed over 100 signatures, as well as if the emails or phone numbers are needed, I do have them. I thank you all for trying to fix this. However, it's nowhere near fixed. And we do need your help, and we hope that this petition does something.
Thank you. So you'll give it to the clerk, and she'll just make copies and distribute it to us, and I'm sure that the manager of the Parks Department will have it as well.
one more thing that I forgot. After this petition started, there was another petition started against us, right, by the board members to remove us. This is a mom of one of the children. They did use pictures of our children without our permission.
That's my son.
And they did also state many things that are false in that petition. So I did want to bring that to your attention that the board spouses are doing things like this. Okay? I have it all.
Thank you.
Mayor,
And I know, Mr.
if I
Manager,
could-
you've addressed the photograph, I believe.
Yes, it was brought to our attention, and Pedro reached out to Mr. Garcia and told him, listen, that's inappropriate, and that survey's been taken offline, as well as the photograph.
Okay, thank you. I am now going to close the
And I
public.
just want to point out, it was one of the spouses of the board member. It was not Mr. Garcia, so.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
please. I think it sets a really bad example for any resident in our community that feels harassed by any sitting council member or mayor. It's really embarrassing to have somebody in the audience come up and say something negative about the representatives that are up here representing our community. And I'm ashamed that that person feels that way at this time.
Appreciate your opinion. All right. Mr. Manager, are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals?
No, Mayor.
You sure?
I wish I could, but
Are
no.
you absolutely positive?
Yes.
All right. Mr. White, take it away.
Yes, Mayor, this is Section 5 on your agenda, the quasi-judicial section. Please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning any items on the quasi-judicial agenda.
Councilman Fletcher? All tabs on every item, all quasi-judicial matters. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Same.
Ms. Bailey? Councilman Roth Avila and myself, full disclosure on all quasi-judicial items before us tonight. Councilwoman Faircloth? Is she still online with us? Disclosure of ex parte? Sounds like she dropped off for a moment. All right.
Okay. So at this time, I'd ask anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak on the quasi-judicial items this evening to please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
So, Mayor, council members, we're going to have to do a little gymnastics here. We're going to have to jump between legislative and quasi-judicial items with respect to the land use matters that we have this evening. The first item for consideration is the Aspen Estates subdivision. Tab 17 is a rezoning, which is legislative, but the corresponding variance request, which is tab 8, the site plan request, which is tab 9, and the tentative plat, which is tab 10, are quasi-judicial items. So I can introduce each one of those into the record. You can have a collective discussion, public hearing, and then at the conclusion, take a separate vote in that order on each one of those items. So that's the will of the council.
Yes, thank you, Mr. White.
So tab 17 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc. of an approximately 37-acre parcel of land from agricultural zoning district to one family, 1/2 acre estate A2 zoning district for property generally located on the northwest corner of Southwest 304th Street and Southwest 192nd Avenue, Tower Road, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is second and final reading. Tab 8, car number 3757, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a variance request from Section 30-98(1) Building Site Requirements of the City Code ordinances to permit a minimum building lot area of 15,000 square feet for each single-family dwelling unit, where a minimum 1/2 acre or 21,780 square feet building site or lot area is required for each single-family dwelling unit for the development of a new residential subdivision totaling 75 one-story dwelling units on approximately 37-acre parcel of land, generally located on the northwest corner of Southwest 304th Street, Southwest 192nd Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. Tab 9 is the corresponding site plan resolution. Car number 3755 is the resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc. for the development of a new residential subdivision totaling 75 one-story dwelling units on approximately 37-acre parcel of land, generally located on the northwest corner of Southwest 304th Street and Southwest 192nd Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. And finally, tab 10, car number 3756, is the tentative plat aspect. This is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting tentative plat approval as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc. for the development of a new residential subdivision totaling 75 one-story dwelling units on an approximately 37-acre parcel of land, generally located in the northwest corner of Southwest 304th Street and Southwest 192nd Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Cordino.
Okay, so well, I'm going to start off with an explanation of what this is. That we'll walk through the most complicated part, the one, and then we should go from there. So this is an application by D.R. Horton, and they're required. It's called Aspen Estates, and it consists of 75-unit residential subdivision on about 37 acres of land, and we know where it is: Southwest 304th Street, Southwest 192nd Avenue. It's about 36.81 net acres. It's zoned agricultural with a future land use designation of estate density, so it can be brought in and be estate density residential. That's not really a problem. It's currently occupied by a nursery. It's got adequate access. It's got 50-foot right-of-ways. It's got everything they need. It's got 4 different model units that they have there. Some of them with 3-car garages and whatnot. So the development looks good from that point. The part where we have an issue with this is in the variance. The variance they're trying to go for is for the lot size variance. The minimum lot size that we're allowed to have in this district is 21,780 feet. And the applicant is asking for variances on all of the units, some at 15,000 feet, some of 15,000 feet, some at 18,000 feet, and one at 21 something, just shy of that. So we don't believe that there is a hardship. Okay, so we've got 40 of the 75 total lots are at 15,000 feet, 21 are at 18,000 feet, 13 are at 19,000 feet, and one's about 21,000 feet. So all of them are below the 21,000 feet. Most of them are a couple thousand feet below. The predominant number of units are about 15,000 feet, a little bit above 15,000 feet. So we've looked at that. We've looked at the code. We looked at the variance criteria, and we don't believe the applicant has a hardship on this, or at least it's a self-created hardship, And so we're recommending denial of the variance. When you recommend denial of variance, if you should recommend denial of the variance, you would end up recommending denial of the site plan and denial of the T-plat just because you can't do it if you don't have a variance. We are recommending approval of the zoning code change because it fits if you were to build units at the 21,780 square feet. So that's the staff recommendation, denial of the variance, and then subsequently denial of the site plan and the plat, and approval of the rezoning. I'll answer any questions if you have.
So any initial questions for Mr. Corradino before we hear from the applicant? Good evening.
Good evening, Melissa Tapinas with law offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. It's my honor to be before you this evening representing D.R. Horton, America's largest home builder. I'm joined this evening by Javier Tavel with D.R. Horton, our traffic engineer, Juan Ortega, Omar Armenteros, our surveyor, as well as my partners, Maritza Harrow and Dan Espino. We're here to respectfully request your approval of tabs 8, 9, 10, and 17 to allow the development of 75 custom estate homes, introducing a high-end product that will increase property values throughout the city of Homestead, and particularly this neighborhood. Before you on the screen is the property. It is 37 acres of land, as Mr. Corradino mentioned. It is at the westernmost municipal boundary of the city of Homestead. Just to the west is the Aspen West Estates, which is in Miami-Dade County, being developed by D.R. Horton. To the east, you've got 192nd Avenue, and Miami-Dade County is at the south as well. I should mention that the applications before you this evening were transitioned to our law firm on March 31st from prior counsel, and since we've been engaged, we've made significant changes to the proposed plans, and they've all been submitted into the record. So we ask you for your indulgence as we go through this presentation. We're here this evening, as Mr. Corradino mentioned, for second reading of the rezoning from agricultural to A2. We're also seeking approval of lot size variances to allow lots varying from 15,000 square feet to over 21,000 square feet, where that 21,700 plus square feet is required. We're also asking for tentative plat approval and site plan approval for those 75 estates. Before you is the city's comprehensive plan's future land use map. You'll see that the property is designated estate density residential, similar to the properties to the east. The zoning map shows before you, and the existing is agricultural, and we're asking for a rezoning to A2, which is consistent with your comprehensive plan, and staff is recommending in favor of it. Notably, the estate density designation is implemented by the A1 and A2 zoning districts. The city does not have a zoning district that implements the permitted density of 2.5 units per acre. As you can see on the screen, the comprehensive plan assumed that other districts may be added in the future to implement this estate density designation, and that's been highlighted before you. After the A2 zoning district, the next residential zoning is R1, which allows up to 7,500 square foot lots, which we believed was inappropriate and incompatible with this area. Instead, what we've done is provide a transitional district that allows between 15,000 and 21,000 square feet in order to implement the comprehensive plan's 2.5 units per acre. We are proposing 2.02 units per acre, and notably, if you divide the 37 acres of land by the required 21,780 square feet, you'll have 75. And those are the 75 units that we are proposing before you. As part of our research, we conducted a lot size compatibility analysis. On the screen, you'll see color-coded subdivisions and the mean lot area for each one of those subdivisions. They're also in chronological order. You'll see number 1 is Aspen Estates East. That is the one before you today, where the median lot size is just under 17,000 square feet. And at the very bottom, you'll see the Orange Grover Manors, which was the first subdivision in this area at 13,715 square feet on average. You'll see that the subdivisions in yellow are the ones that are under 15,000 square feet, and there are 12 of these subdivisions in this immediate area. You'll have in blue, including the Aspen Estates East, all the subdivisions that are over 15,000 square feet. In green, you'll have the ones that are over 18,000 square feet, and then you'll have the 11 subdivisions that are over the 21,000 square feet. You'll see that those are immediately to our east. I think what's very notable about this slide is that historically in this area, you'll have lots that are in fact much smaller, and it is historical to this neighborhood, ranging from the 1920s and 1950s. As we mentioned, we're trying to transition the lot sizes within these 37 acres. So before you, you'll notice that this is the 37 acres of land known as Aspen Estates. None of the lots are 15,000 square feet or less. 40 of the lots are over 15,000 square feet, and we've lined the 192nd Avenue frontage as well as the 304th Street frontage with larger lots, specifically 21 lots that are 18,000 square feet, 13 lots that are over 19,000 square feet, and 1 lot that is over that 21,000 square feet. Notably, there is no access to 192nd Avenue from the project. All access is to the north, the south, and the west. Now, what we've done in order to really make up for the lot sizes is bring to the city of Homestead a caliber of project that has yet to be seen in the city of Homestead, and we know that many of council as well as the community has wanted to bring a high-end upscale product to the city, and this is our commitment at D.R. Horton. In response to community concerns, what we've done is change the plans since first reading, and the first reading was held in January. And what we've done is each one of these homes and estates are not a cookie cutter neighborhood. They're all unique, and I'll show you the elevated architectural designs and interiors, as well as the sophisticated landscaping and curb appeal that we're proposing as part of this project. We are unifying the neighborhood by providing cohesive fencing and hedging with each of the estates at the time of construction. Many of these neighborhoods, the actual hedging and fencing is one that is optional, and we believe that that is not consistent with an estate home community. We're also introducing the trademark of Emerald Series. That is a trademark product of D.R. Horton, which is both resilient and upscale as it relates to the interior amenities. We're also introducing the concept of a farm-to-table estate garden for hobby gardening within each one of the estates, as well as a commitment to community-sourced agriculture. And we'll tell you more about our proposed collaboration in a few minutes. Each of these estate homes will have a flag display feature. As I mentioned, there will be no access to Southwest 192nd Avenue, and in fact, we are constructing over half a mile of a linear parkway along 192nd and 304th Street as a linear parkway that will be open to the overall community and neighborhood. So I mentioned that this will not be a cookie cutter neighborhood. In fact, each estate will be custom. There are 4 models that I'll walk you through, 5 architectural styles that are each distinct in their own right, as well as 12 color schemes. Together, there are 240 permutations, and D.R. Horton will be pre-selecting each of these models and architectural styles as well as color schemes within each lot, so that each home is distinct and individual, which is compatible with the surrounding community and specifically the homes to our east. So these were the original Bellister model renderings that you saw at first reading, the classic, the coastal, the contemporary, and modern. We've added a 5th known as the farm model, and these are the revised renderings of the Bellister model. You can see in the classic architectural style, we've added distinct architectural details to the roof eaves, as well as glass along all the durable hurricane-resistant garage doors. We've added those traditional shutters. In the coastal model, again, each one of the garages are unique, and we've added the Bahama-style shutters, as well as the contemporary model with the rock natural facade and unique streamlined horizontal and vertical window treatments, all impact glass, and of course the modern with more streamlining that you'll see before you. This is the revised rendering of the farm model, and you can see the trellis along the 3rd car garage, adding to it a unique architectural facade, as well as the upscale landscaping and hardscaping that brings some uniqueness to this estate community. This is the classic model. As I mentioned, you have the impact-resistant glass in the garages, the upscale lighting fixtures. This is the contemporary model with the rock facade walls, as well as the pavers at a more close-up image of the landscaping. This is the Camden model, as you saw at your first reading. And this is the Camden model as proposed and in your packet this evening, with the classic, coastal, contemporary, and modern styles. This is specifically the 5th distinct architectural style of the farm rendering, where you can see the shutters, the trellis, the roof eaves. And this is the coastal with the unique garage doors, Bahama-style shutters, upscale landscaping, and hardscaping. This is the classic model with the concrete roof tiles, again, hurricane-resistant doors, windows, and garages. And this is the modern. This is the 3rd of the models, known as the Destin, as you saw at your first reading. And this is what we're proposing to you today. This is the farm-style model, and you can see in some of these renderings the concrete relief. Here it is in a vertical plane. And here with a different color, you can see some of the details of the garage doors that we'll be offering and providing in each one of these pre-selected estates. This is the classic model, and again, you see the roof eave architectural details along with the garage doors to provide lighting. And this is the contemporary with the natural facade walls. This is the last of the models, known as the Fraser model, as you saw it at first reading. And this is the revised renderings that are before you today. This is the farm model, and you can see it introduces a nice porch area as well as the fixtures to go along with the farm distinct architectural style. And we'll be speaking about the flag displays, but would be the typical location. And here you have an alternative to that barn model for those who like to use their third car garages as a gymnasium. You have a nice porch over that third car garage. And this is a close-up to that Fraser model alternative. This is the contemporary. This is the coastal, and you can see how each garage, roof treatment, as well as light fixtures are all different, as well as the shutters. This is the modern. And here you have a rendering of the community as it relates to the cohesive style fencing and hedging. It really is nice to bookend each one of these estate homes with a natural hedge in order to divide each home, but all be open to the driveways as well as the roadways that unite the neighborhood. We're also providing aluminum actual fencing to divide each property. And this is a street view of the community and how those hedges will give that kind of pedestrian scale to each one of these homes. This is a rendering of the community. Again, no one home will be identical. They all have their own individual style. And here it's important to note that we're not asking for any other variances except that lot size variance. So for purposes of the view to each one of these homes, we're not asking for a front setback variance, so each one of these homes will have at least a 50-foot front setback. We're also not asking for any side setbacks, so each one of these homes will have at least 25 feet on each side, which will add to about 50 feet at our typical setting. We do have one Fraser model that all four models are 50 feet wide. The Fraser model is 65, so we'll be pre-selecting the lots, so it provides for that uniformity as it relates to side setbacks. So again, the need for the lot size variance is one of depth. And if we were to divide the 37 acres of land by the required lot size, the number is 75, and that is exactly what we're proposing. So I mentioned to you the upscale amenitizing of each estate home as part of D.R. Horton's Emerald series. This is the first Emerald series in Miami-Dade County since the Great Recession. It is the first in the city of Homestead. This is D.R. Horton's most upscale product. They have impact-resistant windows and doors, durable metal doors, 24 by 24 tile, upscale kitchen features, smart home technology, energy-efficient air conditioning and heating systems, modern bathrooms with high-end fixtures, and of course, all the warranties that you would expect in this caliber of community. These are some of the interior model photographs, and you can see that there is a lot of natural light in this great room. The sliding glass doors are 8 by 12 feet. There's elevated ceilings. You see the 24 by 24 large tiles, as well as the high-end kitchen features, including a waterfall island at each of these estate homes. And this photograph also gives you the opportunity to enjoy the natural light from the hurricane-resistant front doors to that sliding glass door. You also see how the other rooms are unified to the great room through these kinds of soffit features. And the bedrooms are all high-end as well, with nice finishing, as well as 5-inch baseboards. And these bathrooms are exactly what you would anticipate in the sanctuary of our homes, with frameless showers, high-end vanities, and tubs. So I mentioned introducing the farm-to-table estate gardens with each one of these 75 estates. We are not only selling homes, we're selling the South Dade community and lifestyle. So we're introducing this 10-foot by 15-foot hobby farm in the rear backyard for each one of these estates. We're also committed to community source agriculture. We've made an offer to the most well-known of the local community source agriculture farming programs, where they basically provide through a monthly subscription service the opportunity to buy half shares and full shares. Our proposed partnership is intended to be part of the welcome package for the Emerald Series, as well as provide possibly the D.R. Horton sales centers as pickup sites for not only our homeowners, but also the community at large to enjoy. As I mentioned, each one of these estates will be outfitted with flag display features. And I mentioned early on that the plan has been revised to provide no access to 192nd Avenue, the larger estates bordering 192nd and 304th Street. And here you can see the linear parkway that we've introduced, again, half a mile, a quarter mile along 192nd, another quarter mile along 304th Street. And specifically, this is what we mean by a linear parkway. You saw in many of our renderings, nice landscaping in the rear. This is where it's looking at that viewpoint. We're introducing a 10-foot landscape buffer along with double loading shade trees to create a nice canopy for running, walking, bicycling. And this will be a community amenity, the first in the city of Homestead to serve the overall community, not just the project itself. This is another rendering from a south perspective. So with that, I conclude my presentation. D.R. Horton is eager and excited to deliver this caliber of product that the council and the community have requested for decades now. This is truly a one-of-a-kind community that we have been advocating for, and it's our pleasure to deliver it. With that said, I respectfully request time for rebuttal, and I urge your support this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Council, unless there are any objections, I know we have a full house tonight. It looks like neighbors from the surrounding subdivisions, and I'd like to give them the opportunity first to weigh in and ask any questions or make the comments they would like to make. So I'd like to invite whoever would like to speak for or against this or give us your comments or questions. Come on down. We've got a 3-minute time clock. We just need your name and address for the record. So who wants to break the ice? Come on down.
Good evening. My name is Miriam Rodriguez, and I own several homes at Westbury Estates, which is on the other side of 192nd Avenue. My daughter and my son, which he's a police officer, he lives there too, and we made Westbury our home, our community to grow. My daughter is going to have a baby now. That's going to be like the family home there. I'm very concerned about, they closed down, I went to the town meeting in January, and I saw that they had 2 openings coming to 192nd Avenue, which is where Westbury Estates is at. And I was very concerned about that because of the traffic. Now I saw that she's saying, the attorney's saying that there's no exit to 192nd. I saw on that plat that there is going north. If you see that, if they exit through there, they have to make a right or a left. Most likely they will make a right and they would go into Westbury Estates, where to get to 187 Avenue. As it is right now, if you go in the morning or in the evening, the traffic is it's hard on 304 and on 296 and 187. I do believe that so many homes will create more traffic in that area, which I'm sure that the homeowners, that there's quite a few here, will not appreciate that. At the same time, I also do not see why they can't build the half acre they are entitled to. Why do they have to have 15,000 square feet lots? That whole area, most of that area does have bigger lots. Westbury has 28,000 square feet on their lots. So I really am not very happy with the idea of the 15,000 square feet. I feel that the 21 is more than fair. Thank you.
Thank you. So that we don't lose track, I want to ask the attorney to come up and clarify a couple of your concerns very quickly. A confirmation that there is no access under this plan to Southwest 192nd Avenue.
Can you show that plat that she had?
Well, she's got the controller. And it's, quite frankly, some of it is hard to see on our screens here. We've got a smaller version here in front of each of us.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. So here you can see that there is no access, and the one to the north is an existing right-of-way that has been there as part of the original plat, over 50 years old. So our intention is...
That is going to be where the traffic is going to be coming to Westbury, because they're going to make a right to avoid all the traffic on 304 and 296, and there is going to be a lot more homes than if it was half acre.
So as I mentioned earlier, and may I through the chair?
Sure.
Through the chair, each one of this property is 37 acres of land, and using that half-acre model, it is 75 units. This property specifically, as it relates to your traffic that you're mentioning, and I do have Juan, our traffic engineer here, and he can make a full presentation. We also have the synchro analysis for videos, if it would be helpful to see that. That has been submitted into the record. But most importantly, in our morning peak hour, we have programmed 58 trips. That means that there will be one car for every 2 minutes and 6 seconds. So it's not going to be traffic as you think. It's 75 homes only. In the afternoon, we anticipate that there'll be 77 trips during the 2-hour peak between 4 and 6, and that means one car every minute and 55 seconds. So we don't anticipate that this project will generate any additional traffic. In fact, the levels of service will continue to remain the same in this area.
As it is right now on 304 and 296 in the morning and the afternoon, and 187, there is a lot of traffic, because it's only a two-way, one way. So building more homes there will duplicate more traffic. And let's face it, right now, nowadays, every home has at least 3 cars. Not one anymore, 3, some of them even have 4.
They have 3-car garages, so that's what we would anticipate. But again, because it's the single-family home, this is what is produced by or generated, the trips that are generated. So it's not like a multifamily or commercial. It is simply estate-style communities, and there's no difference between the number of units. Density is, again, 2 units per acre.
If they were in half acres, how many homes would be in that area? Was it like 52 or something like that?
So the difference is that we are adding drives, private drives along. You see that in the interior. So when we look at density, right, it's still that those two units per acre, just like your half acre. The difference is that we're adding the driveways.
But if you were to do it at 20, if it was 21,000 and you were to do, how many homes was there? Wasn't there supposed to, in the town hall meeting, I think there was like 52 homes?
Again, I mentioned that I've, sorry.
52 homes.
I think that's one way of coming up with
52 to
it.
75, there's a difference of 20-something homes at 3 cars each. The numbers do not add up. Sorry.
So the numbers do add up. It's 37 acres, and
Does
we're
not add
providing.
up. The numbers do not add up.
Well,
That's
I
your
appreciate
opinion,
it.
and this
I
is mine.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Rodriguez. Next.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you going to, let me ask the attorney a quick question, Claire. You indicated there was a traffic animation that's available. Is that correct? Do you have that as part of the package here, the traffic animation?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And we could
So,
provide that.
okay. So we'll get to that, but let's hold off on that and have the next resident. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. Jim Hamilton. I'm at 1620 Northwest 19th Street, Westbury Estates. Back in 1989, I moved to Homestead. I lived in Kendall. I moved to Homestead. And why did I move to Homestead? I moved to Homestead because I didn't like the rat race in Kendall. I've lived in Westbury Estates since 2005. I lived in another part of the city of Homestead in 1985. Had an opportunity to move out to Westbury Estates to get my dream home, to be able to live someplace where I wasn't on top of everybody, and also being able to live a very peaceful life without a lot of commercial and development. You can do all the studies that you want to do, but you got to listen to the people that live in the community. Every day I have to get up. I work, my main office is right off Coral Roost Drive. It takes me 1 hour. If I don't get to the turnpike by 6 o'clock, it generally takes me 45 minutes to an hour to get there. And we see that they extended the turnpike, made it 3 lanes, and it's just bumper to bumper traffic heading north. When you come home in the afternoons, there's certain choke points that get done at 296th Street, 4-way stop. You can have a half a block of cars moving up. Same thing at 304th. All these areas, when you go to Chrome and 15th Street, the traffic gets backed up almost 2 blocks to get through that intersection. My concern is once this property's developed, people are going to start cutting through the neighborhoods to take shortcuts around these major choke points that exist today. I propose that 192nd Street or Avenue, actually we find ways to block it so people cannot cut through neighborhoods to take the shortcut to come back on the 304th and go through there. Right now, that is one part of that's 2 lane down to 1 lane. There's already a guardrail that separates it, and I would like to see that continue all the way through and block access. As of today, people cut through on 192nd, go down the dirt road to get to 296th Street to head out to the school that's a little farther west of there. You can do all the traffic studies. I respect what they say, but unless you live there, you absolutely understand what we're talking about and what our concern is. Prior to coming to this meeting, the lawyer called our home and said that she wishes, all she asked for is an open mind. Well, I'm going to return the same thing. I want them to have the same open mind that people that live there today have, that if this was being developed and they lived next door to that, what would they want? And that's what we're really wanting to consider. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask, and I don't know, come on up, but I want to ask our planning director, when the property is, do you have in front of you, is 192nd dedicated, or, well, what's its status? Is it just a zoned right-of-way or dedicated at a point that would be roughly from the northeast corner of this project?
Can't tell from the graphics I got. I think that what probably needs to happen there is I would have to check the right-of-way maps.
Well, and I guess what I'm getting at is more or less where the last speaker was talking about there was a guardrail and it went from 2 lanes to 1 lane. That is generally, I believe, the northern boundary of this project. But
correct.
If someone came along, that the rest of that may not be improved, but it's probably already dedicated or would be dedicated, and potential future development to the north of this project.
Those are my thoughts. That the 192nd it appears to be a section line road or a half section line
Right.
road anyway, and it should be one way, at least one lane in each direction.
Right.
If not, as development tends to occur and concurrency takes place, where you need to provide the infrastructure along with the development that you're providing out there, a lot of these things can be may often warrant to be wider than that. We looked at the traffic study and we had no issue with it in the existing condition with the development that's going to be there. So I don't think it's necessarily an issue right now, but in the
Right,
future.
But I just thinking big picture, that I think we got two competing issues here. One is the avoidance of shortcuts through the existing neighborhoods to get to this project, which the layout of this project does that. But understand in the future that that's a county dedicated roadway. That's going to be there. We cannot, I don't think we can stop people from utilizing that now in the future as a dedicated right-of-way, 192nd Avenue. I mean, I understand the issues.
No, I don't believe so. I think the county, under the county's jurisdiction, and it needs to be used as a right-of-way.
It's going to have to be at least one lane.
In each direction.
Okay.
So the problem that we have in developing areas like this is like we're built on a grid, basically a half a mile grid, and that there's, blocking off roads is a self-defeating action. It just creates more traffic. We think it's going to be less. It may stay out of the neighborhood because you can't get into the neighborhood, but there's so much less capacity if you had a connected grid less than a half a mile. So there might be more traffic going through the neighborhoods, but it likely wouldn't meet any county traffic calming threshold or any of that. And it's probably better for the community as a whole to have more access than less access.
Well, to put it, 192 would go along the edge of the existing neighborhoods, but the elimination of the access to the project from 192 ends the temptation to take a shortcut through the neighborhood is what and I get two separate issues, but both very. So go ahead. I'm sorry. You, ma'am. Go ahead.
That's okay. So it's just a general comment. It's Valerie C. Schultz. I live at 1771 Northwest 17th Street, Redlands Best, right next to this. And it's just a general comment because I just heard it not too long ago, and I've heard it at other zoning meetings. It's only 75 homes, but we're forgetting, and you were, I think, going towards that path. Right next to this nursery is a farm, and we're pretty sure that's sold or being sold. So that's more houses. Right next to that, in unincorporated Dade, is another project through Bama it's another developer on 296 and 197, and I think they're proposing 67 homes. So it's not just 75 homes, it's more than that. Plus D.R. Horton just built another development right across the street from us. More homes, Redland Reef, that was another empty lot. I used to play ball with my dogs over there. Hundreds of people. So it's just and I see further down the agenda, there's another 1,200 townhomes or something that's across the street, but it's Homestead. It's traffic, it's our roads, it's our schools, it's our stores, it's our first responders, our police, our fire. Big hurricane comes and you want to evacuate. I didn't go anywhere when Irma hit, but everybody that did swore they'd never leave again because they couldn't get out. But that's not it. It's just we've got to stop thinking it's only 75 houses, or it's only it was another Horton meeting a couple of years ago. It was only 23 homes. It's not. It's hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds. So, and do the math.
Thank you. But to clarify, Ms. C. Schultz, to clarify, would you be objecting to this project if it was brought down to the 52? I mean, it's got a land use designation of half-acre lots, whatever that means.
You can't keep people from selling their land. You know, the kids don't want to run the farms, you know, it's not what they want to do. The development's coming, and it's just a general comment. If we're going to do it, let's think big picture and not this one and that one and that one. So
Absolutely.
would I be I like what, you know, I like the changes. I thought they really did come back with what was said, but, and 192 is an issue, but you know, I hear you. It's,
All right, who'd like to go next? Mr. Powell?
I have to get in my city time. Well, I've been involved 20 years here in Homestead with mayor, many occasions. I have sat on planning and zoning for 12 years, 4 as a chair. Well, if people on the west side, if you want to talk about traffic, come on over to the east side. Come on over to Campbell, come on over to Kingman, try to get on the turnpike from Kingman in the morning. They haven't built any single family over there except Porta Vida in 20 years. Everyone, Malibu, Waterstone, Bay Winds, they're all townhouses. Well, we started out when I first was on planning and zoning with 15,000 square foot lots, 10, 12, 5, 4. We have lots now that are 3,000 square feet. And so now they got to go 2 stories. So you reach out and you get a cup of coffee from your neighbor. Well, folks, I don't like it either, but let me tell you, that's a lot better than you wait and put townhouses in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Who'd like to speak next? All right, Mr. Kraft, you're up. Well, ma'am, we'll have you after Mr. Kraft. Let's get him a microphone.
Thank
So
you.
You got your 3 minutes of fame.
Yeah, but you know what, Mary? I cannot help it.
All right,
I'm
don't
just
waste
like
precious
you.
seconds.
No, anyway, what I'm saying, those nice people living in the community next door, they have a fair thing to say. I understand their concern loud and clear. We know what happened out there when they were in January, when the people were out there because Guzman, sitting next to you, he had a town hall meeting. And the same was presented, same size. Now we put the young man in a suit. It's still the same stuff, just in a suit, right? I like the houses. The houses are beautiful. The lots are just too small. Like you said, what about 52 units? 52 houses on the same 60-something acres. That might seal the deal, but then DR will not make the revenue that they are trying to gain here. I think we should listen to the voters, because you are up for election, Guzman is up for election, Larry is up for election, Fletcher is up for election. You're all against density. That's your motto, right? You don't want to have high-rises. You don't want to have anything above 7 stories high. Why try to let, every time we have something where we have a developer, hey guys, go to Homestead, they changed the code. We have a code for a purpose, right? We're spending money on renewing the code. That's why we have the code. It's very simple. Staff recommended, say no. I'm not an architect. I'm not a civil engineer or anything like that, not even remotely, right? I know when to listen to the experts. You have a staff, highly educated people who have spent years and years and years in school, right? They give you the best assessment. This is what we recommend. I know you guys are elected by the voters. Listen to the voters. Staff are backing them up. They don't want it, right? Make it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kraft. On down. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Noemi Garcia. I'm living in new community, the Grove, for Dia Horton. It's in the Crown Avenue between 292 and 292nd. I'm living there. It's a new community. I'm super happy because it's a big house with 3-car garage. I have two car. I don't use the garage for the car really. Like a lot of my neighborhood, everybody have a lot space, but it's for be nice, a big house. About the spaces, 50,000 square foot is a lot really for a house. Usually, I saw the people, we buy a house, a big house and big lot, usually for stay nice. But really, I'm very happy, I'm so happy living in D.R. Horton house. She's
I'm
one
also
of my
a brand new
neighborhood.
homeowner. I come from Color Bay. Good evening. I also enjoy, this is my second D.R. Horton home. I bought one in Color Bay and now I moved down here, so I'm really looking forward to enjoying Homestead. I love the homes. I understand how the community feels, but I'm really happy that they built that home because now we're able to expand. We wanted more land and we wanted a more comfortable home, although it's kind of the same thing. We had a 4-3 and this is a 4-3 as well. But we wanted, we really love this environment and I'm really happy that the opportunity was there for us to actually come and move to a place that was gonna accommodate our family better. And so.
Also, Homestead is rural. No, Miami on the north, we don't have more land. The land is here. Unfortunately, everything changed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
In Spanish, please.
The translator?
Hola, mi nombre es Francis Lucena. Soy propietaria de una casa de D.R. Horton en Marbella. Es afortunadamente mi primera casa.
Hello, my name is Frances, and she's actually she has a property in Marbella.
Estoy sumamente feliz porque la ciudad de Homestead me permitió la oportunidad de formar mi familia más grande en una casa hermosa.
She's very happy that she's actually able to live right here in Homestead, and the Homestead had brought to her and her family many happiness.
Amo la comunidad y las construcciones de D.R. Horton porque confieso que hice muchas comparaciones antes de adquirir una casa.
She loves the properties that D.R. Horton makes, and she's very happy that she got the opportunity to buy one.
Así que estoy 100% de acuerdo y invito a toda la comunidad que promuevan cada día más comunidades y urbanismos como estos que nos brindan una unión familiar, nos brindan una mejor calidad de vida con mucho ambiente. Amo la ciudad de Homestead, es mi lugar como que me brinda paz.
So she's in agreement with the D.R. Horton community. She's very happy that actually they have been able to bring to this community the happiness to the families, and that she's completely aware of everything, and that she definitely would like to see this happening for other families as well.
Mis vecinos y amigos también aman mucho las comunidades de D.R. Horton y particularmente la zona de Homestead.
My neighbors and my family and friends, they really like the city of Homestead, as well as what the D.R. Horton does for the community and the new project that they have coming up.
Así que me encantaría que hubiesen muchos más urbanismos, como también desarrollos como malls, gastronomía, para que la ciudad de Homestead pueda crecer como muchos lugares de la Florida. Y confío que así será.
So she would like to see the city of Homestead continue growing, as well as having more malls, having more gastronomy in the city. So in that way, we can grow all up together as a community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else from the neighborhood? Sure, last chance. Here, we've got one coming down, I think. Hi, good evening.
How you doing? Good evening, Mayor. My name is Jorge Gallegos, 2015 Southeast 3rd Street. I'm pretty much going to talk about the D.R. Horton project. Long story short, born and raised in Homestead, James Archer Smith. I'm a Homestead boy. I'm actually a first responder. I work for the City of Miami Fire Rescue. I worked at Baptist Health Homestead Hospital. I'm a registered nurse as well, and I'm still practicing as well. I honestly think, being honest with you guys, it's a very, very bad idea of building 75 homes, adding more homes where we're at. I'm going to talk to you my experiences as it is. The emergency room is super, super packed, okay? I worked 5 years in Homestead Hospital. I currently work at South Miami Hospital. The amount of people that leave that emergency room to go to South Miami Hospital is ridiculous because they can't get proper care. It's overpopulated. That hospital is not built for these many people coming in here. Yes, I like growth. We all like growth. I'm happy for that as well. But the thing is that the infrastructure at this very moment isn't built for the capacity of these people coming in. You look left and right. There's homes being built every single corner, okay? It's ridiculous for me to drive to take my kids to school, a 20-minute to 30-minute round trip from where I'm at, with too many people here. The turnpike for me to get to work, okay? Yes, I work for the fire department, 9 shifts a month I work. But for me to leave my house, to go down to Alapata, an hour and a half to hour, 45 minutes, I have to leave my house at 5:30 to be on shift on time, is ridiculous. This is at least the change has happened in the last 5 years. On top of that, they added a 3rd lane on the turnpike, thinking it was going to stop the decongestion. It doesn't even touch it. I know someone spoke about the traffic before. It is ridiculous. What I'm just trying to say is, the homes are going to be built no matter what. Just build the bare minimum that we can. That's it.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Well, good evening. My name is Julio Rodriguez. My home address is 1631 Northwest 19th Street in the development there that we just spoke about. D.R. Horton is a nice company of building homes, no doubt about it. They do make the best homes, and they do make a lot of projects come nice and beautiful. But I purchased 3 properties inside that development in there. I got over a lot of money involved in there if you look at the prices these days, and I just bought recently. I was looking forward to the nice living out of a home out in the country where there's spaces for everybody to live, where I can plant my fruit trees, okay, and walk out on the street in the afternoon with my kids or my grandkids and go around and don't be worried about cars hauling down the street, maybe running over somebody. And by increasing the homes that they want to increase in that development, we were looking that in the future we're going to need more police officers in that area. We're going to need more fire department in that area. We're going to need more street, more garbage people, more things. So our taxes are going to go completely haywire when it comes to that, because the city of Homestead is going to have to do it. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to pay these people. So what I'm thinking about is, if they want 50 homes, half an acre, I'm willing to go with that. But there's also an exit to 192nd, which they were not pointing out, that on the north end. They have to make a right, and they'll be going into 192nd. And I am sure people are going to cut through all these houses and all these streets when the traffic gets in a bad jam. So thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hello. My son lives in the neighborhood with his family.
you got twice as many houses as you should have. The garages will put, you're lucky you can get a Volkswagen in. You look at the backyard, you're not gonna put no pools in there. Has it got water? Has it got sewers? You don't want well water there. You don't want more septic tanks. You don't want to turn Homestead into what we just saw, the tragedy up in Fort Lauderdale. You're going to put concrete, asphalt all over Homestead. It can't be done. South Florida isn't made for this. Look at Brickell. Every time it rains, it floods. It's not meant for all those skyscrapers. Look at Miami Beach. 1926, there was a hurricane like Andrew that hit downtown Miami and Miami Beach. There's 6 feet of water all over Miami Beach, not ankles. And the next time that happens, the world's coming to an end. But it happened almost 100 years ago. You can't keep building like this. You can't even put a swimming pool in the backyard. It's too much. We're not made for that here. All you gotta do when the rainy season comes, it's gonna flood. You just see what happened in Fort Lauderdale, those poor people, 4 feet of water coming through the windows. You gotta do something. You're overdeveloping. You gotta pull back. I built homes with my dad in the 50s, 60s, Coral Gables, South Miami. You don't see them flooding there. They didn't know what was available. You gotta pull back. Well, what's with 3-car garages? But that many houses and each car is gonna have 3 cars? Come on. You can't even get anything in them garages. They're gonna be used for storage. All the cars are gonna be on, just like when you go on the east side of town here. All the cars are on the sidewalks. They're all over the place. You look at the houses, all you look at is cars. You can't even see the houses. The 1-story one, well, you can see the 2-story ones. That's too much. You gotta pull back. You gotta have them redesigned. It's too much. Because it's out there bad now. In the Redlands, they went to one development, and it was new, and they got septic tanks and wells, and there's farmland all around them.
Yeah.
Well,
Let me address
a lot of
one of your issues, because I know other folks have asked me, and I've determined that to the extent that it's relevant, this project, if it goes, will be serviced by sewer, Homestead sewer, and city water. No house in the city of Homestead is permitted to have well water.
So all that sewage has got to go over here to the sewer plant from there, right?
Correct.
Well, on occasion, you get the roses.
We get what?
The smell.
Oh.
Because you're going to overload it. You get Aquarius, mobile home park there. They got the sewer tanks right there. I don't see how the people live there, how they breathe. It's so bad. Well, all of this isn't good. I'm not saying there shouldn't be houses there, but, you know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name's Raquel Muri, and I live at 1624 Northwest 20th Street. I've been a resident of Westbury for 29 years, almost 30, and I'm not happy to see this community coming in because I already know we have a lot of traffic in our neighborhood from other residents. And now with the sewer system that you're talking about, how is that going to affect our neighborhood? Because we are on septic, are we going to eventually have to go to the city sewer system? Because we have property in the Keys and we just had to do that. So how will that affect us?
the county in general has a very long-term plan that would preempt anything the city would allow. And the county mayor has a program of all septic to sewer. So similar to what, and I'm familiar with what you experienced in the Keys. Not anytime soon, but that day will come.
So that's going to be
But
another
those,
big
and those
expense.
lines are going to be would be put in at the expense of D.R. Horton, not the city of Homestead. Any of that new capacity and infrastructure the cost will be borne by the developer.
Thank you for hearing me.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is Jens Ravina. I wasn't supposed to speak today, but I think I should have something I want to share with you. I'm a resident of Redland Reef, which is close to the proposed project. I'm also a real estate developer, and I have a lot of acquisitions in the city of Homestead, and I have a land close to you guys, which are, you guys are the pioneers. I think they've gone beyond to try to cater to the lifestyle in the Redlands. With the whole farming, I've spoken to Erica. She suggested what they're doing, which is life. I walk in the mornings in Redland Reef, and all I smell is chemicals and fumes because of other pumps pumping chemicals in the nurseries, and it's horrible. So I don't understand. You rather have a bunch of chemicals getting pumped adjacent to your properties or beautiful homes that are catering to the Redlands. I live in Redland Reef, so obviously if you're going to build twin homes, I'll be affected. I live in half an acre. But what they're proposing is nothing out of this world. You got a couple of properties that are 15,000 square feet, EUMs and Miami-Dade standards, and then you got some that are half acres and 18,000 square feet lots, which is what we're going to propose. We're on 296, and they're the pioneers. I'm going to follow them. I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm going to do, the gardening, the tiki, the pool. So they're going to be beautiful homes catering to the lifestyle of the Redlands, which I love. Another thing that we got to keep in mind, everything that D.R. Horton is a national company. They could build anywhere. Homestead is nothing to them. Literally. We're like this to them. Okay, they're a national company. They're number one. You should check their stocks. Okay, they went up today, by the way. And the jobs, the realtors, all that gets spent here in the city. All the realtors, I know the vice mayor owns a real estate company. I know the mayor, it's in real estate. And we all, I believe Larry's in real estate as well. And we all benefit from D.R. Horton. I own a real estate company. I'm a real estate developer. And all that money comes back to the city, not to mention the tax money that is being injected by other developers. So we're keeping everything in-house. Now, I'm in agreement. We need to control it. We don't want to see what's going on in Malibu Bay and Redland Reef in the Redlands. And I spoke to Eric about that. We need to, gotta go? Done? So, bottom line, let's put things in a balance and see if we all work together. I'm sure that the big guys at D.R. Horton don't care, but us local people, we do care. And we benefit from the big guy. So please take that into consideration. And I think that is essential for the people that are coming out here to be educated on the matter, to be able to form an opinion. And I think I fit that category. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other resident before the attorney comes back? Anyone else? All right.
Well, first and foremost, thank you everyone who made comments. We've done our very best over the last couple of weeks to address all the comments and concerns. Most importantly, I'd like to speak about the big picture. The big picture is that the City of Homestead Comprehensive Plan has planned for this site to be a state density residential at 2.5 units per acre. The project before you is 2.02 units per acre. With that said, we are at D.R. Horton, we are the leaders in development and in this community. We take that seriously. Over the last couple of months, we've worked with your city administration in bringing the resources of not just D.R. Horton, but also Miami-Dade County to the City of Homestead. We've convened the executive director of the Transportation Planning Organization, Miami-Dade County Transportation or Transit and Public Works Department to ensure that the $15 million of county road impact fees that we will be paying to Miami-Dade County for those county road impact fees stay here in the City of Homestead. Just last week, we learned that not one of the City of Homestead priority projects are within the Transportation Improvement Plan. We will ensure that that is done over the next couple of months so that the $900,000 that this project will pay for road impact fees stay right here in the City of Homestead. There was mention about 300th Street and specifically the northeast corner of the site. There are right-of-way dedications and improvements that will be made as part of this project. It is zoned right-of-way and it will be dedicated and improved. There will be sufficient right-of-way to expand 304 and 192nd to 4 lanes because that is the county requirement. We understand that that's not what city residents want at this time. So instead, what we've done is we've planned for a half-mile linear parkway along 304 and 192nd Avenue. There was mention about pump stations and the water and sewer. 100% D.R. Horton will be connecting to city water and sewer, but more than that, we recognize that the City of Homestead has a significant issue with sewer capacity. We will be building a pump station at Aspen West, which is the Miami-Dade County property that has already been approved for tentative plats and construction permitting process. And we will be building our own pump station to serve this new community and create more capacity. That is what development does in Miami-Dade County and the state of Florida. We pay impact fees, we expand and construct roads, we create the necessary infrastructure for not just water and sewer, but schools, fire, and police. Just this property will be paying $1.6 million in impact fees. And again, we want to make sure that the $920,000 will go to the City of Homestead. To give everyone an idea of what changes that means is, and our traffic engineer can tell you, one of these intersections of signalization that typically costs about $300,000. This project in of itself will pay for 3 of those intersections. Again, if D.R. Horton continues, as it has been, to be a leader in development in both Miami-Dade County and the City of Homestead, not just creating the roadways and paying impact fees, but going above and beyond as leaders. And that is why we want to be good corporate citizens, why we've taken the time to revise these plans to address each one of the comments. And more importantly, I was asked to keep an open mind. And where I live in the city of Miami, we're talking about 1,000 units per acre. In Allapattah, where I do a lot of development work, it's 300 units per acre. Here, we're talking about 2 units per acre. So if we're not expanding the urban development boundary for new residential, we're not maxing out density here at 2.5. We're simply asking for 2.0. And if you do the math, I have no idea where 52 units came from. But again, I've only been involved in this project for a few weeks. But when I do the math, it's 75 units when you divide the 37 acres by the required 21,800 and some square feet. So these are half acres. However, because of the additional dedications of these private roadways that you see before you, inclusive of finalizing that 300th Street right-of-way, which was shown and said it was one-way, dangerous, etc., those are the kind of improvements that we will bring. Most importantly, we're also introducing a new demographic. The Westbury Estates, like the properties to our west, that inventory is 30 plus years old. We're creating new homes, custom built, estate style, to welcome a new demographic into the city of Homestead that will patronize your downtown, your commercial, add for the gastronomy, the commercial uses, and all those things that currently people have to leave the city of Homestead for jobs, amenities, entertainment, and come an hour and a half, 2 hours away to the city of Miami, where I live, and deal with the traffic on my one-lane roadway known as Main Highway in Coconut Grove. And we welcome it. Why? Because it's economic development. And we recognize that our environment is our economy, and we believe both can coexist. And this project is an example of the coexistence and how we can create a development that has been planned for. Again, your city comprehensive plan, your capital improvement elements has this property at 2.5, and we're coming at less than that. So again, new pump station, new linear parkway, impact fees that D.R. Horton has committed to work with the city and the county and the transportation planning organization to ensure that it is spent here. And these efforts are not just going away by this project, because we are committed to City of Homestead and the South Dade community. So this is our first Emerald series in South Dade, and we hope that with your support, you will tell us that in fact our hard work over the last few weeks is in fact welcome in the city of Homestead, and that is why we ask respectfully for your vote tonight for approval. And the neighbors who have concerns, as I called each one of their homes, I will tell them to continue to have an open mind, and we will continue to work with them following this evening as this project and many other projects come online to ensure that their needs are met. So thank you for your time, and of course I'm available for any questions. I did not put our traffic engineer, but we do have that synchro analysis if you'd like to see it. We have our civil engineering firm as well. We can answer all your questions, but I want to be respectful of your time and our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, I'm going to now open it up to council members for any questions or comments they may have. Who would like to? Vice Mayor, this is your district. You want to kick it off?
Sure. You know, when we had the town hall meeting, town hall was a way for me to invite everybody in the Northwest District to come out and, you know, voice their opinion about how they felt. I always want to make sure that people in the Northwest are in tune with what's going on, because I don't like people to feel that they didn't have an opportunity or something got by them ahead of time. So I did my best to go out and walk, knock on doors, and make sure that everybody was aware of what's happening. When we had the town hall meeting, there was a lot of people that came out and they listened to the prior council, and the prior council, you know, explained the project, and most of the people that were there had some issues and concerns about the lot sizes. That was heard loud and clear. This new council has proposed a lot of upgrades, a lot of aesthetics, a lot of amenities. You know, they have really spruced up this project, which I concur. I think, you know, they've made great strides, but when we listen to the community and when we listen to the people, they are still pretty loud and clear about the lot sizes. The west side of Homestead has an issue with density. The west side of Homestead has an issue with density, and I understand that we need to provide options for people, but if you're listening to your constituents and your residents, I can hear them pretty loud and clear. Now, I think whenever you're negotiating, you're trying to do a deal, there is some compromise that you can make. With the prior council, I had made some requests, and I said, you know, the west side really doesn't like density. However, if you were to border around that square with half-acre lots, with true half-acre lots, I think that's truly meeting in the middle. And then you could have, you know, the the other size lots in the middle. I think that would have been a good compromise, along with all of the other things that they have put in here, not allowing people to cut through. Westbury. Sometimes when I walk through Westbury, you got to walk on the streets because there are no sidewalks. There are no sidewalks in that area. So doing the linear park, I understand that that's going to be that amenity that's going to give people that option to walk up and down. But that was one of the items that I would have liked to have seen was sidewalks. This is what we are going to, if the residents in this area are against it, we have to represent what the residents are saying, and this is going to set the precedent for the other parcels adjacent to this property. Therefore, we want to create affordability, affordable housing. This is going to, if I'm living in Westbury, would it not add value to my property or devalue my property? That's a good question people can ask. The houses look amazing. They look great. My position stands with the residents of the Northwest. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Tapenes, Javi, the R. Horton team. I honestly feel that you have been genuine, you've been authentic with your presentation. It's been a beautiful presentation. I feel respected and heard. Obviously, there's plenty of components in this project that speak to the requests that I've made to try to find a balance. I think that this project would attract a class of residents and homeowners that would appreciate and contribute towards the preservation and celebrating of our agricultural community. So I think that for me, I see the big picture that's being referenced tonight. I think that this would add value in general to our homestead lifestyle. Unfortunately, I think that this item on the lot sizes is the threshold where the residents and in general, as was mentioned before, we need to try to build the bare minimum as much as possible. And where we want to see density is going to be in our downtown area. So if we're going to compromise or we're going to make, give concessions to add density, that's where we have to give our focus. I don't think Homestead is ready to give up the fight to keep our greater Redland area or our closest to Redland area, give up the fight of keeping our lot sizes what they're supposed to be. We have to stick to the grid. I'd like for you to have the opportunity to go back and maybe reconsider some of the changes. So if you're willing to bring back some ideas, I'm willing to listen to those as well. So I'll rest there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to speak next? Go ahead, Councilman Raw.
Yeah, I just have a brief comment, and I'm still a little confused on the conversation I had with our department this afternoon about the lot sizes and how do we get to the point where we have a piece of property that's 37 acres, and if we give them the A2 zoning, which is half-acre estates, how is it that the lot sizes get smaller? And nobody could seem to answer that question. I mean, if we put 75 lots that are half-acre lots in there, I think that's the compromise. I think it's not the aesthetics of or the quality of the product. It's the lot sizes, and I still need somebody to try to explain that to me, because I think even the attorney mentioned that it's not a number of unit issue. it's a lot size issue. Because even if you had the 37 units, or the 37 acres, and you put 2 units per acre on there, you're at 74 units. So that's where I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this. I don't know that that would solve any of the residents' issues with new development. And unfortunately, we can't stop this, but we can control the density in the area. And the thing I'm hearing, though, is that it's either a half-acre lot, 74 units, or it's a variety of lot sizes at the same number of units. And that's where I'm kind of confused about right now. So if somebody can help me understand that process.
I'll take a shot, and then you take a shot. So what I think's happened here is that, you know, if you simply took the total acreage of the site, the net acreage of the site, and you come up with the number that's in the site plan, what we'll call it 36.8 acres, and you're simply divide it by, you know, the 21,780 square feet, you come up with something like 75. But you have to put in roads and those types of things. So I think what the applicant is saying is, I got my 75 and then I cut the roads out of it, and so it's 75. I think the way that I would see it is that what you would do is you would put your roads in, and then you'd put half-acre lots around that infrastructure. And that's kind of, I think, what the code asks us you do. Of course, you have to have infrastructure, roads, and the thing that takes up space, all the water and sewers go underneath that. So you would probably end up with, I think the number was 50-something lots at 21,780 if you built them around this infrastructure and not cut the infrastructure out of around the roads. So 2 different approaches of doing it. I think, as I typically do, my way is correct, but I'm sure you think differently, so we'll get there in a second. But that's my answer.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I agree with Mr. Corradino. The nuance is that in, for example, Miami-Dade County and the city of Homestead, years ago, you would be able to allow gross square footage, and that's what would be the lot size in the agricultural in the A1, A2, and in Miami-Dade County, it's still that way under EU1 and EUS. EUM, to get the 15,000 square feet in Miami-Dade County, it's net, so you less out the right-of-way. And again, for the larger lots, you would count it as gross. So under these similar half-acre estates in Miami-Dade County, which would be EUS zoning, it would be gross, and that's how you would get the 75. As I mentioned as part of my presentation in chief, there simply is not a zoning district in the city of Homestead that allows for the 2.5 units per acre. In fact, your comprehensive plan under the estate density designation provides that new zoning districts should be created. They just have not been. And that's something similar that we're dealing with in the technology mixed use land use designation, where the city code, the land development regulation, simply does not have a mixed-use district. So we're working with the city administration to create it, and it will be before you as a legislative item. So there's just not a zoning district to implement the 2.5 units per acre density.
All right, so that's, the technology thing is a totally different topic and subject.
Yeah, it's just not a zoning district.
So my question is then, when you work under the net acreage of this lot, what is your calculation of the number of 21,780 square feet lots you could put in there under this scenario?
The plan would change completely because the right-of-ways will change completely, so I simply don't have that number for you. We would obviously want to create as many lots as possible and to get to that 75 number. And that's the number that is necessary to carry out and implement this project, considering the infrastructure, impact fees, and all those soft costs that are required in order to develop this site, including a new pump station.
Right. All right, I'll rest for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Roll. Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. So anytime there are variances, we have to weigh what the pros and the cons are. And in the previous meetings, we didn't have so many residents coming out. I really thought for the last presentation that you guys did outdo yourself. 20 homes compared to this Emerald series for me. It's not a definite yes or no. I think that if it was taken away from side setbacks or front setbacks, that would be a non-starter for me. But the way that I saw the plan laid out, I really didn't see such a big difference in the lot size compared to the difference in the product that we would be getting. So that's the one thing that I try to take into consideration. I really don't have anything else for now. I'd like to listen to some more comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Fletcher, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I looked at this from several different aspects, and if you go back to a slide that you had earlier with the overall average lot size, that was my main, point in my mind to help look at what these overall lot sizes were going to be in this area. I happen to live on about a 14,500 square feet lot over on the east side of town. I'm one of the lucky ones compared to a lot of my neighbors that are in much smaller lots. So when it came to the original 15,000 plus or minus square feet, I was not really that against it. My major concerns with this entire project were the impacts on Westbury, and that would be from 300th Street and 192nd Avenue. They have came back and blocked off 192nd Avenue, and I have some questions along there that I think need to be addressed too, to ensure that homeowners aren't able to exit the back of their property like they do similar in Redland Reef. So I think we need to add something additional, some type of barrier additional along that 192nd Avenue, like a guardrail or something along the fence to prevent them from exiting the back of the property should this go forward. I'm also not a fan of the roadway entering onto 300th Street, because exactly what they're going to do is enter into Westbury and take those roads throughout the Westbury or Redland Reef. They're going to go north or south to try and get around those traffic cut points. Those are my two major concerns with this entire project. Other than that, these are the best product homes that we've seen in the city of Homestead for years and years. I mean, I would love to have this type of home on my lot where I currently am. But alas, I can't at this point in time. Later tonight, we're going to talk about another project with, what is that? Probably 15 times the number of units, that are impacting this city. That's going to be another discussion in itself. But I personally don't see the huge impact on the lot sizes compared to what we're going to see later tonight. I think these lot sizes are in cohesion with the local neighborhoods, again, with the changes that if we could possibly make, keeping the traffic from flowing into the Westbury Estate area or the Redland Reef. Those are the only two impacts that would really hold me up at this point in time. Other than that, I'm very supportive. Again, the updated version from 3 weeks ago to now, the elevations have, just made me think in my mind that other developers need to start thinking and upping their game, because this product has done it for me. With that, I'll rest at this time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggers on?
Yes, I'm here, Mayor. I don't know if Melissa wanted to respond to Fletcher before I begin.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Oh, okay. We'll let Melissa respond first. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. through the mayor, Councilman Fletcher, we agree, and that is why we've improved both 192nd and 304th with that linear parkway. It provides a dense 10-foot landscape buffer as well as the canopy trees. We've also, that's the reason why we've included cohesive fencing throughout the project, including those rear yards, and that will be done at the time of development in order to ensure things like RVs are not in the backyard and other things of that nature. I should also mention regarding 300th Street that our traffic analysis provides that 75% of our trips will be using 304 Street. And that is really where we anticipate that these number of trips, again, 58 in the morning, 2-hour peak hour, again, over 1 car for every 2 minutes, and in the evening as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you to the applicant for the presentation. I want to commend you on the work that you've done on this application and the stark difference that you've made since we initially saw this. So I really wanted to acknowledge the hard work that you put into this. In thinking about the West Barrett community, when they purchased there, they purchased for a certain quality of life. And there's a lot of agricultural or land abutting the area, and I'm sure they wanted it to stay that way in perpetuity. But unfortunately, those properties are being sold to developers, and to a certain extent, they have a right to develop. So if I had it my way, I would say no to all of the development, but they can develop. So for me, it is always about, I'm going to trademark this, to meet in the middle. So when I think about meeting in the middle, and after the conversations I've had with the developer, a sticking point for me continues to be the lot sizes. And how can we get closer to the lot sizes that is within the A2, closer to the over 21,000 in lot size. So my first question to the developer is, are you amenable to going back to those thresholds that you have, the 15,000, 17,000, 18,000? Are you amenable to going back to kind of reconfigure those lot sizes to move it closer to over 21,000 square feet? Because that is, as you have it currently, there's only one unit that is over 21,000 square feet. So are you amenable to adjusting those lot sizes?
Thank you, Councilwoman, for that question. Of course, the current project is what is before us, and when we do our numbers in order to bring this project to the city of Homestead, we require those 75 lots. Of course, if it's not the will of this board, we would ask to move forward with the rezoning and defer the other items, specifically items 8, 9, and 10, and move forward with tab 17. However, the project simply does not work, so we would need to take a deferral to do that. What we would ask is to be considered on the merits today with the lot size variance and the entire package as proposed.
So based on the temperature in the room, I'm not sure that you have full support for the project as it is being presented today. For me, I can support the rezoning from AU to A2. I can support that. I think we need to have some more conversations about the other elements of this project, the lot sizes, and to not completely dismiss the concerns from the residents regarding the stress on the infrastructure and the traffic. Those are real concerns, as I have communicated to you. These are quality of life issues that impact us daily, specifically me, where it takes me 2 hours to get to work every day. I leave at 6 a.m. and it's bumper to bumper traffic. So that is not lost on me, and I can relate to the frustration that some of the residents may have regarding that. And I can't dismiss that. I can't, because it's something that I live. So I am not sure that I can support this particular item as it is presented because of the lot sizes in particular. I'm willing to concede to the impact on the infrastructure because it's inevitable. There's going to be development there. But if we can work on the lot size variances, then I'll be willing to continue to have those conversations. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any further response to Councilwoman Fairclough? All right, I guess it's my turn unless Mr. Roth wants to chime back in. Okay, yes, Councilman. What's that? Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. One of the things I also want to talk about here is with the 75 homes, they've discussed installing a new pump station. That pump station would cost the taxpayers roughly, the pump station, would be adding a benefit to the city of Homestead that, would typically cost between $4 and $5 million for installation, not to take into account the additional infrastructure with the piping associated with that to take water and sewer to those home sites. We're also talking about impact fees payable to the city of Homestead in the amount of $1.5 million. $900,000 of that, that's typically going to stay in the county. D.R. Horton is standing by to help fight to keep that money in Homestead, which we've never had anybody actually do in the past. So I think that's another benefit we need to look at. And let's not forget that the state and counties are mandating higher densities. As we move through the next couple of years, they're going to mandate higher densities to avoid expanding the UDB. And those higher densities, we all know what those numbers are on lots inside the city of Homestead. We're talking 60 plus units per acre, and we're not going to have a say-so in it. So we need to start thinking about that long term, and I think we brought that up a few years ago when we started talking about moratoriums, and nobody likes that word, especially real estate agents, but at this point in time, I think we're going to have to start looking at that down the road in a very fast future. But those are big drivers as to why we might want to look at approving something like this. Again, visually, I don't see a huge difference. You're talking about 8 to 16 feet additional between houses. If you go from a 15,000 square foot lot to a 21,000 square foot lot. Visually, you're not going to see it. Plus, you're going to have the additional, influences of the landscaping. So I'm not here to sell the homes for D.R. Horton. I just think it's a great project that would bring a lot of tax benefit to the city of Homestead. Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree 100%. When you look at this from logic and reason, and you look at the numbers and you see the financial benefit that a project like this would bring to the city of Homestead, it's crazy to say no. It's out of pure respect for the Northwest, for my colleague representing the Northwest, that I'm asking for D.R. Horton to come back with something a little better and to try to, turn over the vote of the Northwest, get more support for the project. This is elegant, it's upscale, it caters to the Redland lifestyle. This is what I want for our community. This is, for me, part of the bigger picture of saving our farms, which are worth saving, and for trying to keep that lifestyle in the blood of the Homestead community. So I really would love to see something like this pass, and I want to, try to revive the passion that you came in here with and that I know that I've seen on multiple conversations we've had, but we've got to try to stick to the grid on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We're going to go back and rehash some history. When this first came before us, it was for the rezoning only. Yet we knew that the smaller lots were coming, and that's why I, at that time, opposed the rezoning. And I said at that point, I feared that that set a precedent for other undeveloped properties, both in this block and then the block to the north of Avocado Drive. It's always been my philosophy in general that the further west and further north we go on the west side of Homestead, the larger the lots should be. So fast forward, I went to the town hall meeting, and what I heard at the town hall meeting was the 192nd Avenue issue and the cookie cutter issue. There wasn't a lot of or I would say there was no specific talk at the town hall about the lot sizes. There was a lot of hand-wringing about development in general, and it's too bad this has to be developed at all, but we know that is not reasonable. So let me do something that I very rarely do and say, I'll compliment this proposed developer. What they've come back with in 2 weeks' time is light years away from what was being presented in the past. And I think that is indicative of their respect for the land, the heritage, the culture. There is no other product in this city comparable to what they are talking about. And I'll go ahead and say it. I wish we were seeing more of this on one of our next hearings tonight, but we're just not. And, that's an argument that's been had at this table and for the last 3 years on the east side. But, I don't want us to lose this caliber of project, because cookie cutter, I think, would devalue your homes and your qualities of life even more. More the same old, same old. I think this could potentially make some of the neighborhoods more attractive. In the big picture, 75 homes of traffic versus 55 or 60, whatever that number may be. And I wish we knew. I wish we knew what that was. And I wish the sellers of the land, who I've known since my age was in the single digits, I wish they were here. Maybe they're watching. It's time to respect the community and talk about a reduction in price so that there can perhaps be some meeting in the middle of some larger lots somewhere between where we are and what might be, and allow this product to happen. But I think what I'm hearing is that with larger and thus fewer lots, we're not going to get potentially the caliber of product that's being proposed here. And look, I love and I respect my Redland Reef and Westbury and Redlands Edge neighbors. Begrudgingly, I guess we've all got to accept that something's going to go on the Greenleaf Nursery site. And I guess the question is, what are we willing to trade? Are we willing to have a few more houses and have a really nice product that complements your neighborhood? Or are we going to insist on reducing the number of lots and having potentially cookie cutter? There's nothing to say that this builder is going to stay in the deal. And we all know there are a lot of other builders that are going to want to come in and plop down same old cookie cutter. So I don't know. I guess this is why I get the extra $100 a month above what all the rest of them get. And I'm really torn, and I look to to council to determine whether or not they would be willing to go back and do some math and see what the differential would be, see what a true half-acre lot, how many lots that would result in, and what they could come back with to meet in the middle. I want to address a couple of things. And I confirmed that there were no sidewalks. And I kind of like that because it makes the yard and the property look even bigger. We're not wasting concrete and creating more impervious surface. We're creating the illusion of more front yard. We're not cutting things up. So I support the not taking up the land with more sidewalks. So I guess my question is there any ability to, because it's all about counting noses here.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, Councilwoman. Thank you for bailing me out.
Yes, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I'm sorry. I don't think I think I understated this, but let me just overstate something. I believe this product is superior. It is not something we've seen in our city in a long time. And every time a development comes before us, I have been very critical of the product type, the elevation, because I want the developers to respect our community and bring in a high-end product that our community deserves. And I believe that the developer here did that. And I thank them for respecting us enough to do that. So there is no refuting that this is an amazing product. What I would like to see, I guess, to give the developer another bite at the apple and to allow this to live another day, to potentially defer this tonight and go back, meet the community where they are, have some more conversation, build more support for this development, and then we'll come back and then we'll vote this application as it is presented. But I think quality-wise, it's worth going back to the community, back on the ground, having those conversations, looking at the lot sizes. And I did ask Melissa, okay, if you look at the 15,000 square foot home versus the 21,000 square foot, is there a difference? What is the difference? What is the impact? And I want Melissa to be able to answer that. So if she can come up and explain that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Through the mayor, the difference in the lot sizes will simply be the depth of the lot size. These lots completely comply with the A2 regulations in every sense. Really, they're 3,000 square foot footprints on a minimum over 15,000 square feet. And as you see on the screen, there is a significant number of 18, 19, and that 121,000. So as far as how we can create more or less lots to create more depth, is just a matter of complying with the right-of-way widths in these private drives. We do have a pro forma that we need to meet. And we do believe that it is worthy of consideration if we do not have as the mayor says, the noses. Of course, we would like to move forward with the rezoning and reconsider the others. But again, it would be a different product. And we just think that the city deserves the product before you and all the concessions that we've made at the community and this council's request. We do think this is a superior product. We think if we had if the residents understood what alternatives would be, that they would in fact favor this product and this community.
Thank you so much, Melissa, for that. And to the Westbury residents that are there, I hear you. I respect your perspective, and I thank you so much for coming out tonight to convey your concerns. And I guess what I would like to see is for us to go back out to the community, have those conversations, talk about alternatives, and how we can move forward or not. But as I said, the product is amazing. It's superior. Wish I can purchase over there. But I think we need to get to a happy medium because there will be development there. We can't control that at this point. But what we can control is the product type. And if there are any concessions that can be had, I think we should have those conversations. But in order for this to live another day, because I am in favor of what I see itself, I think is worthy of another conversation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. To the councilwoman's point, is there anyone here with their previous public comment that would like to say anything new? Have you considered those alternatives? Because personally also, all I want to do is listen to our residents. Whatever you guys would like to do is what we need to do. But these alternatives scare me. I don't want to see a neighborhood with the cookie cutter houses. And if somebody comes in not asking for any variables, that's exactly what they can do. So I just want to make sure that you understand that and see if you've changed your mind at all. Thank you.
Jim Hamilton, 1620 Northwest 19th Street. I have no doubt it is a beautiful project. But you got to understand, when I moved there for a reason, because of the lot sizes. I didn't want to be on top of my neighbors. My neighbors are going to be on the other side, but I still want that same space and everything. I have no doubt that it's a beautiful project, and just looking at the thing, they got over 40 homes that are 15,000, right at 15,000. And even if they go, in my eyes, even if they don't meet the 21, but you take some of those houses out, expand it out a little bit, it's probably, I could probably live with something like that. But just to sit here and be firm, and look, I wasn't able to come to the first meeting. We didn't even know that existed until this one. But the point is we know development's going to happen, right? I know that. The east side, right? When you move over there, that's what you want. That's where you want to live. And if that's what you like, God bless you. I moved out west because I didn't want that. And yes, we can't control this. This council can control that. But we can be very firm. Look, we're not going to stop development. I'm not that naive. But we can definitely control the sizes and things of lots that go on the city of Homestead land, right? And yes, I don't want to see cookie cutters. I don't want to see things like that. I'm willing to compromise, but at the same time, we need to be more involved with, and we need to meet with the developers. And look, we have a homeowners association. If we can set up a meeting date or something to meet with the developers and discuss some things, I think we're all for that. Because number one, I'm not that dumb to think that something's not going to get developed, and I'd like to have say-so. But at the same time, I think that I want to try to preserve what's already there, the sizes and things like that. And I think that's what most of the residents in that area want. And the other thing is just to assure that look, we got kids and stuff through the neighborhood. We don't have sidewalks. I don't like sidewalks. I like the way it is. I like the restrictions where I can't build a fence out in front of my property. I like the wide open look. But at the same time, I can't have people just zipping through there to get to another development that has 77 homes. Our Westbury Estates has 77 homes. And I'm going to say the traffic in there is pretty reasonable. Once in a blue moon, a car goes through there. But I also understand that cars are going to zip through there because, look, you show me one patient driver in Miami, and I think I'm going to call you a liar, because we all know that people are going to take the shortest route to bypass traffic to get through where we're going. So I personally think, look, I like what they presented. I just want to see us preserve the lot sizes. That's my main focus. Thank you.
And that I pick up on, and they all don't need to be exactly a half an acre, that there's some wiggle room there.
I would support some wiggle room. But when you got over 40 homes that are right at 15,000, right, and you're going to tell me that we can't go back and redesign, and the way I look at it, when they built my development, it was, those houses were, the lot sizes were looked at after the infrastructure went in, like Congressman Roth brought up, or
Congress, he promoted tonight.
well, no, the councilman, but even what the developer said, right? They lay out the infrastructure and then they do the lot sizes. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, you just got voted to Congress, so.
Boy, somebody doesn't like you.
I'm back again. I'm going to go with what he said. He almost spoke everything that I was going to say. I just got one thing that I want to hold, at the attention of this meeting here. I've heard through the grapevine that they also bought the property in front of that on the north end. So what stops them now from coming down from 21 to 15, and maybe on that other property, coming down even less than 15?
Our code doesn't allow that.
Our code doesn't allow that, but
Well, yeah, but under any circumstances.
So like he said, we're willing to work something out as long as maybe we get the 21 on each home in there. Yeah, I don't think it's going to increase whatever they build in there. Their houses are nice, no doubt about it. Everything looks nice for a while, but then when it starts to get people in there and when it starts to get the traffic in there, it's not as nice as it was when they first put it up in paper. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may? Mayor?
Yes, sir, Yes, sir, Congressman.
As your congressman, I think we've heard a good sentiment here from people, and I think we need to defer 8, 9, and 10 and let the residents speak directly to the developers. I need a little bit more explanation from staff. If we approve 17 tonight, which is going from Ag to A2, and what does that mean for the future for all of the properties that are left inside of the city of Homestead in the northwest section?
Well, what that means is that you just give them the A2 zoning district, which is what we're measuring this development under right now. So all the things, so the sticking point here is just the lot sizes. It will mean that a future developer will come in and need to build the 21,780 square foot lots. That's it. They have a right to bring it from agriculture into a usable zoning category to be developed. So it's not really a question here. We're recommending approval of that. Just the zoning category at A2 is a minimum lot size of 21,780.
Okay, so is A2 the most dense request they can make, or are there other requests they can make?
I think it's the least dense request they can make.
The
I think
least.
the next, the
No,
A1,
so,
I'm sorry, A1 is the most dense.
So it's a state density comp plan which allows up to 2.5 acres.
Units per acre.
I'm sorry?
Up to 2.5 units per acre.
2.5 units per acre. That comp plan is implemented by currently 2 zoning districts. Either state density A1, 1 acre lots, or A2, state density half acre lots. There are no additional zoning categories that have been adopted to further implement the estate density. As Ms. Tapinas showed you in her PowerPoint presentation. So the current request to zone to A2, as it stands right now, is the least dense option out of the 2 zoning categories that they are entitled to.
So they can do this, which is half acre lots, 21, or they can do A1, which is full acres. That's the only 2 things they can do on this property.
So this is the most dense.
This is the most dense. That's what I'm trying to.
That's right. This is the most dense
A2 is the most.
option that they could have, right.
And that gives them 2.5 or just 2?
2.5. They're allowed 2.5.
No, the comp plan says up to 2.5. It doesn't mean it's automatic.
Up to.
The zoning category further breaks it down into 1 acre or half acre.
Gotcha.
Half acre equates to a minimum 21,780 square foot lots. If you approve the rezoning, that's the base. They're asking for a variance to vary that number so that they can have a range of lot sizes below the minimum 21,780 from 15 up to, according to that chart that you saw, they had it broken out. That's as proposed. So you could rezone it. If you rezone it, you're entitled to a rezoning consistent with the ED state density flume. If you proceed with the rezoning, which the applicant has requested that you do, you could rezone it, and then I guess we could hear further from the applicant if they would like to proceed with the other applications or like the opportunity to defer the other applications.
Through the mayor, what the rezoning would allow us to do is meet with the community and come back to you with a new tentative plat. So we would still be required to come back before you for subdivision. With that said, we still believe this is a great project, and we would appreciate your support this evening for it. But otherwise, we would like to move forward with the rezone. Come back with the other items.
So then if it's the wish of this body up here, let's move to defer 8, 9, and 10 first, and then we can have a discussion on 17 if you all want to do that.
Would that be the proper sequence, Mr. White, or we need to act on tab 17, which is the rezoning, and then move to the other tabs?
Right, that would be correct.
So it would just be a blanket rezoning with half acres. It would entitle them to come in, someone to come in with a site plan with half acres. All right. Councilwoman Bailey has moved tab 17 to approve the rezoning. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Fletcher. All right. Anything further from council? Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilman Ross? Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Avila?
No, out of principle of flipping ag to residential without the site plan being on the vote for tonight.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Lozner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you. Just a note to the audience. I was the only one last time that voted against the rezoning. Some of the issues that you heard with some of the other votes didn't seem to exist last time. All right, so Councilman Roth, do you move to defer tab 8? All right, motion by Councilman Roth to defer tab 8. Second by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher? Yes. Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Lozner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Now a motion on tab 9. Move to defer tab 9. A second by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Lozner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And finally, a motion to defer tab 10, the tentative plat. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, sorry.
May we have a deferral to a date certain or some idea as to the deferral date? Even if we pay to renotice to the community? I think we're just...
Is the next council meeting sufficient time?
I mean, we can certainly do that. Whatever you would.
That would be great if we could defer to the next meeting.
But
So the next meeting would be.
Mayor, if I can.
May we do a June date? if that would be possible.
June date?
June
Okay.
date to give us more time.
Okay. Mayor, if I can, just my concern, if there's going to be a change in the plan, would we have another DRC? Okay. We require another DRC, so.
We
But
understand.
She's asking for a June date anyway.
Okay, but I'm checking with staff.
June 21st.
Okay.
is the council meeting.
Yeah, so the June 21st is the next council. So at the request of the applicant, if council is amenable on the first two motions, including this motion with respect to the rezoning site plan and the tentative plat, if those can be deferred to a date certain of June 21st at 6 p.m.
Any objection from council to including that in the prior two votes that have been cast and included in this motion for tab 10, the tentative plat? Okay, so I think we're ready for a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers.
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher. Councilman Roth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey. Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have 3 necessary housekeeping items. One, we need to move to extend the meeting to 10:15. All right, so we have moved by, Councilman Bailey said we're going home. Moved to 10:15, seconded by the Vice Mayor. All in favor? All right, so we're extended to 10:15. The second housekeeping item is, and I apologize, I failed to recognize 3 prior Homestead elected officials in the audience. Former longtime Councilwoman and Vice Mayor Judy Waldman, former Vice Mayor John Burgess, and former Councilman Elvis Maldonado. And I want to thank all you neighborhood folks who came out tonight and spoke loud and clear, and I'm sure we're going to have some really productive meetings. And the third item of housekeeping is there any objection to like a 7-minute break? 10 minutes. We'll re-adjourn in 10 minutes. Thank you all. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for allowing us that much needed break. Vice Mayor, you had a request.
Yes, I'd like to request that we move the car item 3881, Career Source, South Florida, that we hear them now. The applicant is he's on the time schedule and he's got to go. It is tab 31.
Yeah, he just asked that, as a courtesy, we move it. So, yeah. So we are taking up now tab 31. That's you, Mr. Estrada, I think.
Mayor, that's under the Vice Mayor's business.
Right. Okay, go ahead. I didn't know if you had anything to add. Go ahead, Mr. Vice Mayor.
As you guys may have seen in your packet, Career Source of South Florida is requesting that we match the $50,000 fund so that we could fund the South Florida, the youth program that they had implemented prior to COVID. If you guys haven't had a chance to read it, it's in your packet now. I think we should support this. It's going to help our youth here in Homestead, ages 15 to 18. It has tremendous success in the years 15 through 18, I believe. Or started in 17, it started at $20,000. It was increased to $50,000 in the subsequent years. So I'd like the applicant, Mr. Beasley, to come up and give us a brief presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Beasley. Thank you for enduring the last 3 hours.
Good morning.
It will be when we leave.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to come up and to present to us. For us as Career Source, we're the workforce agency that provides employment training programs throughout. And we had this program because of COVID. The city decided not to do the program because of the interaction with youth and not knowing the effects of COVID, which is the only reason why I think you all dropped out of it. For us, it's matching funds to be able to provide employment opportunities for the youth, and only the youth who live in a homestead. Okay, that's the only criteria. They have to live in Homestead. And so we do this for every municipality that puts up funds. So let me go on the record to say that. City of Miami Gardens, City of Opa-locka, we've done the City of Florida City, and Homestead was the city that we participated in. So we'll match the funds, we'll provide the funding up front, and then we provide you a report. Satisfied you, then you reimburse us the funds that we have put up front.
Okay. Thank you. Can you, or just give us, I wasn't here. I think the last time this was funded would have been the summer of 19.
Summer of 19, yes.
So could you kind of give us some more detail as to what you provide for these students, what they do, and what our money would be utilized for?
So the majority of the money will be used specifically for the payment of the salaries for the youth. Our provider actually goes out, works with employers, gets them signed up in terms of what we call work sites. They're working there. We use the money to reimburse the salaries for those staff, not for the staff, but for the youth. And so then again, like I said, we present a report to you all. I will always say this, that we have a goal that we have to hit. And if we only hit half that, I only charge you half because I pay the other half. This is how we do it. Okay. I think last year we had, I'm going to look back to a staff member, we had 87. Yeah, I'm sorry. The last time we had the program, I want to say last year we had the program. Okay. And again, we also were paying $9 at that time. We're paying $13.88 to increase it to stay in line with what the county's paying for their programs. And so which is why you see the number of youth not being served as much. Now, if you like, you can increase it. I'll match what you would increase. Okay.
And this is to pay administrative staff, not the students.
No, this money is paid strictly for the students. We have a cost per for each of our, for our, what I say, a case manager. It's like $460 is what we allow for that provider to charge us. So in essence, you're looking at about $2,100 a cost per for the youth. $13.88 times 140 hours. Am I correct? Which is about almost $1,800 that goes basically towards the youth in terms of salary and the case management for that provider for us. For us, we don't take any administrative costs for us.
Mr. Manager, where would this be funded from?
If it's council's will, I have to go to contingency to get the monies. And as Mr. Beasley mentioned, we were using the the program in 2019, and it's on a reimbursement process, right? And it was very successful at the time. So,
have you had the opportunity to review the financials and the credibility of our partners here? I mean, are the nonprofit tax returns current? Can you find them online?
We are a public entity, but I'll be glad to share with you our last audit. I've been running this agency for 18 years. We've had no financial issues, no findings, no deficiencies. But we're funded by the Department of Economic Opportunity. Our budget's about $65 million. I think we're pretty safe, but we're a public entity created by...
You'd be surprised.
You know what, Mayor, you're right. But we are funded, or again, Department of Economic Opportunity, but we're created by an agreement between Dade County and Monroe County. So in essence, we're a public entity, and we're county employees, but our agency is not a county agency.
I know, and I appreciate that, but understand, plenty of grifters float through this room.
I got you.
Wearing the armor of I'm a not-for-profit, and we have to be very careful about that.
Well, again, for you all, there's really no risk because we're funding the money up front. And after the program's over, and then we submit the report to the city manager, and it satisfies him, and then he will submit, push forward the invoice. So in essence, you're not really out anything. I'm funding everything up front.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. I try to have CareerSource out at every event possible, and I really applaud everything you do, from resume writing to everything else that a lot of our residents need. As far as a summer employment program, I've never known that you offered that as well, but at my school, I've actually had students a student from Miami-Dade and a student from the Mexican American Council that continued to be two of my favorite students ever. So they worked that last summer that they were still in school, and then I ended up hiring them. So I've seen firsthand that this can work well. But I have two quick questions for you. How do you find these students? How are these students chosen?
We actually do an online recruitment. We work with the city to put it actually on your website. We recruit. It's an electronic application process. And the reason we do it electronically is that no one can say that, oh, we lost their application. We've had sometimes parents call and say, well, my child didn't get selected. We can go in and look and say your child didn't complete the application. And so once they submit online, we do a random selection process. And we always make sure that we tell elected officials and others, please don't call, because we want to make sure it's transparent. And so we do a random selection process in terms of selecting those students. So we don't dictate from one area to the other. But we like to make sure that it's online. It's on your application, on your website. We blast it out to the folks in the community to go ahead and apply online.
Wonderful. I would love to see it advertised to the high schools in the area as well.
Yes,
I think that would make a big impact. And then my second question is, so the students are applying online and they want to choose where they're working. You have a list of the areas that have agreements with you. Is that how it works?
Let me turn to my, this is where I now get to the details.
Thank
I got to come to you on that.
Yes, ma'am. We have a recruitment and outreach strategy that will be specialized specifically for the city of Homestead. We will partner with the local businesses because we understand that youth of those ages may have transportation barriers. We would not work with any businesses outside of the city of Homestead. And once we recruit those businesses for work sites, then we'll pair the youth depending on what their interests are compared with the businesses that we have registered with our program.
Okay, great. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any further? Councilman Fletcher.
Yeah, so I have heard about this program in the past, and it has done a very, good project for those students. I would also ask that the city manager take a look at funding this in future years, so we're not having to pull from contingencies. We actually budget for it.
If that's the council's will, absolutely.
Thank you, sir. And my question, what immediately came to my mind were CDBG funds. Is this a permissible use?
That's an excellent question. We'll definitely look into that, see if we can apply the monies from there.
Okay, so I know when we were talking about funding the swimming lessons for this
Correct.
summer, that Councilwoman Faircloth pointed out that perhaps, I forget the terminology she used, but something about community good kind of thing, training, that could perhaps, just making the analogy that could be a permissible use of funds that we have in hand without going to the contingency fund.
Absolutely. Once again, great idea, and we'll definitely check it out.
Thank you. Yes, Councilwoman.
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this forward. This is an excellent program that has had great success. Prior to COVID, I worked with the council and Mr. Rick Beasley from Career Source South Florida to bring this to our community, because there are some in our community over the summer who don't have anything to do. So for me, I see this as the haves and the have-nots. There are some students that have the opportunity to go on vacation. They don't have to work. And there's others like me who grew up in the community who relied on these summer jobs because our parents couldn't afford to send us to camps, and we had to have summer jobs to help us get back to school. So in addition to the stress and the strain for some of our students in the inner core, coupled with just global inflation, parents are having a hard time. And I think with us investing in our community and partnering with Career Source South Florida to provide for a productive, safe summer for the children in Homestead, I think it is indeed a value add. So I'm excited that the council appears to be in support of this. And to your recommendation, Councilman Fletcher, I think we should budget this moving forward so we don't have to come, every year, asking for support of this. This is a mission critical agenda item and an initiative that we should have moving forward. So I support this wholeheartedly, and thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing it forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Now to Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you, Mayor, and I agree with everything that's been said. We definitely want to make sure that we partner with credible agencies such as yourselves. As an employer that has had 4 interns over the last 12 months in my office, it's a testament to the employers that are participating in your program, because it's not easy. I'm a mom of a teenager, and so to have 4 more teenagers under my wings to try to guide them and redirect them from not using their cell phone 24/7 and figuring out how to use Excel and how to answer a regular rotary, well, I don't know what you call them, but regular telephone with a cord and everything. It really is eye-opening to me that a lot of skill sets are lost in this process of raising our youth. And so these programs help our youth explore what it means to be in a professional office setting and to decide if they like it or not, or to be their own boss and taking, simple tasks and executing them with deadlines and whatnot. So thank you to your mission. Thank you for doing what you do and making it successful and putting on these types of presentations. And thank you to our Vice Mayor for bringing the item to us. And I would challenge our developers and our partners and our investors in our community to help fund our pot of money that we want to build to keep these initiatives going. So maybe this is our first investment, and let's see if we can match it moving forward and making it grow. So thank you. I do support this.
And Mayor, I want to say that for us, if you do plan a budget, it allows us also to budget, for the future for this municipality. We asked cities to join because, again, we have 37 municipalities across the county, and I don't have the resources to cover every municipality. We already make an investment for the school district with the Children's Trust, but we make a special effort for those kids that may not be able to get into those programs. And so for us, it's a way for us to assist and grow talent. Because right now, I just did a sponsorship with the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce with the HR committee. And employers are scrambling for talent. And here's a way for us to help build talent. But if we have great talent, it's also a way for us to attract companies to come down south to build their business in this respective community.
One, without getting too far out in the weeds, do you find that transportation is an issue for a significant number of those who get into your program, that they find that they're not able to get to the job that they would otherwise take?
I tell you what, we'll take care of that.
You take care of that?
I'll take care of that.
Okay.
Let me turn around here. You heard me make that promise. I'll take care of it. Okay. Just for the record, it's on the record, because it doesn't happen. You know who's going to be responsible. Okay. But we'll take care of that.
No, that's just, one of those logistical concerns, as
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough pointed out. There are those who have to go to work, and we want to be sure if we're going to spend the money to help them go to work, that they can actually get there.
Exactly.
So we appreciate those efforts. Absolutely so. Thank you. So do we have a motion to approve, Vice Mayor?
Motion to approve $50,000 along with budgeting this item for future years.
Is that an appropriate motion to go into the next budget? Take it one step at a time?
I just need direction. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
I
we
have what
a
I
mo-
need. I have what I need.
All right. So we have a second by Councilwoman Bailey. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilwoman Avila,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers,
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Lawson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank
Keep
you
us up
so
to
much.
date.
Appreciate it. And again, thank you for letting us to move up a little earlier. I have a 1-hour drive and have a board meeting to get this passed on my board tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you so much. Appreciate it.
Good night. Appreciate it. All right, I think we're back to the agenda, and it seems that the next package would be tabs 11 and 12, and starting with tab 18, Mr. White.
That's correct, Mayor. Again, we're going to play a little gymnastics here. The next item for consideration is the Hampton Inn Homewood Suites. This is the expansion of the Hampton Inn Hotel and Suites through the addition of a new Homewood Suites hotel wing consisting of 98 rooms. Tab 18 is the second reading of an ordinance dealing with the PUD amendment. Then tab 11 is the corresponding site plan under quasi-judicial items, as well as tab 12, which is the corresponding application for tentative plat. So I can introduce tab 18, 11, and 12, collectively have a public hearing discussion, and then vote on those in sequential order.
Go for it.
Tab 18 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the previously approved Malibu Bay Planned Unit Development Master Development Plan to permit a maximum building height of 95 feet, 7 stories, and to transfer approximately 1.16 acres designated for residential development from within Pod H to incorporate the property into Commercial Pod G to develop an approximately 63,039 square foot additional hotel wing for the Hampton Inn Hotel, and further eliminating 18 townhome units in residential Pod H, generally located southeast of the Homestead extension of the Florida Turnpike, west of Baptist Way, and north of 312th Street, Campbell Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date. Second and final reading. Then back to tab 11, which is the corresponding application for site plan approval, car number 3871. Tab 11 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval as requested by Homestead Treasures 26 LLC for the development of an approximately 63,300 square foot hotel wing for the existing Hampton Inn Hotel, consisting of 98 hotel rooms on an approximately 3.80 acre parcel of land located within Pod G and subject to the amended Malibu Bay PUD Master Development Plan, generally located southeast of the Homestead extension of the Florida Turnpike, west of Baptist Way, north of Campbell Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. And finally, tab 12, the corresponding tentative plat application, car number 3872, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting tentative replat approval as requested by Homestead Treasures 26 LLC for the development of an approximately 63,900 square foot hotel wing for an existing Hampton Inn Hotel consisting of 98 hotel rooms on an approximately 3.80 acre parcel of land located within Pod G and subject to the amended Malibu Bay PUD Master Plan, generally located southeast of Homestead extension of the Florida Turnpike, west of Baptist Way, north of Campbell Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Scordino?
Yes, sir. We'll try to make this painless. Again, this is for the hotel. In order to get the hotel approved, we've got to change the PUD master plan. We have to do the site plan, and we have to do the tentative plat. I'm going to walk through. We're recommending approval of all three of these. We're recommending approval of the PUD master plan. It conforms with our comprehensive plan, section 30-46(8) of the PUD application procedures, and chapter 30, article 6, plan unit developments, and all other applicable code provisions. We're also recommending approval of the site plans, but we're recommending approval of the site plan with two conditions. The first condition is that prior to the CO, the applicant, in coordination with Miami-Dade County, must implement the signal optimization required at Southwest 147th Avenue and Southwest 312th Street, pursuant to the results of the traffic impact study. Similarly, prior to the CO, the applicant, in coordination with the county, must implement the split phasing operation required at the Northwest 30th Street Terrace and Southwest 312th Street, Campbell Drive, pursuant to the results of the traffic impact study. The applicant does a traffic impact study, and if there are any deficiencies in that study, we ask them to mitigate. The mitigation here is very simple. It doesn't involve any addition of capacity outside of tinkering with the signals to allow what they call optimization, which is more green time for the leg of the intersection that isn't working well, and that will fix the capacity problem. And finally, we're recommending the approval of the proposed a replat application. It's in compliance with all of the city's comp plan and code provisions. So with that, I'll answer any questions from the applicants here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. You're on.
Good evening, Eddie Baker from Berger Singerman Law Firm, 1450 Brickell Avenue, Miami, Florida, representing the applicant this evening. I have with me tonight my colleague Javi Vasquez and our architect Jose Gonzalez, so they can, or the architect can address any questions you may have. I won't really touch on the site plan or the T-plat. It comes before you with a staff recommendation of approval. I'm really here just to address some of the issues that were raised at the first reading and don't want to take up too much more of your time this evening. So first off, there was questions with respect to the health and wellness of the guests staying at the extended stay hotel. So the operator that also operates all of the neighboring hotels has a strict policy in place that requires them to check on each guest in the event that they have a do not disturb tag on their door for 3 days. So the cleaning staff keeps track of each room, whether or not a do not disturb tag is on. On the third day, the cleaning staff, along with a team member of the management team, will go into the room to confirm that the guests are safe, that there's no issues, God forbid, anybody's injured or hurt. So I think that really speaks to the concerns that were raised with respect to the safety and wellness of the guests. I think that kind of segues into the other concern, which was what happens if these guests stay here for 30 days or more than 30 days and treat this place as their home, right? So I had mentioned last time, of course, there's the cost prohibitive factor of $150, $180 a night. You're looking at $4,000 to $5,000 potentially for a king bed efficiency. But most importantly, I think, is the issue of just safety and wellness for the guests that's staying there for more than 30 days and also the neighboring guests of the hotel. The operator has a great track record. They've been in the community for nearly, if not over 14 years, operating some of the other neighboring hotels. And they will bring that same level of experience and service to this new proposed Homewood Suites. The next issue that I just thought mentioning is whether or not the hotel, under their public lodging license, could allow for people to stay more than 30 days. There's actually a carve-out in Florida statute that allows any hotel, not just an extended stay hotel, to have its guests stay there for more than 30 days, so long as these number of guests don't equate to more than 25% of that hotel's guests at any given time. So I point this out just to distinguish that this could happen at any hotel. This is not unique to an extended stay or a Homewood. This could happen at a Courtyard or any type of hotel that's licensed as a public lodging establishment here in the state of Florida. On that note, I'll just give you a case example. There was a woman who stayed recently at the Courtyard, which is not an extended stay. She was there for 9 months. She's an active duty Air Force officer. She received her orders every 30 days and needed the flexibility of staying at an extended stay hotel because she didn't know where she was going to be in the next 30 days. And to start thinking that each person, whether it's a first responder or somebody with Air Force orders, somebody who's had a flooding in their home that displaces them as a more minor issue, or somebody who's completely lost their home, we would want to limit them, is not fair. People need somewhere to stay, and the flexibility that all hotels, and specifically this extended stay hotel would provide would be very beneficial to the community. Finally, I'll just touch on a request that Councilman Fletcher had with respect to the lake. We met last week with Durham, who has jurisdiction over the lake, and they confirmed that the lake is needed, can't be taken away. We are adding acreage to it. We're just reconfiguring it. And then finally, as Councilwoman Bailey had requested, we met again with the town homeowners last week on Tuesday evening to accommodate other people's schedules. It was a very positive meeting. We're going to continue the open line of communication throughout the construction process and, of course, try to limit the impact on the neighboring town homeowners as much as possible. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to address those.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councilwoman?
Can we hear from public comment before I make a comment?
Sure. Is there anyone here in the audience wishing to speak on this matter? Well, come on down.
Appreciate that. Well, I happen to go to Publix there twice a day, and rather than trying to fight to get onto Kingman, where you're going to get killed if you try that, I go out the Campbell exit. Well, if I go straight, I go into the property with the roundabout. It goes into the hotel complexes. Now, that works pretty well. The only thing that doesn't work are the idiots that are turning without turn signals. That's the problem we have, is turn signals. Anyway, Mr. Avila, you brought up on a Maui situation 4 months ago, the red light cameras. Well, 6-8 years ago, our infamous manager, Mr. Retches, rest in peace, said he was going ahead, the city's expense, to put up the cameras. Well, that's wonderful. And Mr. Cordino, they were going to hand him an $88,000 contract, where I was going to do it for $87,000 to synchronize those lights. Now, I see him go up, I see the lights, and I go, wow, hey. And then from a conversation you had 2 months ago or 3, that never happened, that they never got synchronized. And in some cases, like where the turnpike is in Kingman, there isn't one there. There's a county one that we finally had them put up there. So what's going on with those lights that we paid to put up? Did the county reimburse us? Anybody know what happened there?
And I'll let them in it, but just to clarify what you're talking about is that the city undertook some time ago to install traffic sensors so that the light timing could be adjusted in real time. We're not talking about red light cameras. That has a bad connotation sometimes. We're talking about traffic sensors that have cameras as part of the components. So as long as we're talking apples to apples now, I'll let the city manager explain where we are with that situation.
And you're correct, Mayor. At the time, we went ahead and funded the synchronization cameras. We were hearing from the county it was going to be years before they got down here. So the plan was we were going to purchase the equipment and have it installed and then hand it over to the county, which their company that was doing all the programming and things like that. And in fact, we actually used the company that the county was using to go ahead and put those cameras up there. With that being said, it took the county years anyways to go ahead and get everything done. But I know, I want to say within the last 6 months, 8 months, one of you or several of you asked for the schedule of when the synchronization of all those cameras was going to be done. And I know we sent the schedule out to all of you.
Wasn't there also an issue that the county changed vendors and it took a while for the vendor to accept the equipment that we, or just to get it all, to get our hardware synchronized with the county? Is that accurate?
That's an accurate statement, yes.
Yeah. I mean, Ed, the county permitted our installation and approved our equipment, and while we were installing, they changed vendors. So that's part of the delay, but it's to be phased in now.
And if my memory serves me right, on the schedule, I think by 2024, the synchronization should be done, especially on Campbell Drive and the arterial streets.
All right. Yes, sir. Come on down.
All right. Good evening. Andrew Murray, 1013 Northeast 30th Avenue. I live in the Town Hall neighborhood that's affected by this. I'll start where this gentleman was at the roundabout. That roundabout that he spoke of is the only entrance to my home. It is shared with a Wendy's, it is shared with a KFC, it is shared with an office building, it is shared with 2 hotels and a Starbucks. only entrance. When I look outside my bedroom window, there's a hotel. If I look just a little to the right, there's an office building. Go outside my front door, there's the Homewood Suites. Now, they're proposing, again, I said this at the last meeting, coming into our neighborhood. They're taking away homes. I'm sure they'll pay a good price for it, but they're taking away homes, coming into our neighborhood. And I realize that the gentleman didn't address that, but I think residential should sometimes mean residential. I think we're pretty much at the limit. It might seem too far gone with the amount of commerce that's going on around me, but it is still home. And it's a quiet neighborhood, very quiet, even though this is all around us. I think this is just one step too far to have, 7 stories? A 7-story building, no, that much closer. When I drive into my neighborhood, there are townhouses on the right, townhouses on the left. The ones on the left are going to be gone as I know it, and then there's going to be either a wall or the hotel right there. I don't know if there's, as far as I know, there's not much of a shortage of land in Homestead. So to be at the point where we're then going into residential neighborhoods, into a gated community, to build a 7-story hotel, that to me, right now I'm wishing I had Redland problems. Going from 18 to 21,000 square feet, I wish I had that problem. But with all the commerce around, pretty much all of it was not there when I bought this home in 2011. And again, Homestead has served as a refuge for Miami-Dade County, in my estimation. It is not Kendall, it is not Brickell. It is a refuge from all that. And I would just like us to keep it that way. I know that I'm probably the only person here tonight, and I hope one voice could make a difference, but, that's all I have. I have nothing against, revenue coming into the county, into the city. It's all good. But sometimes it's just a little bit too much. Thank you.
You appreciate that. And while you're there, let me clarify with the applicant's counsel that we're not removing homes. We're converting land that's designated for homes in the future potentially to commercial use. It's not like we are removing existing homes, correct? Okay. And as I recall, there was some conversation that the proposed wing is further away from residential than the existing, or that the proposed location would have been. We're moving locations, right? And had you stuck with the original location, it would have been even closer than this location?
If I may, if I could share a schematic with the clerk.
Sure, thank you.
So the hotel to the east of the development is significantly closer to those townhomes. This proposed development, I believe, is 80 to 90 feet away. I can bring one forward.
Thank you.
So this is your proposed viewing closest citizen between 91.8 feet. You have here the existing townhomes, town place, which is 67 feet away. You have the homes east of the lake that are 88 feet from the already built Woodland townhome. And then finally here, even further distance from the village northeast, 190.
Appreciate that. Let me ask you, and relevant comments about the roundabout. Is there an alternative, a potential alternative? Let's talk about hotel guests, who are going to leave, who are leaving the area, who have checked out or going to work, need to get on the turnpike and go north. Is there a potential alternative to put that traffic directly onto the turnpike ramp rather than having them come out to Campbell through the roundabout?
I believe there's a road just to the east of the Outback Steakhouse. It's a direct, the Starbucks, a direct route that doesn't go through the traffic circle, that accesses the Hampton Inn and would then access the.
So that
the
there is
Humboldt
already an existing other driveway that would
Correct.
not that would potentially take this additional hotel traffic so that it's not all on the roundabout.
Right, well, it's a more direct route as opposed to going through the roundabout.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Right.
Can show on the presentation if you'd like.
Okay, appreciate that clarification. Well, his time ran out. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak? Any member of the public wishing to speak? All right, council members, I'll open up the floor. Your district, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I hear those concerns loud and clear. I think that there has been a meeting in the middle here with regards to the concerns that were addressed. You know, you've helped us identify the policies in place as well as the state statutes. There's been some reconfiguration. I think that the history that this hotel chain has had with our city, being good corporate citizens, plays a really big role in the support that we're going to hear tonight. I think had it been different over the past maybe 5 years, you might be getting a different answer. And so I'm weighing, you know, my support tonight on that professionalism and on the quality of the management of the hotel, and of course that it is serving a specific need.
Right.
Okay, we're talking about essential workers. We're talking about displaced families in times of crisis. You know, natural disasters. Serving our Air Force military needs and our, you know, SOC South and our members that are coming in on TDYs. So, you know, of course, serving the hospital. So I think that this is definitely a need that you are meeting, and I appreciate the changes that you've made so that we can address the concerns. Also, the additional exits from that plaza, if you can add some signage to help move that traffic flow away from the circular or the roundabout, that definitely is something that's doable. I'm seeing the heads nodding over there, so if you can just make sure that you incorporate extra signage to just redirect that flow, that would be very, very helpful to reduce the stress and the burden on the residents in that community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes, thank you. And again, I appreciate the time we spent on the phone talking about my concerns. Just for clarification, I've had a couple sleepless nights since then. In regards to the lake property, again, I know you're going to build a 6-foot wall on your side of the property to prevent people from gaining access to that lake. Are we able to install a 4-foot nuisance fence on the homeowner side, you know, maybe with a gate so people can access it, but that would limit, you know, young kids and things of that nature from wandering and falling into that lake? Again, that's been my biggest concern from day one for this particular property.
Right. You know, the operator of the hotel really doesn't have the ability to impose restrictions or put in a gate for the homeowners. You know, they'd be happy to discuss it with them to see if it was in the interest of the homeowners, but at the same time, these homeowners may benefit or appreciate the ground floor views that they have. I don't know the extent of what type of barrier you're explaining, but I'm just trying to put it in perspective of how these town homeowners might respond, you know, what added costs it might be to them or to the HOA or whatnot.
I believe it shouldn't be an added cost to them at all. You're the ones reconfiguring the lake. If that can't happen, I can't support this. It has to be, I have to have the fence there in order to prevent people from falling in it accidentally. That's a safety thing for me. We had that discussion. I have to move forward with that, and I would hope that you would had that discussion with the homeowners association, said, we're doing this for your benefit.
And to clarify, if I may, I was under the impression that that was addressed. So maybe I misunderstood, but please, I see another attorney at the table here.
Just say something for the record. Mr. Mayor, Javi Vasquez, 1450 Brickell Avenue. I'm with Mr. Baker, and I've been on, I think, most, if not all of the calls with you all. And I remember yours specifically, Councilman Fletcher. It's not about cost, it's about what we can control and the views issue that the neighbors don't want to lose. So we'd love to accommodate your concern. You're totally sensitive to the experience you had personally and your concern and why you bring it up, but there's certain things that we can do and certain things that we can't do. And that's one that our hands are tied. And that's, we want your vote tonight. We don't want to lose your vote over that issue, but we've tried to accommodate.
So you've had a conversation with the homeowners, and they particularly stated.
Yes, I just specifically went back and spoke to my client, who stated to me that neighbors do not want to lose those views.
Okay. That's all I have at this time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Vice Mayor? Sure.
This depiction of the distance to the proposed is the furthest away from the homes when compared to the others. Is that correct?
Correct. You're saying the proposed development?
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
Furthest away, 91, 109.3 compared to 82.8, 88.3, 70.7, 67.6. Yeah. I'm good with that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. So further away or not, it's still a new view for those homes that are along that line. Is there something maybe that you could do with landscaping that could go even above the 6-foot wall that would really minimize that that new building there? Is there a landscaping plan?
Speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this view right here, for example, is the view immediately from, this is the turnpike view for lack of a better, and you can see the kind of vegetation that we plan around the trees. So in other words, the townhomes would be on the left side to me on the screen. And you see that we do a dramatic job of covering this with very high trees and vegetation, pretty much surrounding the building, so it's kind of growing out of a, for lack of a better term, a jungle sense to create that effect. So if you picture yourself looking this way from this rendering, that's pretty much the view they'd have. They'd be basically looking up at trees, and then the building would be rising above the trees. So it's not like looking at this wall or anything like that you would be thinking in a more urban kind of situation, or a hotel literally outside your window. So that was the reason, and we're much further away. So the idea is that you will see this vegetation surrounding the entire base of the building, and then the building will rise out of it, and that's really the intent. And this rendering is pretty much exactly what we're trying to do.
Thank you.
That's helpful in that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilor Roth, anything? Okay. Anyone further from the public? All right, so as I understand, just to confirm, Mr. White, we need to do the PUD amendment, site plan, and then
Mayor, if I may?
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilwoman, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Baker, for coming back after addressing our concerns, doing some research and addressing our concerns. I specifically appreciate the fact that you came back with data, state statutes, and very specific examples relative to my concern of people just coming in and staying there for months with no clear plan to leave. But the examples that you provided with those from the military, families that had issues with their home and needed to stay there, I am very sensitive to that. I respect that, and I appreciate the fact that you did your due diligence and came back with an appropriate response and feedback. I will be supporting this item tonight. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think we're at the point where we can close the public hearing, and I'll ask for a motion for the approval of tab 18, which is the second reading of the PUD amendment.
Motion to approve.
Moved by the Vice Mayor. Second by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher,
No.
Councilwoman Fairclough Snaggers,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilwoman Avila, Councilman Ron,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Lawson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, our next motion would be tab 11, a motion to approve the resolution approving the site plan for this project. We have a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Moved by the Vice Mayor. Second by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilwoman Avila, Councilwoman Fairclough Snaggers,
Yes.
Councilman Ron,
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher,
No.
Vice Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Lawson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. And finally, tab 12, approving a resolution approving the tentative replat for this project. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Moved by Vice Mayor. Second by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough Snaggers,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilwoman Avila, Councilman Fletcher, Councilman Ron,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Lawson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you all. Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we have come to that time of night where we have exceeded our motion to extend. Mr. Arza, I'm sorry, we're just going to have to reschedule. I don't know that we're going to get a motion to extend further. Yeah. Move to what time? 11? 11. Motion to extend the meeting to 11.
Second.
Second by the Vice Mayor. All in favor? Any opposed? Mr. White.
Okay. Back to some gymnastics. So just bear with me for a moment. So the next item for consideration, well, it's the last and final item, but it's multiple parts, deals with the tab 19, which is the second reading of an ordinance amending the current development order master plan for the DRI, which is a legislative matter. And then out of that, there are two proposed developments, Keysgate North, Keysgate South. Keysgate North is for a 51 single-family home subdivision. It has tab 13, which is a site plan, tab 14, which is a tentative plat. It has tab 25, which is a proposed expansion of the existing Kingman Gate CDD to include those 51 single-family homes, which is a legislative item, and the corresponding tab 26, which is the expansion or the creation of a special taxing district to go along with the CDD for Kingman Gate. The secondary part is the Keysgate South residential development, which includes 1,287 dwelling units. That includes tabs 15, which is a site plan, tab 16, which is a tentative plat, and then there are two legislative items that correspond to that subdivision, which are tab 27, which is for the establishment of a new CDD, the East Palm Drive CDD, as well as tab 28, which is the establishment of the corresponding dormant special taxing district that's required to go along with the establishment of a new CDD. So tab 15 and 16 are quasi-judicial, tab 27 and 28 are legislative. So I say that because we can start with however you'd like to do this. I mean, I can introduce all of these together collectively into the record. You can have a broad public hearing discussion on that, and then vote separately on each item, starting with the second reading of the master plan, and then Keys Gate North, Keys Gate South items. So whatever your pleasure is.
Let's have the universal discussion.
All right, so I'm going to read for a little while, so just bear with me. All right, so tab 19 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the development order for the Villages of Homestead, Development of Regional Impact, providing for severability, conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Second reading. Then moving on to Keys Gate North, starting with tab 13. Tab 13, car number 3835, is the site plan application. This is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval as requested by Keys Gate 3 Trust for the development of a new 51 single-family dwelling unit residential subdivision on an approximately 10-acre parcel of land located within the DRI, generally located south of Southwest 328th Street and west of Southwest 152nd Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. Tab 14 is the corresponding tentative plat, car number 3836. It's a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting tentative plat approval as requested by Keys Gate 3 Trust for the development of a new 51 single-family dwelling unit residential subdivision on an approximately 10-acre parcel of land located within the DRI, generally located south of Southwest 328th Street and west of Southwest 152nd Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. Then moving on to the corresponding legislative matters with regards to the expansion of the existing CDD and corresponding dormant special taxing district. So tab number 25, car number 3837, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, expressing support for the expansion of the Kingman Gate Community Development District, aggregately encompassing approximately 89.62 acres more or less, having external boundaries as depicted and legally described in Exhibit A, approving such action by Miami-Dade County Board of County Commissioners, providing for transmittal by the city clerk, providing for adoption of representations, and providing for an effective date. Corresponding tab number 26, car number 3838, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, supporting the expansion of the Kingman Gate Multi-Purpose Special Taxing District, aggregately encompassing approximately 89.62 acres more or less, having external boundaries as depicted and legally described in Exhibit A, authorizing the city manager to enter into an interlocal agreement between Miami-Dade County and the city for the expansion and immediate transfer of the STD to the city upon modification and expansion pursuant to Section 18-3.1 of the County Code of Ordinances, providing for transmittal by the city clerk, providing for an effective date. Then moving on to the secondary part, it's Keys Gate South subdivision, tab 15. Car number 3831 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval as requested by Keys Gate 3 Trust for the development of a new 1,287 dwelling unit residential subdivision on an approximately 206-acre parcel of land located within the DRI, generally located south of South Canal Drive, north of Southwest 352nd Street, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. Tab 16 is the tentative plat application, car number 3832. It's a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting tentative plat approval as requested by Keys Gate 3 Trust for the development of a new 1,287 dwelling unit residential subdivision on an approximately 206-acre parcel of land within the Villages of Homestead, DRI, generally located south of South Canal Drive, north of Southwest 352nd Street, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. And the corresponding legislative matters on this related to the CDD and STD are tab 27 and 28. Tab 27, car number 3833, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, expressing support for the establishment of the East Palm Drive Community Development District, aggregately encompassing approximately 325.6 acres, more or less, having external boundaries as depicted and legally described in Exhibit A, approving such action by Miami-Dade County Board of County Commissioners, providing for transmittal by the city clerk, providing for adoption of representations, and providing for an effective date. And tab 28 is the corresponding multi-purpose dormant special taxing district, card number 3834. It's a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, supporting the creation of the East Palm Drive multi-purpose special taxing district, aggregately encompassing approximately 325.6 acres, more or less, having external boundaries as depicted and legally described in Exhibit A, authorizing the city manager to enter into an interlocal agreement between Miami-Dade County and the city for the creation and immediate transfer of the special taxing district to the city upon creation pursuant to Section 18-3.1 of the County Code of Ordinances, providing for transmittal by the city clerk and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cordino, your turn.
All right, let's see if we can do this and have it make any sense to anybody. So, the first thing we're doing, the thing that guides the entire process is the Keys Gate DRI Master Plan Amendment, right? So we have to modify the DRI, which is, if you've seen it, it's that one table with all these sectors in it, and there are different numbers of units or square footages in each of the sectors. Once we approve the DRI, then we can get into the regular zoning stuff, and that's going to be our site plan approval and tentative plat reviews there. Once we get done that, then we get in, because this is into DRI, into approving or reviewing for both of them the Community Development District and the Special Taxing District. So we've reviewed all of these to code. I'll explain a little bit about the DRI amendment first. The applicants here will get into all the gory details if needed. So essentially, we're moving the pieces around the board inside the DRI between sector to sector, redistributing the density and acreage. The redistribution is going to result in an overall decrease in total acreage from the commercial, hotel, and recreation golf course categories in the DRI. The overall number of dwelling units in DRI sectors 9 and 12 are going to be increased by about 103 units, but the total maximum number of units is going to remain unchanged at 9,860. And again, the whole point of this is the developer wants to develop 2 residential subdivisions and a golf course as part of the project. So again, we've got the site plans and the T-plats ready to go. Keys Gate, the Keys Gate North is the 51 unit development, and Keys Gate South is the 1,287 unit development. We've reviewed both of those developments to the zoning code, and I'll get to the recommendations in a second. And then finally, in each of those, we're dealing with the Community Development District and a Special Taxing District. The county code provisions won't expand a CDD, a Community Development District, without the support of the city. And as the underlying lands in the Kingman Gate, in both of the CDs are entirely located within the boundaries, the city needs to weigh in on that. And again, they won't approve this without city approval, much like platting, where it's got to come through us first. Also, the proposed special taxing districts for both of those allow for the expansion and operation of those within the city for the purposes of providing all the things we talked about in the previous application: essential services, capital improvements, maintenance and repair of all common areas, and those types of things. So that's, in a nutshell, what we're doing here. We are recommending approval of the DRI amendment. We are recommending approval of the Keys Gate North site plan. We're recommending approval of the Keys Gate North tentative plat. We, to be consistent with the previous action, we're recommending you consider the Keys Gate North Community Development District and the Keys Gate North Special Taxing District. We are recommending approval of the Keys Gate South site plan. We are recommending approval of the Keys Gate South tentative plat, and again, approval of both the consideration of both the Keysgate South Community Development District and Special Taxing District. So we've measured all of these through all the applicable codes. They all work and conform to our codes, and we're recommending that you approve this. And Hugo's here if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Arza, it's a moment you've been waiting for the last...
At least since 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue. I'm joined by a number of folks this evening, Carlos Gonzalez and Carolina Herrera of Lennar Homes, our surveyor, Omar Armenteros, our architects, Peter Colligian and Andrew Starr, and a bunch of other folks that are listening online. It's a pleasure to be before all of you. I'm going to endeavor to get through this as quickly as I can. I know you've only extended this to 11. There are some nuances and details that I do want to hit on. But I want to first of all thank all of you for all the time that you've graciously given us, all of you here in person, and to Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Also her time, even if I can't see her, I can hear her. You all have been very generous in affording us an opportunity to explain and address concerns and comments and questions that you've had, and really been great stewards of making sure that we did what the community, what staff, and what all of you wanted to see out of this project, and we're proud to present this to all of you. I also want to thank Mr. Corradino and his staff. This is a big application. Every resubmittal was, yay thick. It takes a lot of work, and we work through it in a very collaborative fashion, and we get to the finish line, and I want to thank them for that time. So the Altamira Lennar project, I already messed up. I didn't press the right button. Here we go. So obviously you've gotten a flavor of what this is all about, both at first reading from me and from Mr. Corradino, and then of course it's just right now from Mr. Corradino. This is a depiction of the project. You've got the proposed Keysgate North site up on the top, and then on the bottom of the screen, the proposed Keysgate South site. In the middle is the already built and finished, what we call Keysgate 1, the Riviera community by Lennar. And that's important in this context principally because that north pod is really going to integrate into that community. And I'll explain that as we go through some of the items. But those North 51 homes will really become a part of that community because it's contiguous to that community. Overview of the property, and you've gotten the acreage. It's a large piece of land, and multiple parcels, and then the land use and zoning categories that have been in place for the DRI for quite some time, which is PRAC and PUD, and we meet and worked off of those guidelines, and that's in large part why we enjoy staff's recommendation of support today. The overview of the applications, you have 9 before you. Sort of the big picture one, the one you've heard already at first reading, is the DRI, the NOPC. I'm going to touch on that with a couple of slides. You saw many more slides the last time, but since we only discussed the DRI at first reading and had a very lengthy conversation about the NOPC portion of it, I'm going to try and skip through some of that a little faster, but I remind you all it was approved unanimously back in January. And then site plan and tentative plat approvals for the north and south, they each get 1. And then the CDD and the special taxing district for the north and the south. The only nuance there is that for the north, it's an expansion of that existing first phase community. We're expanding that CDD and special taxing district to incorporate that because contiguously that property is closer to that one. And obviously for the south, we are creating new CDDs. That is important for a completely different reason that I'm going to get to shortly, which is, of course, the golf course and the amenities and the discussions that we've had and the CDD's role in all of that. So at the end of tonight, in a few short minutes, I hope you will be taking 9 favorable affirmative votes. And I apologize in advance because, yes, it takes a while to read through all of those. The NOPC application, redistributing density within the DRI, impacting the sectors, and I'll walk you through some of the impacts that are most critical. But really, fundamentally, the DRI remains at 9,860 units. I mean, obviously that's been a guiding light for a long, long time. And this development essentially builds out the DRI. And I know that folks, you guys and the ones sitting up there, predecessor ones, have been waiting for some time for that. I think the community has been waiting some time for that, and some folks have stayed and spent here, and I know we have some folks in support, but that number is not changing, and that's important, and I do remind everyone, and again, we have staff's recommendation of approval for that change. Principally, again, and Mr. Cordino talked about this, moving around and shifting the uses of land. Fundamentally, the biggest ones here, I think, are the residential dwelling units that are simply being shifted, and I have a slide that will talk about that and have some arrows so you can see, again, all staying within the DRI and not exceeding the numbers. And then obviously the golf course decrease. What we're doing, and we talked about this a lot at first reading, is we are taking the golf course today and roughly speaking using half of it for the Keysgate South development, while of course committing to, and what you're going to see is a public covenant and many other commitments that we've made to the redevelopment of the balance of the golf course into basically a brand new 18-hole executive golf course that will be, I think a jewel for the community. So those are the principal NOPC items, and here they are sort of graphically. And again, Sector 9 up on the top, we increase it by 51 units to provide for the 51 units that we're building up there. Sector 12, we increase by 52 units. It already had, that's where most of the excess and remaining capacity was already. So we are modestly increasing it by the 52 units, the golf course decrease, and then there had been a property out on the west side that had units allocated to it that we are not going to build, and we're going to move those units, and I'm going to show you here how that works. The Sector 1 is where that property out on the west side of the DRI was. In Sector 9, we're moving 51 units. 41 of them are from Sector 1. In Sector 12, we needed the 52 units moved in, and 49 of them are from that. So really, of almost the totality of the units being moved around are taking those 90 units that will not be built on the west side of the DRI and shifting them to the two sectors for these two site plans that you have before you this evening. And there it is graphically again, from number 1 on the west with the arrows pointing out over to 9 and 12 principally. And then 10 and 11 had a couple of units that just weren't finished. The developments that were approved there ended up being a couple of units less, and then those were also moved. And this is what it ends up looking like at the end of the day, and when it's all said and done and everything's been moved around. So that takes us through, and again, we talked about the NOPC in my presentation. It was only about the NOPC and was probably 3 times longer the first time. Obviously, if you have any additional questions, but we got into a lot of those. We moved to the site plan for Keysgate North, and this is single-family homes. This is just adjacent to the sales center, just south of Canal, west of Kingman, and just north of the existing Riviera community on Kingman by Lennar. And here is just a less colorful graphic of the site plan. Floor plan options, 3, 4, and 5 bedrooms, homes from 2,200 to 3,500 square feet. And again, we thank staff for their recommendation of approval. We are, providing for something that is consistent with your guidelines for the DRI and the PUD. And here is the tentative plat. And again, I show it only because you will be taking a vote, but this is all the technical specs. And even though our surveyor is here, it is not typical that we would get a lot of questions, but certainly if you have any, you can let us know. And finally, we're going to go to some of the pictures and the elevations for the single-family homes that we have in that north section. And I tried to, give you an example and a couple of examples, but obviously I suspected we'd be here fairly late at night, so I did not want to give 100 pictures this evening, but I think you get a flavor here of what we're proposing. We shift down to Keysgate South, and this site plan obviously has a lot more going on, and I want to just highlight a few of the points that are critical. On the west side, and we'll talk a little bit about the golf course and a lot more about the golf course in more detail, but obviously on the west side of what you see on your screen is the redeveloped, refurbished golf course that you have. Up on the north, what you see there with kind of those semicircle around it. That obviously is up the clubhouse. That clubhouse is going to be completely renovated. And if I don't say it later, let me say it now, although I think I will say it later. I mean, roughly speaking, we're talking between the renovation of the clubhouse and the redevelopment of the golf course, between $20 and $25 million expenditure by Lennar after they close on this property, and if we're fortunate to have this approval. So a substantial, large, 8-figure investment beyond construction, beyond fees that are paid, beyond recurring tax revenues down the road, just to bring and really just revitalize this area incredibly. A couple other salient points here, where you see the number 1 and the number 4 there, those will be our larger single-family lots. 2 and 3 is also single-family lots. So really, it's kind of a you've got the entire boundary of the property with single-family homes, and then when you get into that U-shaped, access road or U-shaped road, off of there is where you're going to see your townhomes and villas. These are products and product types that are very consistent with Keys Gate 1, the Riviera project, which, like I said, was approved back in 2019 and is already sold out. Has been an incredible, success to the community. And again, the application, the total number of units on the south parcel of 1,287, and then, private roads, and of course here, the golf course and the clubhouse amenities, but I'm going to touch on those a little bit later. The tentative plat, once again, this was a bear of a tentative plat, as you might imagine. A lot of back and forth. I don't think any of us, I hope none of us have to look carefully at any of those lot lines this evening, but obviously your staff, your professional staff, and the surveyors that they contract have signed off on this, and with your approval, we can go to the county and continue that process. And here's just, again, some of the details. And again, staff recommendation of approval after working with them quite a bit. And now we've got more elevations that are specific to some of the product types in Keys Gate South. Those were 2-story 40s. You've got a single family for 60s, so the wider lots. Going through here, you've got townhome elevations for the townhomes that are being provided in this Keys Gate South. We've got rear townhome elevations, and let me note here, I have it in a list of commitments we've made. Like I said, we've worked very closely with the neighbors. One of the requests that we got, and I'm going to touch upon them at different points, but one of the requests that we got was that the neighbors and the delegates that we spoke to down in Keys Gate wanted us to enhance the rear elevations, particularly along any road. Anywhere where they, who already lived there, might be driving, they didn't want to see the back of the homes look quite so plain. And so this reflects, that sort of little half roof, structural little half roof on the ground floor, and then some of the shutters treatment, so that rather than just being doors and windows, it's got some other flair and element to it. And we are fortunate to have the support, and you will hear from the leader of the delegate group, after working through many other delegates, that we've addressed their concerns. Things like this have come to bear, and all of you received an email from Mr. Schumacher with respect to that support, and this would be what he's referring to when we talk about the facade and the rear facade. And here are the villa elevations, and I believe correct, and then a rear, again, showing some of those improvements that we made to the elevations. This document alone took us some time. So at first reading, we talked quite a bit about what did Lennar need to do in order to secure support in the community, and then by extension, in both directions, the support this evening of all of you. And obviously, during all of the conversations we had with all of you, it became more and more critical that we give some obviously that we put, our money where our mouth is, but that we put in writing the commitments that we were making. And so what we did is, a fairly true and tried zoning strategy, which is that we have proffered a declaration of restrictions, which goes through and includes a number of commitments that are critical to very many different constituencies. Some of the things are things that all of you asked for. Some of the things are things you asked for because you were hearing the neighbors ask for. Some of the things are things that the neighbors wanted. But it all comes together in this public document, which is part of the approval that you may take this evening for these projects. So this would be an exhibit to, and would be a recorded document that all of you could rely on, and that obviously, in order to change, can only be changed by someone trying to come back here to some future council, or all of you, if they wanted to change it sooner and you're all still up there, and say, hey, we want to change this. And so the protection that affords is taking it out of any kind of private realm and any private agreements and private commitments that anyone may make, and putting it into a public realm and making it a public commitment that this elected body can, and your successors at whatever point, this goes on and on and on. This doesn't go away. Doesn't go away when the project is done or fully built out. The commitments remain in place, and so that's critical. Everything from the development standards, which is what we're proposing, to limitations on short-term leases and sort of the not renting out individual rooms and doing things of that nature. And then I'm going to ask James to read in for what you see up there in in letter C, really one of the fundamental points as we kind of transition how we made these commitments. The long-term viability and operation of the golf course is, probably issue number one, along with the clubhouse, issue number one for the existing residents in that area who want an opportunity to avail themselves of that again. Not just because they're the existing residents, but because it's sort of what they've lived for a number of years now and the struggle that they've had. So C, D, E, F, the bulk of this declaration of restrictions speaks to what we're doing. And as briefly as I can, but it's important, I don't want to gloss over anything critical, the golf course will be deeded to the CDD after Lennar closes on it and the CDD is created by the county, so that the CDD as a quasi-governmental entity, not a private landowner, will own the golf course moving forward. And there will be, safeguards in place in order for that to occur. The language we've added, and I'm going to ask James to read, speaks to not only the golf course ownership, but a commitment we've made after hearing concerns from both council and neighbors that it was important that the CDD also be able to control its own destiny with respect to the pro shop and the restaurant as really symbiotic parts of that golf course and things that were going to make the golf course work and vice versa. So we wanted to make sure that the CDD could in fact operate and had the ability to avail itself of that golf course and that pro shop. So James, if you can read the language that we discussed earlier today and that we're adding and including, and obviously we'll revise the draft officially, but we agree to this language.
Yeah, certainly. So what's up on the screen right now, as Mr. Arza stipulated, is the applicant's proffered declaration, which is included as an exhibit to both of the site plan resolutions as an exhibit. And so with respect to paragraph C of the declaration, that's golf course ownership and permitting, after the first sentence, which says, after closing, developer shall deed the golf course to the East Palm Drive Community Development District upon the creation of the CDD by Miami-Dade County, we would insert language there that says, in order to ensure the golf course is open to the public, period. Then we go on to the remaining, immediately upon obtaining permits, which developer is currently in the process of obtaining, and following closing, the developer shall timely commence construction and redevelopment of the golf course in good faith on an expedited basis, period. We're going to add an additional sentence language that says, additionally, the developer shall execute a long-term lease with the CDD for the pro shop and restaurant within the clubhouse, which lease shall require that the restaurant and the pro shop be professionally managed and remain open to the public pursuant to this declaration.
Thank you, James. And, and again, I haven't committed that language to memory, so I couldn't even repeat it if I wanted to. But, the gist of it, and I think that obviously we've painted with broad strokes at times during this process, and then we get granular with the details. But the gist of it is we want to ensure that this CDD, which is going to own the golf course, is going to also have the long-term incentive to operate that pro shop and that restaurant in a fashion that benefits the CDD and is, again, symbiotic, so that they're generating revenues and they're doing everything that's necessary for this to work long-term. As I've said to all of you, and as most importantly, you've heard it from Mr. Gonzalez, Lennar's marketing a golf course community. They're going to spend a lot of money to develop a golf course community. A golf course community needs an open golf course, and it needs a beautiful clubhouse. And you're going to see the renderings and the pictures, and we have no doubt we can create that. But there is a commitment from Lennar that they are going to do what it takes to make sure that what they are selling and the lifestyle that they're selling into the community that they're selling will work long term. And listen, this is a big, big project with a lot of units. Lennar will be selling home heres for several years. And so, they're going to ensure that they get this off on the right foot. And at the end of this, I'll let Carlos speak, and you can ask him any questions on that point, but I know he's made that commitment before. Running through some of the other issues that were important, the operation of the golf course. The golf course will remain open, and this is another critical one, will remain open for golf course use until the later of July 8, 2028, which was not picked out of thin air. That is the date in the current covenant, which you could say hasn't worked out super well. But listen, we're putting it in a public covenant so that there's the ability for all of you, your successors, the city, enforcement mechanisms to make sure that this is being done the right way, or 2 years after the commencement of operations of that golf course. So if for whatever reason it takes longer for the golf course to open, it will never be open for less than 2 years. Now, let me stop there for a second. It will be open, and I think, and Carlos has spoken this a number of times, we expect it to be open for much, much longer than that. There needed to be, and the delegates wanted a commitment. Again, we're building and developing a golf course community. You need that golf course to be thriving and vibrant. But it was important to have, at a minimum, some safeguards in place to give an opportunity for that golf course to work. And the second part of this section, which is equally critical, is that at the end, if at any point in the future the CDD finds that the operation of this golf course is no longer viable, and just everybody picked up pickleball. That's the joke I keep saying, because we keep having to figure out how to build pickleball courts and nobody's playing golf. I guess it could happen. This property would have to remain open space. And because it's owned by a quasi-governmental CDD agency, that open space must be made truly open and available to the public. And I was asked the question today, obviously safety, and yeah, of course, there are hours. I mean, we can't go to a city park at 11 o'clock at night or midnight or 2 a.m. either. Of course, safety will always be important if that were to happen. But what's critical is it would remain open for the public. Opening of the clubhouse, again, I gave the aggregate figure. I believe the figure of renovating this clubhouse is somewhere between $10 and $12 million is what I've heard Mr. Gonzalez, and he can correct me when he comes up. But we are committing to opening it by no later than the 50th percentile of certificates of occupancy for the project. So it's critical that that clubhouse is there to support those residents as they're moving in, and so no later than that 50th percentile. That is language that is fairly equivalent, if not exactly equivalent, to Riviera, the Keys Gate 1, which I believe has worked really, really well, was opened, made available to the public, made available to the residents on a timely basis. And then speaking of making stuff available to the public, I was getting ahead of myself, clubhouse membership, another critical point for both the existing neighbors and all of you, that it was understood that while the privately owned clubhouse that exists today that will be gutted and renovated is for the use and is the clubhouse of Keys Gate 2 South, right? I mean, that's the clubhouse that their community will have. The developer will offer the clubhouse memberships on an equal footing and basis to anyone who wishes to become a member there at the same cost and price. So they will not close those doors or keep those doors closed. And in the future, if it's owned by a CDD, then the CDD has, by law, the obligation to keep it open and must keep it open. And that was important along with the other portion, and we're taking care of it in two ways, by putting it in this section, but also by providing for the lease to the CDD, that in all instances, the restaurant and the pro shop shall be open to the general public. So no need to join the club in order to go to the restaurant or play golf. You pay greens fees at the pro shop, you buy a putter, a sleeve of balls, you go out and play. Same thing with the restaurant. You go to the restaurant, you eat, you don't need to pay any kind of membership. But if you want to be a member, you can be a member at the same cost as everyone in Keysgate South. So let's talk a little bit about some of the other commitments, and I've touched on a couple of them. We were asked by a couple of you regarding turnover of the Master Association. So let me first tell you what we can't do and what we are not a part of. Lennar will not be a part of that Master Association. This land is never intended to and will not be a part of that Master Association. But we heard the concern loud and clear, and so Lennar went back to the seller group and said, hey, it's important that you all really kind of firm up what you're telling us and what you're telling the delegates, to be fair. And you're going to hear from the delegates today that the conversation about turnover has been going on for months and months, and certainly before first reading. So, but we thought it was important to do that, and so we got them to agree, and they have amended, and I know I sent earlier today the recorded, the unrecorded, it's been sent to be recorded, but the master HOA has filed an amendment that is going to provides in writing for, very simply put, basically that they are going to turn over by April 30th of 2024, provided that they have sold this property to Lennar, which of course has provided on an approval, a successful approval. So, it all kind of works together. But again, we heard, and though we can't control it, and we are not the ones that are going to turn anything over, we tried our best to find something that we could point to, and then I think the delegates are also going to be able to speak to the fact that they are already working towards that. We talked about the long-term lease of the golf course and the restaurant to the CBD to fund operations. Perimeter wall along 344th and Palm Drive, another request from neighbors, and we were happy to trade in or change out what we were proposing with the landscaping and the fencing and the columns for a full perimeter wall. We touched on the enhanced rear facades for the product types. I showed you pictures of all of those. And obviously, a commitment, not just at first, but just in general, the CDD owning and maintaining the golf course, the mini golf, and the driving range. And I'm going to show you some pictures of all of that. Professional management company to be retained. Obviously the CDD is going to hire folks, Lennar initially as the developer who controls it all as they put it into effect, will hire a professional company to manage that golf course as they will to manage the other assets. Additional color scheme options, and we've added those to the palette of offerings. Looking at you, Councilwoman Avila, and one of the renderings will show it, we are prominently displaying the flag at the clubhouse, and one of the renderings will show it. Golf course, and we touched upon this a little bit at the first reading. I think some of the salient points here are our research indicated that golf courses need complementary revenue sources, and that not having to play golf for 2-3 hours, but maybe going to another driving range or doing mini golf, and looking at all of you who have kids like me, finding an attraction or an entertainment that's a little shorter in duration was critical. So it will have that driving range, it will have that mini golf, and then obviously it will have the 18-hole executive golf course, and then of course the restaurant pool. We showed this the last time. It's just, it's basically indicative of the pages worth of maintenance and commitment that we have from one of the proposed vendors that we've been working closely with to manage a golf course, someone with experience. And if you could read that, because it's pretty grainy and granular, it's down to how often they mow the lawn, to when they change the tee boxes, to when they change out the sand in the bunkers. I mean, it is detailed. This will be professionally managed and run. Clubhouse renovations, and again, I've thrown out the figures, and those are important, but basically the whole thing is being redone. Restaurant, golf shop, building a new pool, new gym, ballroom. I mean, the thing is being gutted down to the bare bones. And here are some pictures that we have, which I think are really, quite beautiful. This is a front view a rear view, and I think you can see from this one, it was easier to see the flag in the forefront there in the distance, prominently displayed. Just a unique building because, again, that from the front, it looks like a one-story building. In the back, you've got the 2 stories. And so we've got, the access out to that pool. None of that exists today. That will all be built by Lennar if this project is approved. The CDD, and we've talked about what it's going to do. These are just the slides on the applications, but really fundamentally and critically for the newly created CDD, the East Palm Drive CDD, it's going to own a golf course. It's going to manage and have a long-term lease for the restaurant and the pro shop, and it's really going to be the vehicle by which the community now in the future really has the ability to control its own destiny without any of this being in private hands. And that's critical because at least there's that avenue for future, to address any concerns that happen in the future. And some of the basic language of the CDD will do all the other things that CDDs do, but again, in this context, this is really the most critical point. And as staff always notes, for CDDs and things of that nature, since they're really a question for all of you, they just recommend consideration. There's no test that they, so instead of recommendation of approval, it's consideration, but I think in the past we've been able to explain the value and benefit. Special taxing districts are bootstrap districts that the county requires. You'll have to take 2 votes for it. They'll require that there be mechanisms put in place that if everything fails and an STD has to step in, that they can do so. It is a little less problematic in the context of a special taxing district behind a CDD because the CDDs already, like all of you, has the ability to collect taxes on the tax roll. So unlike an HOA, you don't have that problem. So I mistakenly moved back. The special taxing districts. Again, staff recommendation of approval for everything except for the CDD and special taxing districts where they simply recommend consideration because there's really no standards for them to evaluate. It's basically part of the project for all of you to consider, and that's without a doubt critical. And I think that brings me to, again, all of the votes that you're all going to have to take. Brings me to the closing. I want to obviously close with just a couple of things. There's been a lot of talk about money and the impacts. We've talked about the expenditure of that clubhouse, the renovation of the clubhouse, the renovation and new golf course, and that figure being somewhere in that $20 to $25 million. That's an impact. It may not be an impact fee in the classic sense of the word, but it is still an expenditure that inures to the benefit of the future residents, but also because of the mechanisms and safeguards we've put in place, the current residents who really will be able to avail themselves of all of that. There also was, frankly, a lot of discussion, or there have been discussion with some of you as to some of the impact fees that are paid. And we went and double checked, and while the DRI, because of the way that it was developed, exempted roadway, and not that they never paid it, it's just they built roads in return for getting credits for the future development. That same is not true for Homestead Parks, Homestead Police, another public works fee that Homestead collects, and school fees. So by my calculation, and based on what the city charges for the different fees, this project will generate in excess of $6 million for the Homestead Parks. So it's not getting a free ride by any stretch, and that's a lot of money. It will, in addition to obviously all the private money being spent on a golf course and everything else, of course, over $1.5 million for the police in impact fees, another $350,000 or so for something called the public works fee, which your public works department would have access to, and in excess of $4 million to the school system for their impact to the school system. So there were questions about the school. While the concurrency long-term is vested because it's inside the DRI, the money's still being paid to the district, to the school district, in the event that there's, obviously not in the event, so that they can address any other issues that they have. This development, like Keysgate 1, paid its fair share. And then, without a doubt, the recurring revenue, which conservatively at today's dollars and prices with what some of the Riviera Keysgate 1 homes sold for and the taxes that they pay, I believe this project would generate recurring annual tax revenues to the city of approximately $3 million, and then recurring annual to Miami-Dade County, recurring annual to the school district in large amounts. So there are some incredible benefits to the immediate and greater community, and I thought it was important that we highlight some of those. I want to thank you again all for your time. I'm sure I've missed something, and one of you will ask me, and I apologize because I'm sure it was important to you, and I just there were a lot of points for this project. But you know, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I'm going to ask Carlos if he wants to say a few words. I'm sure you're tired of hearing from all of us, and you want to answer some questions. But I know he also wants to thank you all. He joined me for so many of those meetings. I urge you to please vote in favor today, and I ask for some rebuttal time if there's any need for it. Carlos?
Carlos Gonzalez, Regional Vice President for Lennar Homes, 5505 Blue Lagoon. This guy's a hard act to follow. I don't know what I'm supposed to say because you covered a lot of ground. But anyway, thank you all this evening. I know it's late, so I'll be very brief. You know, several years ago, we started this journey, and that's really what it feels like. So from carefully crafting a plan of action to then working through a contract to then a plan, all culminating to this evening, where I think we've thought of virtually everything, and we continue to get ideas and things, and we continue to move around and come up with things all in good faith because we're all committed and headed towards the same place. We want to revitalize this area that's had a golf course lay afoul for years. Unlike any other, you know, master plan community, we've done several in Homestead. As you know, we're very committed to Homestead. You know, we've never been in a position where we've invested so heavily into a community to the tune, and I was mentioning to you earlier, and I think to several of you over the last week, you know, right now our estimates are upwards of a $25 million investment between the golf course improvements and the clubhouse. And that's not insignificant. It's very, very significant. And we do so because of a lot of things, right? Number one, I think realistically, it makes for a great golf course community that we're going to market and sell homes, right? But I think it solves a lot of issues that have existed for a long time. We're hoping to solve those tonight. So I'm here, I'm ready to answer any questions you have, and thank you.
Thank you to both of you. First, we'll do some housekeeping. We need to move to extend the meeting to midnight. Moved and seconded for meeting extension to midnight. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. I see a lot of delegates and Keys Gate residents in the audience, and I'm sure you just didn't sit here because our air conditioner is colder than yours is at home. So I'll open the public comments now. Mr. Powell.
What I'm here for. Well, let's face it. It's going to get passed. My ear to the ground, you're going to approve it. So it's a moot point. And they are tying some things together. They are bailing on the golf course. They're turning it over to CDD. And let's do deja vu. Let's do a little backtracking. Sean, you're between a rock and a hard spot. You're going to vote yes or no, and whichever way you vote, you're going to have half the people in Keysgate against you. You're better to not vote. Okay, the 100 people that live on the golf course that got screwed, they want a golf course. Beautiful. I want a golf course. I played golf. Judy Waldman, all her realtor people, they want a golf course. That's beautiful. The golf course that Mr. Thompson owned was always subpar. Mr. Rosen came in, he was going to build this magnificent championship golf course. The only problem is we're going to pay for it. Well, Mr. Rosen, that's great. What do you get up? What do we get out of this? Well, your house values are going to go up. Well, isn't that wonderful? So, the 100 golfers who live on the golf course, we have one of 14 delegates here, okay? They want a golf course. Beautiful. I want a golf course. You want a golf course? Who wants a golf course? The problem is to run it, to keep it up. That expense is going to kill whoever owns it. There's a saying in sales, sell the sizzle, forget the steak. And what we're selling here is the sizzle. And I'm not going to be around for the steak. But let me tell you, reality It's never worked. The clubhouse, they've had restaurants in after restaurants. I would love for it to work. It's a beautiful building. You had the weddings there. It never worked. And for it to work now, I'm sorry, folks, it'll work, but who's going to put the money to make it work? That's going to be the problem. CDD. They're going to own that. I won't be here to see it, but you could thank me 10 years from now that I stood up here and said, sell the sizzle. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Anyone else? Any other public comment?
Good evening, Mayor Lossner, Julio Guzman, Vice Mayor, Sean Fletcher, other council members. The delegates have met with 3 of you gentlemen.
Separately, let's clarify, separately.
Separately, that's right, one at a time. My name is Chuck Schumacher, and my wife Pam and I live at 1972 Southeast 21st Court in the Palm Isle Estates neighborhood of the Keysgate community. As was mentioned, I am the chairman of the Keysgate delegates. Thank you for allowing me to express my opinion on the Altamira project. This evening, I wanted to give you a little more information on the email that I sent you from the 14 Keysgate delegates. We all want the Lennar project to be approved because we feel it is the best option for the Keysgate residents. We feel the Lennar Altamira project will be far superior to any other housing development that may be proposed for the golf course property in the future. We will all finally have access to a refurbished 18-hole executive golf course with a driving range, putting green, and mini golf course for the family. We hope that the golf course is a financially viable business for many years, but if it is not, Lennar has arranged to have the CDD maintain that land as a usable green space in perpetuity. We will all have access to a bar and a restaurant in the public area of the new clubhouse. The Keysgate homeowners that border the golf course will finally be able to see golfers on that land again. There are so many positives for many people, and we hope you will move ahead with an approval. The turnover of the Keysgate community has been linked to this approval. The decision on when Keysgate turns over still rests solely with the Board of Directors of the Keysgate Community Association, and the board has committed that turnover will occur no later than April 30th, 2024, if the Lennar sale closes by December 31st, 2023. In preparation for turnover, a committee of delegates began investigating the turnover process approximately 9 months ago. They have reviewed the Florida legal requirements, the bylaws of the Keysgate Community Association, and have been in contact with the association's legal counsel. The committee will provide their findings to all the delegates after that legal counsel has completed its review, so that the homeowners can also be made aware of the turnover process. In conclusion, I urge you to please move ahead with an approval on all the Altamira issues submitted for your vote this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. No, Ed.
Please.
You had your 3 minutes.
Well, other people went 5 or 6.
Let's see who else needs to speak,
Well, no, let
Mr.
me
Powell.
just quick say, they've moved
Mr.
all this
Powell.
density.
Don't, please. Okay. Okay. All right, very good. All right, I understand we have someone online, Mr. Mino. Can you hear us? Larry? You got him?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, good evening or good morning or whatever it may be. Mayor, Council, you can hear me good enough? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Just to reiterate some of the points that have been made tonight from Mr. Arza, Carlos, and Chuck Schumacher. Not only am I a resident, but I'm also an active delegate. This journey started about 9 years ago when this course was closed. And it's been a journey, and a lot of you have been through it. You've heard about it. And there was a lot of moving parts. We had the opportunity to meet with several of you, Mr. Fletcher, Vice Mayor, and Mayor. And the other members of the council are well aware of some of the issues that were before us. But the one point that was a determining factor for me, it was two-pronged. One was that the land was dilapidated and it was nothing was happening, and we tried. Lennar picked up the ball. They decided to come to the table to sit and talk with us about what they were potentially going to do. So we started laying out what would potentially happen, and sacrifices were made on both sides. Mr. Arza, mentioned early in his presentation, kind of put your money where your mouth is. And I want to touch on that because I think that's very important, because one of the factors for me, my approval was contingent upon exactly that. And the money that they've earmarked, $25 million, is a lot of money. But I have yet to see anything in writing that lays that out. In theory, it's a great proposal. And this has gone back months, almost a year. And as you guys received your packet, my main concern was the amount of money that was going to be spent on this actual golf course. The number moved 3 times, and I think it ended at $11 million. And that would be great. And they didn't mention the person that would be redoing the golf course, Eric Larson, which has a track record with Arnold Palmer, very good reputation in the industry. So for me, I would like to see the $10, $12 million in writing, 100% that that's what's going to be spent on this project. And if that's truly the case, then it will be successful. And the other thing, as council, they are selling these lots as golf course lots. So obviously the longevity of this golf course is very important, not only to the new Lennar residents, but to the existing area. And the last thing that I would say is it brings a recreation component to Homestead that will give the ability for families to come out, play miniature golf, driving range, have a meal, and do some of these recreational things that, we haven't been able to do in the past. So I ask that you drill down on the dollar amount that is being proposed and make sure that that number is accurate and they stand behind it. And if that is truly the case, they have my support 100%. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right. Any further public comment? Is there any further public comment? Mr. Arza, would you like to address Mr. Mino's concern about the level of investment? Okay. Let me turn your microphone back on. Hang on.
Sorry.
There you go.
My name is Frank Esqui. I live in the Fairways. So just wanted to make a comment about the golf course. Personally speaking, I'm a big golfer, and personally, I'd be fine if we didn't have the golf course. as part of the plan going forward. Just because I have a dog and I prefer just walking him and using it as just a public space. So that's just kind of my 2 cents regarding that open golf course area. And, I'm sure you guys had multiple meetings with Lennar, but I've spoken to him, and my wish is obviously not to have a 12,000, home residents so close to us. I like the homestead city, kind of rural side, and I'd like to keep it that way. But so, if possible, if there's a way to have maybe other plans of maybe more single homes, so it kind of drives down the number, but at least the bottom line kind of makes it so it's economic for them as well. So that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, sir.
So I'd like to, respond to the question about trying to, require that we spend a certain amount of money on these things. So let me explain to you where we are. And so we're under contract. We're getting approvals. We've submitted plans for the golf course already. Those plans will govern a scope of work that clearly costs millions of dollars to execute. I cannot agree to either minimum or maximum number because it would be foolish. No more that I could guarantee you what my home prices will be. If the market drops, right, I've got to meet the market. If it skyrockets, I can't have a cap. So, but based on the bids that we've gotten, which we've got at least 2, and we've done a detailed estimate, those are our internal estimates, which we have to do constantly to judge the viability of any project we're looking to get approved and ultimately build and close. So that's my response to that. I stand before you telling you that those are the exact numbers that I have today. But if I can save money on it because the market, says, hey, drywall is going to cost less, or the cost of fill, which has been skyrocketing, if all of a sudden aggregate is cheaper, I'm obviously not going to have to spend as much. So that's the real challenge in trying to guarantee any set dollar amount on something that I'm going to spend. Okay?
Appreciate that. Thank you.
No, I've nothing to add. I don't think any of the other
Okay.
comments,
Very
but I'm
good.
happy to answer any questions.
All right, so one last opportunity for public comment, then we'll open it up to council comments and questions. So none appearing, I will close the public hearing. Councilman Fletcher, your discretion is your district. I've offered you the opportunity to kick off the conversation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Hugo and Carlos, and everyone in attendance tonight. Mr. Powell, I want to thank you for pointing out that I'm like a baseball umpire tonight. I have a 50-50 shot at, making sure that the residents are protected here in the long run, and I think that is the primary goal of my sitting up here tonight. There's a great investment to be had, or that's being undertaken by Lennar, and again, I understand the cost factors and you want to save money where you can, and I appreciate Mr. Minnow's comments as well as trying to get that in writing, but I also understand that you want to save some money on occasion if you can. So I think based off of our discussions that we've had that you're what's the word I'm looking for? It's late, sorry. But you're committed to ensuring that the golf course is a viable entity long-term. I did have one question that I did forget to ask earlier today, and I know we touched on it at the last public hearing we had, is regarding the animal control measures that we discussed. When you start moving dirt and things around, critters start moving around, and we do have homeowners in the area that have pets and things of that nature that could be affected. Is there a potential or is it viable that we could have a barrier put up like you see on like road construction sites? It's probably 2 feet, 3 feet high that helps prevent that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
Or it might be a requirement of.
But long term, we got to have that plan in place because some of those critters are invasive and you might want to have to look at that for removal of those long term. Just something to remember. Again, I think this creates some needed recreation in our community. The potential for the restaurant and the pub, I think, is probably not looked at by potential vendors as something that could be outstanding because of the previous things that we've had occur at that location. But I tell you, we have 9,800 units inside the DRI that I think are going to support whatever goes in there. We're hungry for something right now to go and do. And right now, we have to go to Miami or we have to go to the Keys in order to have that type of activity. Here, we're going to have it right in our backyard. So I believe that this is something that's only going to benefit our community, notwithstanding the tax implications and the recurring revenues and the investment that you're making and the impact fees. This is a tremendous asset, I believe, that's going to benefit us for long term. I'll rest there for a moment and ask for time at the end, but thank you so far.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Vice Mayor, are you ready?
Thank you, Mayor. Yep. Again, I think this goes back to listening to the residents. I had the opportunity to meet with the delegates. The delegates had an opportunity to meet with the residents that all live in the specific communities throughout Keys Gate. And we had a long conversation, and they gave me an extensive list of items that they requested in order to move this forward. That list verbatim was passed along to you, Mr. Arce. You addressed every single one of those items on that list in a positive manner, in a manner that Keys Gate delegates agreed to approve. The community has spoken, and I'm always going to side with the community. So you're going to have my support on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Sure. Councilwoman Avila?
Thank you, Mayor. Ed, doesn't happen often, but you took the words out of my mouth. That I think I've been talking to Mr. Arza for weeks and weeks and weeks, no, I think years, about my concern about a CDD or an entity managing and operating the clubhouse and making sure that it's viable and making sure, because at the end of the day, open land, we have that now, in a sense. But what I find is a jewel to the city is this amenity and this beautiful golf course, clubhouse, restaurant, gem that will be open to the public. So it was very important to me that we added some safeguards in the documents, in the way that it's written, and that is what is added today to those declarations. The other heavy point, of course, is turning over of the Master Association, which I understand Lennar is not responsible for, but I really did appreciate your ability to get those players to the table and to proffer up something that we have that's tangible. And I wanted to ask staff to confirm that you've received the document, that you've had a look over it, and that it satisfies your concerns.
I mean, I have a copy of the document Mr. Arza provided earlier today. I can read verbatim. Basically, it was a simple modification to the existing declaration, altering the definition of the turnover date, which previously read, shall mean the date upon which the declarant turns over control of the association to the owners. There is now additional language following that sentence that says declarant anticipates but does not guarantee that the last lot will be conveyed on or before December 31st, 2023. In such event, declarant shall turn over control of the association to the owners on or about April 30th, 2024. Not being the owners or the delegate's attorney, I mean, they seem to be satisfied with it. I haven't reviewed the entire documents and the definition of lot, but they seem to be, on the same page about what that means at this point.
Thank you. So I believe that having gone through multiple levels of just brainstorming and thinking about outcomes and how do we avoid this and going through those various exercises, I'm satisfied that this is going to end the saga that is the DRI and Wayne Rosen headache. And I saw, I've always seen both sides to the issues, and this is definitely something that is going to bring value to the Keysgate community as a whole, and making it a designation for those visiting our city. So I will be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. Long time coming. Thank you, Carlos and team, for proffering up some badly needed recreation and facilities out east. We've spoken about this before when it comes to traffic and some issues I'm looking at your maps. And we've never really addressed the access off of South Canal onto Farm Life, or creating another alternative for all those residents that have been built on South Canal that need to exit and go north on Kingman Road. This goes back to the 770 that we built, and Lennar graciously proffered up $500,000 for traffic control on Kingman Road across from the baseball stadium. And we got that money a long time ago, and there has been no traffic control devices put up in that area. Can staff give us an update on that?
Good evening. We're still evening. So we've been working with the county actually to try to get this project moving forward. As we all know, the traffic signals fall under the jurisdiction of the county. That particular intersection is in their program, is scheduled to be done. I believe it's in this year's TIP, or if not, it's right at the beginning of the next fiscal year, which starts in September.
Let me stop you with that right there, that thought. Whose CIP is it in the process of being in?
It's in the counties.
Okay, why is it in their capital improvement when we received the money from Lennar to pay for this project?
Because the county has jurisdiction over traffic signals, and they're the ones that control that process.
But you're saying
we are giving, basically the money that we have goes towards that project.
So we have to wait for them to approve a traffic light that we're paying for?
Correct. That is correct.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
It's approved, but I mean, it is the process. Every time we want to build a new traffic signal, we have to go through them. A traffic signal warrant study has to be performed, and they have to follow certain rules and procedures in order to get it installed.
So the traffic light that is sitting dormant on Farm Life Road in Maury, that was applied for before the light on Kingman and Centergate Road.
I don't have the exact dates, but I don't have them with me right now. But that's also a project that's being run by the county. The county is building that project, and again, we're working with them also in that one as well.
So we have to wait how long?
Like I said, it's in their program already. They were trying to get it into this year's fiscal TIP. If not, it's going to be right at the beginning of the next one.
Okay,
September.
so the light that they installed at the turn signal on Palm Drive exiting from Venetia Gardens was put in prior to the light in front of Centergate and Farm Life.
I'm trying to picture, which one are you talking about now? Which one?
There's a traffic controls circle.
Yeah.
On Palm Drive.
And Venetian, right?
In Venetia.
Yeah.
That lights just all of a sudden appeared there.
Yeah, that project has been going on for many years. Originally, it was designed to be a traffic circle. Their design didn't work. So along with the improvements that they did on Palm Drive, going west from that point towards US 1, that improvement to that traffic signal was included with that project on that segment of 344.
So installing that light improved the traffic flow through that area? That's what you're saying?
Well, I would guess that yes. The reason for it was to improve the traffic through that area, yes. Okay. And make it all tie in with the expansion that they did from 162 towards US 1 on 344.
So my point to this is that we continuously hear the comment about our inability to control traffic when it comes to growth. The Lennar project started, if I remember, just prior to COVID or right after COVID started in 2020. It's nearly 2.5, 3 years now that project has been underway. And the proffer of the money to put traffic control, which is desperately needed right there,
yes,
could drag on for another 2 years. Is there anything
No,
we can do?
I don't believe so at all, no.
But you're
that's
saying
wrong.
capital improvement, it has not even in this year's plan. Potentially
Yeah.
it's in next year's plan. So we're talking about another 2 years.
We are actually in conversations right now with them to try to expedite that particular project. So the idea is to get that done ASAP. That's the goal.
And we're going to end up with the same problem on South Canal for residents that live west of Kingman that need to travel north on Kingman. We're going to end up with the same type of an issue there as well, where we're going to end up having accidents on a daily basis. So my point is there's got to be some relief for South Canal. If you travel on that road in the morning, it's like every other road. And they have to fight to get across because there are people coming south on that road. So there has to be a break in traffic when the light changes, but then they're also fighting the traffic that's coming from the
north.
south going north.
Sure.
To gain access in there. So something needs to be addressed in this area, whether it's tonight or in the future. I talked about the road that's to the west of the lake being paved, which I think is a city-owned right-of-way or something that would help give them a safe alternative to go west, to go east at the traffic light on North Canal and Kingman Road. So I'm just, listen, as much as I'm for the project, I'm for this project, but the traffic has not been addressed here. And this is a safety issue for those people that live to the west of Kingman Road that are going to have to travel north. So I don't know if there's something we can do to help alleviate the future problem there, but something has to be addressed because no fault of Lennar. They gave us $500,000 to address the residents' concerns of traffic coming out of Centergate and Farm Life. The same thing's going to happen at South Canal and Farm Life. Just something to think about. Thank you for the time, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Roth, and I'll go ahead and throw this out there. I had it on my business tonight anyway. You are absolutely right. Something's got to change. Let me give you an example. On March 14th, a credible attorney with financially viable clients made an inquiry to the city about an issue. Another attorney, equally credible, who was here tonight, made an inquiry to the city about a very pressing issue on March 24th. Today's almost April 20th. Neither one of them have been answered. One of them deals with the purchase of fill. We've got at least $7 million in fill in the ground that people are lining up and would like to buy. Number two, we have the Burkow firm working with D.R. Horton, chomping at the bit, that are coming here in good faith, helping us to make sure that their $12.5 million of road impact fees are programmed to the city. And I'll tell you what the problem is that we have a public works director that has ignored these requests, that is not aggressive, that doesn't push the ball uphill. It's kind of go along and get along. So I'll tell you what has to happen. We've got to be united to tell the manager that something's got to change. I hear on a weekly basis, Homestead Garden is delayed because Homestead's not issuing a letter about water capacity or sewer capacity. We've got a $4.5 million pump station that they tried to fix with Band-Aids and baling wire. The problem is internal. The problem is that no one is expected to perform and no one is held accountable, that time and time again, our manager goes out of his way to excuse delay and non-performance. It's right here, Jerry. March 14th and March 24th, significant asks were sent to you and Julio, and neither one has been answered. So if you want to know where the problem is on the third floor. That what's a priority for us and a priority for those wanting to do business here and a priority for our residents just don't seem to be addressed by our staff members who go home and go to sleep somewhere else every night. Oh, Councilwoman Bailey, would you like to comment on this application?
Well, that was incredibly thorough. I know the HOA turnover was one of the big asks, and I was very happy that something could come from that. I think the only thing that I continue to think about is, are there any additional assurances or any other safeguards that we could help that CDD be successful in continuing it? So a couple quick general questions. So the majority of those new homes would be the homes that are included in that new CDD. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. Got it. I turned it on and you turned it off. There you go.
The entire Keys Gate South, correct. All of those homes will be within the boundaries of the CDD, obviously also including the golf course.
Okay, so trying to wrap my head around this. So basically, the majority of those homeowners, I'm assuming, are interested in golf and would like to see it continue. So when CDDs go up for votes, do the people running have, you know, what they stand for, and the community votes them in depending on? Is it similar to council, right? You've got your...
Correct. There's the Board of Supervisors, which is the governing body of any CDD, and as the developer phases it out and to use the turnover word, but as in this case, as Lennar turns over the CDD, they'll have elections, ultimately culminating in all, I believe it's 5 members, right? The board has 5? Yeah, all 5 members, of course, being residents of that area within the boundaries of the CDD. So that's the self-governing function.
Okay, and then the second thing is just curious with your conversations with Brightwheel. Are you considering a 2-year contract with them? Have you discussed that at all?
I don't know that you've gotten into that level of details. I guess maybe Carolina's got a better answer than that.
Good evening, everyone. So Brightview is a potential manager for the golf course, but we're going to go through a process of selection. They seem to have the experience to do so. We don't have a contract at this time.
Okay, maybe something to keep in mind if there's an opportunity to extend that contract that you find with someone. You know, I'm sure that with the many properties that you are running, that you might have a better opportunity at getting a great contract. Maybe that contract could be extended an additional 2 years, or just any little thing that could
good
help
point.
them in that beginning process. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Has Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggers weighed in? Is she still with us?
Yes,
Councilwoman,
I'm still here.
are you prepared to go
Thank
forward?
you. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I am.
Mhm.
So thank you, Mr. Arza and Charles, for your presentation. I think it was very thorough. And for me, when I look at any application that comes before us that includes density, I look at them on an individual basis. So with this application, I don't see any requests for variances. I see that the applicant is developing what they are entitled to develop, first and foremost. But beyond that, I appreciate the fact that the delegates brought the developer to the table and requested some additional concessions. And their leadership that they exerted boded well, because the developer has definitely added those additional concessions to this application. So I really appreciate the fact that you have been responsive to the needs of the community. That is something that definitely appeals to me. Two of the sticking points for me were the turnover. As Mr. Urza knows, I didn't have a great experience with turnover in my community in Chateau and the Vineyard. So I wanted to ensure that the Keysgate residents had the opportunity to take control of their own destiny, one. And two, the clubhouse. This is something that the community has been asking for a long time. As Mr. Minnow stated, this has been a long journey for the Keysgate community, and I'm happy to see that there's a glaring light at the end of what was a very long turnover. For this Keysgate golf course to survive, I think it's going to take all of our support in order to support it. So I think we have to look at this from the glass half full as opposed to the glass half empty, and concede that we're going to support it to ensure that it lives, as opposed to automatically assuming that it's going to die. It's going to take all of our support. And with that, I will be supporting this agenda item tonight based on the aforementioned. Thank you.
Don't touch it.
I didn't. Thank you, Councilwoman.
All right. Has everyone weighed in? All right. Yes, Councilman.
So kind of lean in a little bit on yours and Mr. Ross' issue with traffic lighting. I think it's time that we as a group get together in a workshop and do nothing but address, traffic issues here in the city. We haven't done that. And I think that should be done sooner rather than later. I'd be available for a workshop as soon as possible so we can have these discussions, because traffic is a big issue. And I think if we get together as a group and we send a resolution to the county, requesting them to move a little faster and talk to our commissioners, I think that would go a long way. So I'd offer that up for everyone to think about.
In that regard, Councilman, we're working toward taking the next step with the help of the Burkout firm on behalf of DR with that. And certainly that would come to us as something that's going to go to the county. Certainly when we show up with money, whether it's ours or DR Horton's impact fees, and demonstrating that need in a real plan, the county listens. It's not done in a vacuum. So that will be forthcoming. All right, good. All right, so again, I guess it's my turn. And again, thank you to you and your client, Mr. Arza. I know you've spent quite a bit of time with a lot of us, and this has been a very, very long process. I guess I want to start by saying that, I've often said that my history here is both my blessing and my curse. And my curse here tonight is trying to find the gotcha in here somewhere. because that's been the history of the entire build-out virtually of the DRI. It's the gotcha. That's not what we meant. That's not what we said. That's not what you're going to get. So I'm coming at this, and I'll get to good points in a minute, in terms of where's the gotcha. And I just have to think the gotcha is in here somewhere. And what I'm looking at is the nexus between, okay, so let's start with the proposition that we have an overgrown Python incubator on what was the golf course. That's what, some jokingly call it the Python incubator, whatever it may be. And in my professional life and with enough experience here, I always, hope for the best, but usually expect the worst. So I come at it with that and I say, what if everything goes down the drain? And I get that the golf course is supposed to be maintained as open space. But again, some of the conversations I've had with you and your client is that this project is essentially starter homes. And it is. They're small villas, either end-of-life homes, the villas and townhomes, or starter homes. So if things go south, I have to ask the question, why are these folks at the end of in their golden years or there as starter homes, why are they interested in continuing to fund the CDD to properly maintain open space? So other than our normal code enforcement processes, I don't see any declaration really in favor of the city that gives us any ability to kind of act as the CDD and collect that money or have any enforcement over maintaining that green space, open space, in the worst case scenario. And I would see that if that happened, you're going to have 1,300 homeowners here in these chambers asking the city to take this big yard off of their hands and take it as our responsibility. So are there any safeguards, worst case scenario, are there any safeguards? Where is our enforcement other than our routine code enforcement ordinances? Where are those safeguards so that we don't get stuck with the situation that we have now? And none of us want to, but no one ever thought in 1988 that the clubhouse would be shuttered and crumbling today. I can't count the number of events that I attended out there over many years and never imagined. So, I have to come at it from that angle. So again, the safeguards.
So I, like you, think the worst, right? You hope for the best, but you prepare for the worst. So going down that path, right? The first thing is there's a private covenant that exists that has a required maintenance. Let's start there. 2, on the public side, if that's not maintained, there is code enforcement. You can look to history, and if you go back to 2007, 2008, 2009, you'll find that a lot of the communities, matter of fact, all of ours, okay, that had a CDD, Malibu Bay, Vineyards, Oasis, we've got common areas that were under HOAs, and we shifted it to the CDD. And that was the safeguard, actually, not the point of contention, but in fact, the safeguard to ensure its maintenance, right? So the other important thing that I think we all need to just be reminded of maybe is that the CDDs are funded through your property taxes. It's a primary lien. So the funding is in fact there. So that takes you down a different path and you say, okay, so if you have a CDD that's a primary lien and will be funded, because they always are, okay? Then the question is, could someone show up here and say, I didn't know about the CDD? Well, sure, you might have a one-off, but we all learned 25 years ago when CDDs first started and disclosures were nothing. You've got to see our disclosures today. You know, it's wild. And that's great. And we're all about fully disclosing it. So if we tell a consumer, you've got a CDD, you're responsible for this maintenance, there's a primary lien on that property, not a primary, well, it is a primary lien through the property taxes. You will be funded. I understand the concern that anything can happen, but we've got to some significant great lengths to cover pretty much everything. Could something come up? You're right.
Let me interject, though, so I understand the process. At some point in the future, when the residents of the 1,300 units control the CDD through a separately elected CDD board, they set their millage rate and they establish a budget. They, tell me where I'm wrong, they could unilaterally at the board level decide that we're not going to fund keeping this former golf course mowed and nice open space. We're just going to let it sit. And then I see that's where the city would come in, and it would be, well, then city, you take care of it. I mean, and I get that for the immediate short term, Lennar is in effect going to be the CDD board, correct?
Yeah.
There's a
developer control board up
the
front.
developer controlled until you have that initial turnover to the residents, and that's going to be the safeguard for the operation and maintenance of the golf course and the clubhouse. But I'm just thinking at some point in the future, are there real safeguards? You know, in case you know, the worst happens, how do we ensure that we're not faced as city leaders? And in 2028, it certainly won't be my problem. But how do we safeguard future councils and the community at large from having the derelict situation that we have now?
So to answer that one, right, you're thinking in the extreme. They woke up one day and said, I no longer want to maintain an important amenity within a quasi-governmental entity who owns the land and is required to maintain it through a private covenant and to meet a county ordinance. So I get it. I'm just trying to set the stage. It is highly, highly unlikely. Could they do it? Yes. Would they be sued? Yes. Would you file a ton of fines? Yes. Would they in fact be in violation because they have, I think you were pointing out that you've got bondholders because bonds have been issued to the CDD and they must remain in compliance. So there's probably another layer there that there'd be in violation of the covenants under the bonds. So could something like that happen? I guess so. But I'll yeah, and you know, we've got homes also that face the golf course, so they'd have to face their own residents who are saying, hey, you're not maintaining my property and I'm funding this, right? So there's so many different things, but there is one commonsensical thing that I always like to go back to as we've engineered this over the last few years. If I'm that CDD and I've got one choice, I've got one of two choices, right? I can either maintain a golf course that creates revenue, or it's an open space in the future that creates zero. What do I try and do? I'm going to go for a golf course. And with the money we're investing up front, we're setting it up professionally managed. It's required that the restaurant and this and all of this is going to be professionally managed. I think it's fair to say that people will continue to endeavor to do that. And maybe some years it's going to be actually accretive to their O&M budget. Maybe on a couple of years it might not be, right? But it's a primary lien. So I don't know if I answered your question, but
somewhat. I can only look to history to see what might happen. I mean, that seems to be a cursed property. Maybe we'll lift the curse tonight, but let's call it what it is. That is a cursed golf course. All right, so let me digress one second. Your proposed declaration of restrictions, it demonstrates as it's entered into by Michael Latner as trustee of the Keys Gate 3 Trust. I'll just say right now, if you get Michael to walk in here and sign this tonight, I won't ask any more questions and I'll make the motion.
The name hasn't been changed.
All right,
but obviously the signatories have.
Yeah, that's the lawyer side.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of levity at almost midnight. No, and I get, and hearing the residents, they're going to get a turnover, and that's big for everybody, whether you play golf or ever go to the clubhouse. We're not going to have a blighted, shuttered, derelict clubhouse out there anymore. And to those who may be watching or who may be reading and say, what in the world? Here they are approving another 1,300 units. I think it's important to make the distinction that we are not conjuring these units out of thin air. They are already there. As opposed to the earlier hearing, those units were not there until we did our hocus pocus up here and made those units exist through zoning changes. I just want to say, though, that in talking to several delegates, it seems as though they've come to the point that this isn't the greatest, but it's the best they're going to get. And there's a fear that it could be piecemeal, developed out piecemeal, so that we don't have that cohesive development. But I do have a problem with the architecture. I really, the earlier hearing tonight, I think, really sets the bar. And from my personal opinion, I just want to say that this is the last bite of the apple on a large scale in East Homestead. And I know your architect is here, and he'll have to stand in line to stab me in the back as I walk out tonight. But I would hope we could have done better. I just, if we can, it can be, something unique, something different. You can find what you're proposing in Miramar and Hollywood and everywhere, but from there to between here and there. I would have hoped we could have been a little more creative and up the bar a little bit. Those are my comments. Again, I don't see anybody here objecting to it. The representatives of the neighborhoods have weighed in. Is it better than what they've got now? Yes. Do we have issues that we're going to have to address and apparently be far more, as a group, proactive about making sure those things get done? And I want to say, in all fairness, I point blank asked the ultimate developer, I won't say the applicant because I don't think he's the applicant. I asked the developer about throwing some money in the pot toward the sports complex. And I have to appreciate what he said. We had to pony up $500,000 for a traffic light 4 years ago that's not yet in place. The City of Homestead, until you can show me that you really needed it by deploying it more quickly, I'm not interested in making that donation. And I can respect that and appreciate that, and it doesn't reflect well on us. So with that, any final comments, any motions? I've got my cheat sheet here as to what order it needs to go in. Yes, Vice Mayor.
One of the requests from the delegates was for Lennar to improve the aesthetics, the color schemes, add shutters, decorative elements, optional hangover structure at the rear of building. Is that what you were referring to, or you wanted even in addition to?
I'm looking at the renderings, the color renderings in our package of what they're proposing. And if you put that next to what we saw earlier, there's no comparison.
Okay.
To our defense, let me just say, I had to endure, your commentary earlier, right, where you're saying, well, that future application. So the moments now, I feel great and proud, but somehow that's whittled down a little bit after this. But I will say this: when you look at a rendering, and we develop, in different communities on a wider lot and a big ranch style. You can do a lot more with an elevation too, and I think we're suffering from a little bit of that. When you look at the architectural elements on the villas, right, we'll call it townhome without a garage, there's movement, there's stone, there's a lot of things there. And so on the singles, on a 40, you don't, they had long, wide elevations with a garage, and you can do some stone here and some stone there. So you're going to do a lot more with a 75-foot wide home or an 80, and I don't mean home site. Their home sites have to be much wider than that, but the home. And so that's going to make it a lot more appealing as well. But we added some colors. We did listen to the delegates. In particular, as you go through all the spine roads and on, let's say, Pond Drive, right? We wanted to enhance all the backs, right? So you could see shutters. You see these little, I forget what we called it. It's like a roof that's over a slider or a door to just add some interest there. And then we added the wall on right on Pond Drive. All right.
It occurred to me, you and I talked about how tacky I thought the electric meter was by the front door on one of your other. Were you able to design around that this time? No?
The ones that are in front of the townhome?
Yeah. Where you walk up to the front door of a townhome and there's the electric meter right there by the front door.
We haven't found a way to work around that with FPL just yet. I mean, it's got to go in the front. Now, there's technology coming that they might be able to meter it and it doesn't have to actually reside there. So let's see. But we haven't advanced that just yet, but I'll follow up on that.
All right.
I'd love to get rid of it.
Yes,
to be honest with you.
To the mayor's credit, I did pick you guys apart for the elevations. They did come up a little flat, but it is typical of the overall DRI, and that's why I was okay with the elevations and the style and the design. But regarding the restaurant, we briefly talked about farm-to-table menu and trying to make that a priority in how we showcase Homestead on our grander level. So do you have any comments on that before we go to vote?
Well, we obviously haven't picked the company yet that's going to manage that and run a restaurant. But I'll make sure that you are at that opening and you have farm-to-table food. Okay, so.
Okay, so we've run out of time. Sorry, you won't get a vote tonight. Okay, so a motion to 12:30. Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by the Vice Mayor. All in favor? All right. If that concludes, it seems that according to the cheat sheet, the extensive cheat sheet that Mr. White so graciously provided for me tonight on these gymnastics between the quasi-judicial and logistic, it seems that we need to first do a second reading on tab 19, which is the amendment of the development order for the Keysgate VOH DRI. Is that a motion? Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Bless you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers,
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Lawson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, the next would be tab 13, a site plan approval for the 51 single-family homes at Keysgate North. Have a motion?
Mayor,
Yes.
can I just add that the way the resolution is drafted, just for everyone's edification, is that it's the site plan, which is attached as an exhibit, is approved subject to the applicant's proffered declaration of restrictions, which is an exhibit as well. And that proffered declaration, as we talked about, has been revised. So whatever motion should include subject to the revised.
Subject to the revised declaration.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll make that motion subject to the revised declaration.
All right, moved by Councilman Fletcher. Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilman Roth,
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Lawson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Next item is tab 14, approval of the tentative plat for the 51 single-family homes in Keysgate North. Any qualifications there, Mr. White? No. We have a motion? Moved by Councilman Fletcher,
Second.
seconded by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila, Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Bailey, Councilman Fletcher, Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And the next item is tab 25, and this is the expansion, a resolution approving the expansion of the Kingman Gate CDD. We have a motion to approve. So moved by Councilman Fletcher,
Second.
seconded by the Vice Mayor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers,
Yes.
Councilman Roth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila, Vice Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Next item is tab 26, and this is a resolution approving the expansion of the Kingman Gate Special Taxing District. Have a motion to approve. Moved by Councilwoman Avila. We have a second. Second by Councilman Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila, Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers,
Yes.
Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Bailey, Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, moving on to the Keys Gate South portion of this package, including 1,287 units. Tab 15, and this is for a resolution approving the site plan. Tab 15, site plan approval.
And
Yeah.
with the caveat, subject to the amended proffered declaration.
Gotcha. Moved, subject to the proffer of the caveat. Have a second? Second by Councilman Roth. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Avila, Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers,
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher, Vice Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Next item is tab 16. It's a resolution approving the tentative plat of Keys Gate South. We have a motion to approve. Moved by Councilman Fletcher. Have a second? Second by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila, Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers,
Yes.
Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Bailey, Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Lawson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And finally, tab 28, the establishment of the East Palm Drive, tab 27, correct? 27, the establishment of the East Palm Drive Community Development District. We have a motion to approve. Moved by Councilwoman Avila, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Roll call on tab 27.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Avila, Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And tab 28, the establishment of the East Palm Drive Special Taxing District. A resolution to approve.
Moved.
Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Avila, Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers,
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey, Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Take a moment and absorb the thought that this concludes the build-out of Keys Gate. Nearly 50 years after its very controversial adoption. I'll hope for the best. Till then, I'll expect the worst. But I think now that we have prior parties out of the mix, sooner rather than later, we can move forward in a new spirit of good faith and cooperation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all.
of you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good night. Yes, sir.
So thank you all very much, and I mean that, because this isn't just an approval of the site and all this stuff. You're also trusting us, okay? And I know we've got a good track record, but there's always an element of performance. So thank you guys each so much. You've invested a lot of time in us, spending time and collaborating, and just thank you all. Okay? Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you. All right, council, I think we've expired our time again. How much further are we going to go?
How many more tabs do we have?
Do 12:45? All right, moved by Councilwoman Avila, seconded by the Vice Mayor. All in favor? All right. Anybody want to take 5?
Push through.
All right. Tab 29. This you, Mr. Manager?
I think
sorry.
we're on
Yeah,
tab 20.
Tab 20 now?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
20? Okay. Sorry, thank you.
Tab 20 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 27, Tourist and Mobile Home Parks, Section 27-11, Definitions, to define master meter, and Section 27-59, Utilities required for each site, exceptions, laundry and shower facilities, wastewater collection, to amend the utilities regulations governing mobile home parks, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for severability, and providing for conflicts and an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Second reading, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Currently, water and sewer lines within mobile home parks are privately owned and maintained. However, the city's customer service department performs billing services to the meters. As a result, there is often unaccounted water loss, broken or inaccessible water meters, and in some cases, billing disputes. In order to address these issues, this ordinance will clarify that the city will begin reading and billing only at the master meter that connects the city's public infrastructure to the private mobile home park system effective January 1st, 2024. Florida Statute 723.045 prohibits mobile home park owners from charging a markup on public utilities. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached ordinance amending Chapter 27 of the City Code to define master meter and clarify the obligations of mobile home park owners to provide utilities within the mobile home parks. This is second reading. At the first reading, Mayor, Councilman Roth had some concerns that the owners of the park may mark up the cost of the water after we went ahead and charged them. State statute requires that they cannot do that. In addition to that, an additional question came in, do we individually meter each trailer inside the park? Our code requires that each structure have a meter. And hopefully that answers everyone's questions.
Okay, but the meters that exist at each trailer now are not our meters, correct?
They're not, you're absolutely correct. They're not our meters, they are privately owned. And that's part of the issue.
And we are not going to be reading those meters.
Correct. We're just
So-
reading the master meter.
Is there any mechanism for the occupant to know whether they're being overbilled?
We could send something to the residents, letting them know what the rates are. The meters, the privately owned meters are on their trailer, so they'd be able to see that. But either way, we would have to send them a notification as well, because we'll be taking this particular charge off their actual utility bills.
Right, okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Yes, Councilman.
Can I add something? So, in the past, with the Boardwalk, with Aquarius, and with Coco Walk, how was the billing handled? Because I think in the Boardwalk, the mobile home sites that are permanent homes were individually metered, and they had to put the services on. But the transient lots were read by the community and they billed them directly. So in the other trailer parks, how does it work?
For example, I could speak for Aquarius. The individual trailers had a privately owned water meter on the structure, on the trailer, and they would attach, if they did it properly, an ERT, which is the remote read for the water meter. So each trailer would have its own water meter. And each owner or renter of the trailer would be billed separately for that water consumption and sewer.
So did we install the meters or did the community install them?
The community installs the meters, and once again, that's part of the problem. We don't buy the meter, we don't install the meter, we don't maintain the meter, and so one part was notorious that, you know, the meter's broken or the meter's not working, and we would like, hey, you know, you need to fix the meter, right? Because this unit's not being read, and then it's going the back and forth and the back and forth, and then the owner would say, you know what, the internal underground infrastructure is not my problem, it's the city's responsibility. So that kind of going back and forth, this new ordinance would eliminate all that problem.
So when they install a new meter, who do they get that from? Do they have to come purchase it from the city? Because I remember at the boardwalk, we used to have to purchase meters.
At one time, way back when, I think they would purchase it directly from the city, but eventually they just started purchasing on their own. And I'm getting that from Roxana right now, yes.
So I think what the mayor's concern was, how does the resident have any, recourse for the billing? Because we're no longer billing them, is that correct?
We will bill them for electricity, but we will not bill them for water and sewer.
So the community manager, whoever owns the mobile home park, is now responsible for collecting water meter fees from each of the lot owner or lot renters.
The water consumption cost, whatever that is, yes, they would be responsible for charging the resident. So the resident's costs should not go up. And in fact, they should probably see a cost saving because right now each resident pays a base water fee. Right. I want to say it's about $10. That would disappear because they're no longer a city customer, quote unquote, so that base fee would disappear. So if say you use 3,000 gallons of water a month, and let's say that's $300, you'd be paying $300 plus the $10 base fee. So if you keep using the same consumption with the new ordinance, you'd just be paying the $300. You wouldn't be paying that $10 base fee anymore.
Right. So as long as we can communicate that to the residents, that the billing system is going to change so that they're not taken advantage of, because I'm assuming that some of the people that live in the mobile home parks don't have access to information that would help them in a case of being overbilled. Because the last thing I want to see is that the owner of the mobile home park profit from the residents in there and abuse them as far as overcharging them for consumption. When their bills should be going down slightly because of the base charge, their rates, they should not be charged more. So somehow we have to regulate that, or we have to watch that, or at least educate them that if their bill goes up, there's a problem.
I agree. And remember, there has to be an information campaign here as well, right? We need to let those residents know that the water bill is going to be leaving their regular bill. We could definitely set up a hotline as well. If you think, you're being charged more than you're consuming, you could call this number. And once again, the property owner is going to be required to read the individual meters every month, okay? So there would have to be a record of that, which would be tie into the charges on the customer. So they're going to have to keep those files, and we can mandate that they keep it long enough so if a customer has an issue and calls us, we can actually ask for the records and go ahead and take a look into it and intervene if need be.
How many properties does this affect? Just 3? Aquarius?
I want to say 4.
There's a small one right off of Maury, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so 4 properties. All right, that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, and if anything, it may motivate these mobile home park owners to get accurate meters, because that's the problem. There is the loss between what goes through the meter that we're billing that owner for and the total that owner gets to build their tenants out there.
Right.
And whether it be in leakage in their underground system or in faulty meters.
Right.
there's going to be that motivator for them to do something they have refused to do in the past.
Yep, I agree.
And we've been carrying that loss. So, all right, moved by Councilwoman Bailey.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
If we could ask Mr. Brea, or maybe you know, Mr. Manager, do we estimate water bills in the city?
If we cannot pick up a remote read, and depending, usually if we don't pick up a remote read, we'll actually send somebody out. There'll be a work order issued so they can go ahead and read it. But depending on the workload and stuff like that, yes, sometimes they'll actually estimate the water bill, which is usually, I want to say, the last 3 months of service, and they just calculate it and just automatically say, hey, you're consuming an average of 3,000 gallons a month. Boom, they'll hit it on. But then when the next read comes, whether manually or handheld, then it would say, oh, wait a minute, that month he used 2,500 gallons a month. So in the new bill, it would go ahead and adjust it. So we never end up charging more than what you consume, because in the end, there's a true-up.
Do we have any customers that have been receiving estimated bills for more than 3 or 4 months?
That sometimes occurs depending on staffing and things like that. You know, if there's a remote that we can't pick up, that does occur periodically.
Thank you.
Ready? Okay. All right, so I know we had a motion. I think you seconded it, didn't you?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Yes, moving right along. Tab 21.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, tab 21 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending Chapter 7 of the City Code entitled Code Enforcement by amending Sections 7-26, 7-34, and 7-40 of the Code to provide for increased code enforcement penalties pursuant to Section 162.092D Florida statutes, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff recommends the mayor and council approve the attached ordinance amending Chapter 7 of the City Code to provide for an increased code enforcement penalty pursuant to Section 162.092D of the Florida statutes. The statute authorizes a municipality with a population equal to or greater than $50,000 to adopt an ordinance that gives code enforcement boards or special magistrates or both the authority to impose fines that shall not exceed $1,000 per day per violation for a first violation, $5,000 per day per violation for a repeat violation, and up to $15,000 per violation if the code enforcement board or special magistrate finds the violation to be irreparable or irreversible in nature. City staff believes that the enactment of the increased fines will provide further deterrent to individuals who are contributing to ongoing code enforcement issues citywide, such as illegal dumping. Therefore, staff proposes an increase of the reduced civil penalty from $200 to $500, the maximum civil penalty on a first offense from $300 to $1,000, and the repeat offense of civil penalties from $500 to $5,000. This is second reading.
Thank you. Council?
Motion to approve.
Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Is there any public comment? Close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Does that take us to tab 22? Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mayor. Tab 22 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 23.5 Solid Waste, Article 3, Collection by the City, Section 23.5-40, Schedule of Fees, amending the mechanism for annual consumer price index adjustments in rates, fees, and charges concerning solid waste services, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff recommends the mayor and council approve the attached amendment to the city ordinance amending section 23.5-40, schedule of fees to provide for an annual consumer price index adjustment for solid waste rates, fees, and charges. The ordinance provides for a CPI, identifies the CPI table to be used to determine the rate, and authorizes the city manager to implement the CPI adjusted rates on an annual basis. This is second reading.
Thank you, sir. Council, any questions, comments? We have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Moved by Vice Mayor, second by Councilwoman Avila. I'll open the public hearing and close the public hearing. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Next item, Mr. Pearl.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the next item is tab 23. It's an ordinance, second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budget for the Solid Waste Fund for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023 by increasing the total budgeted revenues and expenditures by $930,000, providing for severability and an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. As a result of the fee increase, the city anticipates to recognize an estimated $930,000 in additional revenues, which will be used for additional staffing programs, equipment, and costs of operation being implemented in fiscal year 2023. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve and amend the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Solid Waste Fund by $930,000 to account for the additional revenues to be generated from the increase in solid waste commercial fees and to appropriate the use of those revenues for additional staffing programs, equipment, and cost of operations. This is second reading.
Thank you. Council?
Thank you, Mayor. Staffing needs addressing how many more additional staff could we get with $930,000?
I'm already talking to Crystal. We're looking at additional staffing. Right now, the number we're looking at is 7 additional personnel for solid waste to have enough people there so when people go on vacation, call out sick, things of that nature, to be able to maintain the operation and not fall behind. Now, obviously, 7 people is a lot of money, so depending on how things pan out, it'll determine how many people we actually go ahead and hire. But right now, the number we have in our head is 7.
So in anticipation of receiving these revenues, we are going to already advertise for additional staff?
We are already on it. Crystal and Zach have already met with finance, and they're going over the numbers.
Thank you, sir.
So are call-outs a daily issue?
Mondays are the worst, right? It's the weekend, people call out, they're feeling sick or not making it in. But it's, I don't want to say it's a constant thing, but it does happen. And since we're so short-staffed, you know, we're only 1 line deep. We don't have like 2 or 3 lines deep like a football team, right? 2 or 3 guys are out, we get impacted. And I think I mentioned at the last meeting, we're actually pulling staff from other departments to fill in when these guys, gentlemen and ladies, don't come in.
Okay, so I guess my real question is, if on a given day everybody shows up, what are those 7 new people going to be doing?
We're going to put them in the yard. They're going to be replacing super cans that people are putting in orders to go ahead and have them replaced.
Good answer. I know we've got plenty of those.
If not in the hundreds, in the thousands.
I think you shared with me a few weeks ago, 600, at least.
Okay.
All right. Do we have a move? Yes, moved by
Second.
Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And that takes us to tab 24. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. At the April 11th, 2023 Cal meeting, City Council approved a draft call to artists to commission a wall mural for the rear of the Seminole Theater. Anticipated cost for the commission is up to $300,000. The project is identified as project number 7 in the Second Amendment of the 2021-2022 PAC Work Plan. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the call to artists to commission a mural on the rear wall of the Seminole Theater as discussed at the April 11th, 2023 Cal meeting.
And are we going to get in through the county, or we're going to have to do it on our own?
David?
We are going to be out on our own, but we do have a source immediately. We're going to be working with the state website for the Department of Cultural Resources. They have a public art publication system that we can use, and our 2 proposals right now are already posted on their site. So
You anticipated my next question is whether or not the water art and the chrome sculpture were out there.
they are.
So what's the time frame to get this one out?
I think we had anticipated to get it out sometime early May.
Early May, okay. So, and are we comfortable that this system casts a comparable net to what the county was doing?
We're not certain completely, but we're still hoping to possibly get the resource that the county has used in the past. We're working with a vendor to get that system so that we can do it the way the county does it in the future.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have a motion to approve? Yes.
I will move it, but if we have less than 40 items on next month's agenda, can we please bring back Maui murals to discuss a little after this beautiful mural goes up and then hopefully kicks, just kind of see what that looks like? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so we have been moved by Councilwoman Bailey, second by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
I believe that now takes us to tab 29. Is that correct?
Yes, correct, Mayor. Tab 29 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, adopting and authorizing the submission of an amended action plans to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for approval, reallocating funds to the city's CDBG annual action plan, fiscal years 2016 to 2017 and 21-22, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The CDBG fiscal year 2016-17 funding expires September 2023, and there is a balance of $60,000 set aside for the Miami Bridge Youth Services Improvement Project. Although the city recently executed an agreement with Miami Bridge to begin the project to ensure funds are expended prior to the deadline, city staff is proposing to reallocate the funds to the Blakey Park Baseball Resurfacing Project. This is an expansion on an existing project schedule for resurfacing the Blakey Park track field. The funding of $60,000 would be added to complete the resurfacing of the basketball court. The Miami Bridge project will be funded from the fiscal year 2021-2022 funds. In fiscal year 2022, $223,733 was allocated to the Harrisfield Community Center Improvement Project. This project is currently on hold as the city continues discussions with the community partners to determine the use of the center. City staff is proposing to reallocate $80,000 of the funds to the Powell Gym Improvement Project as part of the project is now estimated at $330,000, and $60,000 is proposed to be reallocated to the Miami Bridge project. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing city manager to submit an amended community development block grant annual action plans for fiscal year 2016, 2017, 2021, 2022 to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you. Do you have any question or motion? Yeah, question.
Motion and a quick question. Just for the basketball courts at Roby, that was included? Or it was just the basketball courts at Blakey?
This project right here that we're doing the reallocation for is for Blakey. However, the resurfacing at Roby George was recently bid out. Unfortunately, we received no responsive bids, so it's being rebid again, but that project is underway.
Okay. Now, just something to keep in mind, if we can add to the scope or ask whoever comes in to see if they can do something about the birds. There has to be something to keep those birds out.
Yeah, I know. Go
The
ahead.
bird net is also being procured at the moment.
We have Councilwoman Bailey's motion to approve.
Second.
Second by the Vice Mayor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. I believe that takes us to tab 30, your item, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, I wanted to ask this board and this body if they would object to having "In God We Trust" here on the back of the dais. The model's been used by the U.S. since the 1980s, officially adopted as a national model by Congress in 1956. It's been displayed in government buildings, courtrooms, and other public places, including council chambers. The motto, "In God We Trust," serves as a reminder of the importance of faith in public life. So I'm asking for your support on adding "In God We Trust" to the back of this dais.
Thank you. All right. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I did a little research and looked up. I know that there are quite a few different areas in California that are recently doing it. And I did come across a couple articles, especially where they have a big melting pot of people, that they've considered something a little more inclusive, like "and justice for all." Really still leaning on that higher power guiding, but just something to throw out there. I think we would all be in agreement with this, but just something thinking of the community and everybody that's part of Homestead, if that might be something more inclusive.
If it's the will of the council to add "and justice for all," it's fine with me. I just wanted to make sure that at least "In God We Trust" is up there.
Oh, and to your point, in looking at this mock-up, I mean, I hate to use this term, I don't want to get too cluttered up here, but when you look at, we have space, over the other two TV monitors to have different items as well, to add other mottos potentially. This mock-up, Mr. Manager, doesn't show, I guess, the camera there. Can that be relocated?
I'm seeing now that the photo used here was taken before the installation of the camera. That particular camera is used to show this speaker. We could likely move it,
Raise it.
above to provide more real estate, yes.
Do you think on top of the screen is too high?
Well,
No, the
motto.
The motto on top of the screen, up there. "In God We Trust."
The TV view doesn't go that high.
Vice Mayor.
Or we make smaller letters.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, we could definitely do another mock-up, moving the camera up, and then at least give you all a general idea. And when we do the next one-on-ones, I could show it, we could show it to you all.
We'll
And
do some alternate fonts and
exactly,
sizes.
exactly.
And so forth. And, this mock-up that included the seal brought up an issue for me. I had asked some time ago. The police department has a really neat seal. It's a play on the city seal, but it's an enameled disc that's very vibrant in color and has detail. You actually see the leaves on the crops in the farm field, and I had asked manager to have his staff look into having one of those fabricated for this wall anyway. This blank wall behind me has always kind of been a pet peeve, and I'm wondering if we're making any progress on determining if that can be done and what a cost might be, rather than, and I know, a seal is not part of the request, but if we're going to go ahead and dress up the wall, if you could circulate to my colleagues during the week, kind of what I'm talking about to see the vibrancy. If you think last night to the town hall, the police seal that's round, it's just, it's very detailed. It looks like a photograph of the elements of our seal rather than kind of a silhouette. And I thought that would really add something to the backdrop here if we could look at that as well.
We'll definitely send out a rendering to everyone so everybody can see it.
And of course, as my mind wandered, I thought, okay, so let's talk about that's in the wrong spot. It really is.
I remember in the old council
were in the
chamber,
old
it was
city
to the
hall,
side.
yeah.
Right. I mean, if that's something
Let's-
y'all
Is
want, we
everybody
can
okay
definitely
with
look
them
into
beginning
it.
to at least look at that and determine what rearranging can be done in here?
It's always in the way.
But definitely, we'll go ahead and look into it. Yes.
Thank you. So do we have a motion for at least installing the motto, and then we can do the other comprehensively?
I move it.
All right, moved by Councilwoman Avila.
Second.
Seconded by the guy who brought the idea forward. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk. No, forget. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We don't have time to have roll call.
I've got one more,
Is that
Mr. Mayor.
approved? Okay.
I've got one more. I was approached by the lounge called Baru. Baru is a lounge in Doral. They're a very trendy lounge bar, and they're interested in coming to downtown. So when they're interested in coming to downtown, I wanted to see if it's the consensus of this body to see how we can incentivize them so that we could try to make it attractive, not to lose the opportunity, and give direction to staff to start looking at what that incentive package could look like. Or maybe we can have Ms. Driver tell us a little bit about how that would look since it's in the CRA.
But in that regard, wouldn't someone have to have a building locked down, either under lease or ownership, rather than in a vacuum and ambiguously saying, if you do this,
They've got the building locked down, 131 North Chrome Avenue.
we'll give you that? And, because we have others that we've been dealing with for months, such as the potential distillery. We have some very interested parties for the building we haven't even closed on yet.
The reason I say that is because
They gave
it
you
is up to
$5,000 in campaign money?
Mr. Mayor.
But go
You ought
ahead.
to be ashamed of yourself, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
What I wanted to ask is, since it's within your discretion to give certain people or certain businesses an incentive package, I want staff to start looking at what that would look like.
Okay, and my apologies. I missed what led up to this discussion. So, please.
So, Baru is interested in coming to downtown.
Yes, okay.
And have you ever had a chance to speak to?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we met with one of the owners of Baru, was that Monday? Last week, the end of last week. He came into the office. We had a chance to meet with him and talked about the possibility of bringing Baru down here. He was going to go back and speak with his business partner. He was very interested in the idea. And I did mention to him that we had this business incentive program that could possibly assist. So he was going to go back to his business partner, speak with him, see if they had some consensus about coming down, and then get back to us.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted you guys to start looking at that incentive package, and depending on what business wants to come here, identifying what that would look like for each type of business that shows interest.
Yeah, we have Baru. We had, we just met with someone else. The days are really running together right now. It was one day this week. We met with someone else who has an interest in coming down here. This past couple of weeks, I've spoken to like 4 different businesses, Baru being one of them. So it's generating some pretty good excitement. And that's not including the ones that are interested in Stembridge, that building. Maybe I shouldn't call it Stembridge building, the old Edison, the building we're going to purchase on Chrome Avenue.
Okay.
In that regard, though, okay, so you had about $550,000. A couple meetings ago, we sweetened that pot with another $1 million. So folks that are paying attention knows that there's $1.5 million more or less out there in incentives. Do we have any guidelines together? You know, a scoring system, jobs, other economic impact, or is this going to be a first come, first serve, who's connected gets the money?
So when we rolled this out to you all a year ago, 2 years ago, we didn't do the traditional guidelines because we wanted it to be open so that we would have the flexibility, we being you all on that dais and staff, would have the flexibility to determine the needs of the business and what would really interest them into taking advantage of it and coming to the city of Homestead. It is on a first come, first served basis. Whenever we get applicants in or people that are interested, we ask them for things like, you know, we want to see a business plan. We'd like to see a pro forma. We want to know what their capital stack is. We want to know, we first and foremost identify if it's a business that is of a targeted industry for our downtown that we're interested in, meaning a restaurant, because we've been hearing you all say we need restaurants, and we agree. So we said we target restaurants, we target nightlife, anything that's going to bring critical mass to downtown. So that wouldn't include like a medical, or that wouldn't include, you know, a usage that didn't fall into entertainment category. So once we vet them, they provide all the information, we do an economic impact study on them to determine how many jobs they're going to bring in and then what type of impact that will have on our downtown and the surrounding area. At that point, that's when we present it to you all for your discussion, for your input, and for your approval or denial. And again, the example of that would have been Cirque Salon. That's the exact same way we did with them. So instead of bringing build-out requests from them, they wanted rent assistance. Baru may want build-out assistance. Another business may want impact fee reimbursement. So it just really depends upon what their gap in funds would be. We can change that process and make it more detailed if you all like. Whatever your wishes, our command.
And my concern is this bleeds into political patronage and favoritism rather than real impact, real bang for the buck. So, you know, we have so many constraints on public money otherwise, and it just seems like we're opening the door here to a lot of discretion if it's first come, first serve.
Mayor, just one thing to keep in mind, it has to come back to the board. It's not like Kamitra can make the decision or I can make the decision. In the end, it would come back to the board and you all would decide if this is something that you want to move forward with or not.
Well, I get that. I guess what concerns me is the question here at the end of a long meeting was to a specific business rather than do we have packages together? Do we have guidelines put together?
And I think I spoke to that at the last meeting. If I remember, I was saying, using the big fish analogy, right? Either we can create a program and put it out there, and the first person who comes in is 20,000 for you, 50 for you, 100 for you, or do we hold on to that money and we get somebody big like the distillery or a big name restaurant, which is probably they're going to ask for heavy incentives, and use the monies for that, because we know that would be a game changer in the downtown. So I recall kind of talking about this last meeting, but it's been a long day today. But once again, it would, go ahead, Kamitra.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, regarding Baru, my understanding of how he ended up at our office, his wife is Karen Campbell. And so we met with Mrs. Campbell, maybe 4 weeks ago, and she was talking about a possible commercial enhancement grant for her building, because she wanted to get it prepared for a business to come in. So we scheduled a follow-up meeting for her to come in so we can talk about the guidelines with her and see what she wanted to do and see if she would qualify. She was on her way down. Her husband was coming with her. She got stuck in traffic and was delayed and couldn't make it, so he sat in the meeting in her stead. As we're meeting, he mentions that he has a restaurant, he's in a restaurant business, and so we inquired, well, what kind of restaurant? And so he told us, Baru. And so I was like, well, why are you all not putting Baru in your building? You already own the building. Why not put your own restaurant or bar in that building? So that's how the conversation about Baru came about with CRA.
Okay. I met for 2 hours with them before their meeting with you, and our versions differ, but that's fine. We'll deal with it when it comes back. Okay, anything further, Mr. Vice Mayor?
No, I encourage all of you to go out and get as,
I still have an item.
The party's over.
I looked, I could have sworn that was Mr. Roth going out there and doing that.
No, just to wrap this up, I'm always looking for restaurants to come to downtown Homestead. That includes Graciano's, it includes Tap 42, it includes American Social, anybody that I can get, some of the businesses that Kamitra was talking about. And my process is, if you're interested, come please see CRA and city manager. So I encourage all of us up here to do this because I'm lobbying for our city every single day. Thank you.
We all are. And I hope that the folks that contacted me can be out here at this podium sometime soon as well as a real game changer for the Edison. What's that? No, we didn't. I don't think we did. Yeah, that was, yeah. Yeah, we all are. Okay, so on the honor system, which one of you is supposed to be next? I've lost my spot.
Yep.
City Manager?
Yes, Mayor. I just want to take the opportunity to commend staff, Matt and Mitch Bierman from Weiss Serota for the great job they did in getting the county to approve the $5.7 million to the city. This was no minor undertaking. It literally took years, 3 to 4 years to get this job done. It was a total team effort to get it done, and we're so happy. You know, we finally got to the finish line. So I just want to say thank you to everyone.
Job well done. Just the morass of the county bureaucracy just to get to that point was just beyond frustrating.
I agree, Mayor. Just with traffic lights, it's the bureaucracy,
Well,
right?
yeah, absolutely, much less $5.7 million. Mr. Pearl, need any executive sessions?
No, I'm good for this evening.
You're fresh
We're gonna
out.
move on.
Okay. Councilman Fletcher, are you still with us?
I am, and I will be brief, although the city manager kind of stole some of my thunder. That was going to be the positive side of my remarks tonight. But I am going to, I have to say that I'm very disappointed that we still had parents show up here tonight to talk about Homestead Youth Baseball. Again, I know it's not anything that the city has done in particular, but it's just concerning that we have that dissension among, folks that are supposed to be there for the kids. And I just wanted to add, I happened to see a photo, and I think many of you all did as well, this weekend, of a posting at the Homestead Little League field. And it basically says, I'm a kid, it's just a game, my coach is a volunteer, the officials are humans, no college scholarships will be handed out today, thank you and have fun. And I think that's what we're all forgetting. It's all should be about the kids and having fun, not sometimes the machine behind it trying to potentially make money and cherry pick kids from schools and stuff like that. So just a reminder out there to all the parents in the city that it should be about the kids, not about the league. So with that, I will yield the rest of my time.
And Councilman, like I said, I am meeting with that board tomorrow. And that's a reality. I mean, I actually mentioned it at one point in one of the meetings. If this can't work out now, the Little League across the street at Harris Field, I'm sure if I call them tomorrow and tell them, hey, you want to take over JD Red, they will. So these guys are on notice. Either get your game in order. If not, obviously there are going to be consequences here.
Yeah, my biggest concern, again, is there's a group of kids that aren't going to play there now. They're going to have to go somewhere else. Hopefully they go to Homestead Youth or Homestead Little League and stay within the city. But with that, I'll also, again, my congratulations to Matt and the team. Huge undertaking. And you finally got it over the finish line. Thank you so much. That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
Appreciate it.
Or good morning.
Yeah. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still with you. And I have to say, it was an honor to bring in my birthday with all of you. So just happy 44th birthday to me. I'm in Dallas, Texas at a national conference, so I couldn't be there tonight. I'll be in Texas all week, but I stayed in here for the long haul. It was an interesting meeting. Congratulations to Matt, you and the team that helped bring home that bacon to the city of Homestead from the county. I had some other announcements, but I'll reserve those for our next meeting in the interest of time. But I definitely wanted to give myself a shout out for my 44th birthday. Have a good night or morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for hanging in there. Councilman Roth?
As your congressman, happy birthday. And no, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bailey, anything further?
Thank you. Real quick, the pool at Roby George, any updates?
So it's unfortunately closed for repair. We're waiting on a part. I don't have an estimated timeline yet, but we'll be sure to keep you all updated. I'll get with Pedro and James in the morning to get more details.
Okay, because one of my announcements was going to be that May is also Swim Safety Month. So I was excited to have the life jackets out there, but they're not going to do very good without a pool. And then the last thing is this Saturday, April 22nd, is Earth Day. So thank you for continuing the Keep Homestead Beautiful initiative. And we can't be complaining about how things look if we do not get out there ourselves. So I hope to see everybody out there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Avila?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the pool at Roby George, very important, at least by summertime. Touching Miami with Love Summer program uses that pool. Those kids walk from that program to the pool on a weekly basis, so absolutely a priority. Happy birthday, Councilwoman. I want to say that May 4th is our National Day of Prayer. We've hosted it here in our chambers for a couple years now. It's been a beautiful event. I want to thank staff and all the community that wants to come out and participate in that. Apparently it's been popular enough that we have a county commissioner offering to bring us breakfast to share after the events that morning. So I wanted to make sure the council was aware, see if there were any objections to allowing Commissioner McGee to participate. They would rather be with us that morning than host their own event and split up pastors around the county, and they want us to all be together that day. So if there's no objection, then we'll proceed.
Free breakfast? Sure.
No objection.
All right, thank you. And then I wanted to ask any updates on the light pole bases being painted, repaired? What's the process? What's the update on that?
I know they've done quite a few of the bases already. They've been painted. And I think we got a dollar estimate for painting the remaining bases. Oh. Okay, I don't know if you could hear Billy. We're actually doing it in-house due to the cost, and I think we're going to be able to do it for a total of like $6,000 or something like that. Versus how much? 6,000 for us versus $60,000 to have somebody privately do it.
Right, and so that would be painting the ones that still exist, and the ones that are missing are not being replaced. Is that correct, or are we replacing the ones that are missing?
They will replace them.
Wonderful. And are you starting on the north side of 137th, coming down, then going across, or are you going down Campbell? Just so I can tell my,
He believes they're on the north side.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, that's it.
Thank you. Okay. So we have two appointments, one at the request of the Vice Mayor, Ira Hugh Hudson, as we know him, a Homestead resident to the Tourism Advisory Committee, and Councilwoman Bailey's and Travis Smith to the Southwest Advisory Committee. Any objections? So appointed. We'll wave the mayoral magic wand. Back at budget time, we authorized you to have a citywide overtime survey conducted. Has that gone anywhere? Sounds like a no to me.
According to Carlos, there was an issue with the contract, but the auditors have already been informed of the project, and they'll be starting, correct? Okay, they're starting it this week. It's not that we forgot, there was an issue with the contract.
You ready for budget time?
I'm sorry?
Will it be ready for
It
budget time?
will be ready for budget time. Absolutely.
All right. I'm sure I had a couple other things, but at 1 o'clock in the morning, I don't remember what they were. So with that, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I just want to say happy birthday to Captain Morales, and also happy birthday to my son, JC.